at the end of time.
O'clock.
Hey everybody, what's going on? It's Wednesday night, and this here, I'm excited to do this show because a bunch of people requested this. Tom wanted to do this.
I've mentioned these two over the years.
Yeah, particularly about because these two are just like such cool fucking people to talk about.
So we put it up for a vote, and this patrons.
Patrons and YouTube members and stuff like that. This won pretty handily, so I was like,
so it's not serial killer, it's not paranormal, but it's gonna be cool. There's a lot of cool shit about these two, and I think a lot of the youngsters, they don't fucking know that this existed. They think cool chicks were only like something that happened in the past 5 years or 10 years.
I feel like all young people feel like that in every generation.
No, goes back 100 years.
Like,
probably.
You guys could never have had any cool shit like that.
And if you count ancient Rome 2,000 years ago, there were some fucking cool chicks back then too. They're fucking just, that were recorded, the shit that they did. But these two here, as far as American and in case of Louise Brooks, a European German history, these two were fucking pretty renowned in their days.
I mean, fucking icons.
Yeah, they were both American, but fucking one of them, she did a bunch of German movies that were famous because they weren't censored. The American movies were censored, so
yeah, they both had a lot of trouble with censorship.
Louise Brooks made some cool fucking movies in Germany that were pretty racy. They were silent films.
Yeah.
She's pretty. We're gonna show pictures of them.
And posed a lot nude too.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of nude pictures of her out there. Like, I can't obviously show them on here, but
yeah.
And
she
I did look through there, and I'm just like, I can't show that though.
She looks very cool. She just looks, looks like a modern woman, like some chick you'd see today. Like some chick you'd see in the goth scene. That's what they look like.
Yeah, she could totally show up now, and no one would bat an eye.
No, she could show up to a fetish night, and people would go, yeah, and they wouldn't realize that she was from something like from 100 years ago.
So the thing that distinguishes them, there are a lot of similarities between them in the sense that they were both kind of boundary breaking in their own ways, and they're both still icons to this day. But in the case of Mae West, I mean, she was very famous from the get-go, and she had a lot of power, she had a lot of money, and she got that, like, pretty much through her own, like, the force of her own personality, pretty much. Louise Brooks, she was kind of like an it girl for a little while.
She was hot as shit, yeah.
But then, like, she kind of fucked off to Europe, and then she kind of got, not necessarily forgotten about, but she kind of got fucked over. Yeah. And she didn't really get rediscovered until, like, the 50s or the 60s, when people started, like, film historians and stuff.
And she was living in hiding.
And she kind of got a second career after that point.
She was kind of living in hiding. And,
in poverty also.
Yeah, and then somebody found her in the 80s and did...
I think it was earlier than that. I think it was actually the 50s.
Was it? No, it's in color. 60s. No, she was doing interviews. I thought it was 80s.
No, but but that was later. She did that interview later. But when she got rediscovered was in the 50s.
Yeah, but what I was saying is that she was living in obscurity for a long time, and she was interviewed in the 80s by somebody who knew her.
Yeah, I watched a lot of that interview.
Yeah, and it's in color, and she was an old woman and still cute for an old lady. You could tell, and then you kind of hear the sad fucking story of her life, But Hollywood fucked her over.
Oh, big time.
Yeah.
I mean, she didn't really want to play ball with them, but the thing about it was that the shit that they wanted her to do, she just didn't want to do it.
Yeah, basically they were pimping these girls out too. There's all kinds of shit they wanted.
And to be honest, she didn't start out. She didn't set out to be an actress. She wanted to be a dancer.
Yeah.
And she did start out doing that. It was just that she kind of got noticed, and they were like, "Hey, we'll give you this money if you'll be in movies." And she was like, "Okay, whatever." And then she kind of hated it. You know what I mean? Yeah. I don't think she hated making movies. I think she hated the Hollywood system or the way that it was back then. She didn't really have much patience for it. you know. So, but like I think, like I said, even though they're a lot different, I think it kind of made sense to put both of them together because I don't know, they're just kind of like similarities in a lot of ways. Both of them are like very, very ahead of their time.
They were sexual icons.
Oh yeah, big time. And
they were kind of breaking the mold for their time.
Feminist icons, gay icons.
Yeah. You know, I don't think they saw themselves as that. It's just that
Mae West did.
Yeah, I guess she probably put word to it. Louise was just more kind of like hedonistic. She didn't give a shit.
Yeah, she just wanted to be herself, and she didn't really give a crap if people liked it or not.
Yeah, and she didn't really care.
Which I can always respect that.
She was kind of self-centered. She didn't care about women in general. She just cared about herself. You know what I mean? Which that's fine. She was living for herself, and she had she had the whole world in her hands. Even married millionaires, and just kind of walked away from it. She's like, fuck this.
Which, like I said, you got to kind of respect that, because even when she was on as we'll talk about, even when she was on kind of a downward decline, she married a millionaire.
Yeah.
And she didn't stay with him that long. She was just like, meh.
She was literally a hoe.
She just like took off.
She was literally a hoe, but you couldn't buy her.
Yeah, she didn't really give a shit about
She wanted to
money,
be independent.
like.
She wanted to be independent. She wanted to be under control of anybody. And I respect that.
Yeah, I respect that too.
I respect that. She didn't want to work a job. She didn't want anybody telling her what to do.
Yeah.
And you know.
Which, like I said, I get that. Right. And like I said, Mae West was the same. She was in a better position because she had fuck off money.
Yep. Oh, Mae West was fucking rich. We're gonna talk about that.
She had fuck off money.
Yeah.
So she could kind of, but like I said, the thing about it was that she kind of came from nothing. Both of them did.
Yeah.
And Mae West in particular, she just kind of came up through vaudeville and became like the most powerful woman in Hollywood. There's still like a fucking building, I think at Paramount or something, that's named after her because she saved them from bankruptcy. Yeah. Like back in the 30s.
I could have hung with either one of these chicks. I would go with either one of them. They were very different.
They both seemed like a fucking blast to hang out with.
They were very different.
You'd go to different kind of parties.
Yeah. Yeah. Mae was, and first of all, I'd have gotten right in Mae because she loved muscle men. Fucking.
You'd have been right there, like in the back of her.
Yeah, yeah.
In her entourage.
Yeah, she was a little short, voluptuous, tough chick, kind of like a gangster girlfriend.
Yeah, she was from Brooklyn.
And she was real intelligent. And a lot of game, and she fucking worked her way to the top in a time when she didn't really have the body style for fame. They thought she was too fat.
Luella Parsons called her fat, outright.
But she
very
had
famous bitchy gossip columnist.
She had a badass mouth on her, and she was fucking funny.
She was funny and she was smart. She wrote her own shit.
Yeah.
And she was real financially savvy.
And sexually aggressive.
Very sexually aggressive.
If she liked you, she was going to get you.
Yeah. Which women didn't really do much of.
And dudes in those days were into that. That wasn't normal.
It wasn't normal.
They're like, oh, all right. Yeah, okay. All right, I guess I belong to you then. And she had a shit ton of money.
Yeah.
We're going to get into it. She was extremely rich.
Yeah.
All self-made. And gangsters knew her and liked her, and she was dated all different kinds of dudes, dated black dudes, white dudes, gangsters, fucking businessmen, anything. If she thought she muscle men, fucking professional boxers and shit, fighters, she liked all that. If you were a man of any kind of power, physical power, economic power, fucking social power, she'd be into you. She liked power.
She wasn't gonna marry you though.
No.
She wasn't into that game.
No. Brooks, on the other hand, was kind of like, if you ever see Farscape, she's kind of like Chiana. She just fucked anything she wanted to fuck. If she thought you were hot, she'd go fuck you. She's a little skinny it girl.
Yeah.
Cute bob haircut. And didn't like to be told what to do. And eventually fucking Hollywood fucking had enough of her. And they kicked her out. And then she lived in poverty, but she did survive.
Low-key blacklisted for being difficult.
Yeah.
And for kind of stupid reasons, to be honest.
Yeah.
Which we'll get into.
Hollywood, man, was not a fucking nice place. It never was. And
it was worse back then, I would argue. Worse. Holy crap.
Because of what happened to Louise, other stars were like, man, we got to put an end to this kind of shit.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
they were in. Look, man, fucking. When I was a kid growing up, being a hooker and being an actress was kind of synonymous. I was growing up in California at that time.
We got a super chat, by the way.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, wait.
From Bee's Nest.
Oh, it's not Bee's Nest.
And he says, "Lovely as usual, Jen." Well, thank you very
Thank
much.
And really, I think that started in California back in the 1800s in the cowboy days. You know, when saloon girls and brothel girls. You know what I mean? They were stars. They didn't want to just be prostitutes. They wanted to be able to sing and shit and put on shows, and they did that. And they were able to ask for more money. So an actress and a prostitute in American culture were kind of the same thing.
We're kind of synonymous.
Yeah.
Oh, we got another super chat.
Yeah, who's it?
From Shaby.
What's up, Shaby?
Looking forward to this show. Me
Be a
too.
good show. We're gonna give you the dirt and everything. So in the American system and in the culture, you know, stars, and that was a girl inside her painting or photograph was inside a star outside of a fucking brothel in an old West town.
Because she was like one of the
She
main
was a
draws,
star.
you know.
Yeah, and they didn't want to just be prostitutes. They wanted to be able to sing and have talent and dance, so they put on shows.
Yeah.
And
Because that's really what they wanted to do.
That's really
It was
what
like
they
they
wanted
just
to do.
couldn't make money doing that.
And they could demand. They would have fans. They could demand more money.
Yeah.
They could be more choosy about who they worked with. And a lot of the shit they're not telling you about, you know, some of these old West gunfighters and stuff from the old West were fighting over these girls because she was a hoe, she was a star, but they were also their girlfriends.
Yeah.
Fucking, you know what I mean? And they would shoot each other over these girls. Just the way the old West was.
Dude's gonna dude.
Yeah. So when Hollywood started up, and that was a lot of transplants, and they were from Jewish families where they were running theaters in New York, and they moved over to California and started the Hollywood. Hollywood was founded by Jewish families. Okay, all the studios were, and that was the business that they were in, and they knew how to run that business. But one of the things that they would do is they still kind of had that American attitude that female actresses were hoes. And in order to raise money to make films, they'd send them to producers that had the money, and they'd have to spend time with these producers in their houses for a little while, spend time in these parties
Yeah.
where they were unofficially kind of trading sex for the contract and for the money to get this picture made, to get this picture shot.
Yeah.
You're going to have to spend time with the
They
producer.
always called them pictures.
A
man.
picture, yeah. And
If you called that, if you called it that nowadays, everybody would be like,
Yeah.
"Did you just get here in a time machine? What are you talking about?"
in California during this time, you know, late 1800s, early 1900s was a place where there was fucking a lot of fucking wealth and a lot of poverty side by side. And a lot of those...
Never good.
Yeah. And so you got the rich taking advantage of the poor. All the poor hot girls wanted to be stars in these movies and shit. And the rich guys says, okay, we can work it. You look great, babe. Fucking... And all the casting couch shit, all those fucking rumors are historically documented. Yeah, and that's how. And these dudes were powerful, and these.
Like I said, they used to cover murders and shit.
Yeah, these studio owners, you know, fucking MGM.
They
and
owned the
all
cops and all.
They owned the cops. They ran all of Hollywood. They were that because they were like the big money makers. The city was built behind their power.
Yeah.
So they owned the cops. And by golly, if they were going to sell pussy, then they were going to sell pussy. The cops were, and they were just going to do that shit under the table, and there wasn't, you know, just no cash even changed hands. The money went to the studio. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But they were always cemented that an actress was a hoe, even though she was famous and talented. And that's kind of where these stories begin. Because I'm trying to lay a foundation of what these girls were up against.
Yeah.
They actually were actresses. All right, or dancers. They didn't really like sleeping with these dudes. They just wanted to be known and famous for their art, their trade, you know. And I'm an ex-drama kid from high school, so I know what they're talking about. So that's why one of the reasons why after high school I didn't want to continue with acting. I wanted to do real shit, you know. I went into the military because they would have fucking casting couched my ass back in those days. I ain't fucking dudes to get this guy. That's what they would do. Okay. Hollywood's a fucking bad place. And it's kind of falling apart now. I don't think they had the power they used to back in the day.
Well, not like back in these
They could
days.
hide a murder.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
They didn't find out about him until like later on.
Yeah. Yep. They were real gangsters.
But in the thing about it, like I said, I think that Louise Brooks' story sort of demonstrates what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And it also kind of highlights the contrast between the American film system and the German film system, which was its biggest rival at the time. And the German film system was much better. She liked it a lot more because she didn't get treated the same. But honestly, I think Mae West is kind of like... The reason I find her so fascinating is because she's kind of like the person that like just bucked the fucking trend.
Yeah.
She just had some special something that made her... She did not put up with crap from anybody.
Yeah.
And everybody just let her do it. Because she was so confident, I guess, she just came in there and said, hey, I'm doing this and that. And everybody's like, yes, ma'am. You know what I mean?
The American system was more powerful in terms of money, legal power, gangster power. They could have you fucking killed, okay? But they were also more restrictive than the European system. Like, they had to deal with censorship, and they were trying to make a good picture, and they were trying to put their best foot forward. They weren't into things that were too artistic. The European system was more liberated, and it was kind of freer, and it was more artistic. They could talk about the dark side. They could do a thing about they could make a movie about the bad shit that happens in an orphanage. They can make a movie about fucking a futuristic society that's a dystopia, and it becomes a fucking, a Marxist revolution, with a robot, like Metropolis, that kind of shit wasn't going to happen in Hollywood. Hollywood was even though they were
safe,
they were very conservative and safe. They didn't want to offend the average American box office goer. They didn't really want to even be political.
They didn't really think of it as an art form like the Europeans
it was a
did,
product.
Largely.
It was just a product to sell.
We just want as many asses and seats as we can get.
Even though they were good. They were good at what they did, but they kind of played it safe. And if they did have a message back in the days that we're talking about, it was very understated. Like, you could watch King Kong and see a badass fucking monster movie. But if you actually pay attention to that story, fucking Kong was the hero. The humans were the villains.
Yeah.
They went to his house and got him. And took him into the city.
Just hanging out.
Yeah. Yeah, they took him into the city where he didn't, and then then they kill him. Yeah. When he's just being a giant gorilla.
Well, why do you think the ending of King Kong is so fucking sad?
Yeah, and you're
they
like
fucked him over.
You see him, you're like, man, that was a badass gorilla. You tried to make a circus out of him, and you killed him. You fell off the fucking building. What the hell?
Yeah, knock that shit off.
Yeah, and it was so popular they made another movie called Mighty Joe Young.
Yeah,
that was about a gorilla, a woman a woman owned him, pretty young woman owned him, and he was a hero. So they were kind of trying to do a positive version of King Kong, where the gorilla is the hero. It goes back to the noble savage concept, which I haven't seen Mighty Joe Young since I was a kid. I'd like to see that one again.
Maybe we should review that one of these days.
We'll review it,
Write that down.
So
I haven't seen that since I was a kid either.
Yeah.
We did King Kong not too long ago.
Yeah, and the King Kong sequel was pretty good. It had some good shit in it, but the way they handled Kong, Kong got fucked over again.
Kong's always
Son of Kong.
Poor guy.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, he's just hanging out on his fucking island.
Leave them alone. City people fucking over these fucking wild animals.
Yeah, they're just like, hey, we can make so much money off of this.
Yeah.
Let's take him away from his home and parade him in front of a bunch of rubes.
Yeah. So that's where...
Oh no, he broke loose and he's stepping on everybody. Who could have predicted that?
So I think we've kind of painted a good background of what these chicks were up against. These are some real fucking rad chicks. They're quite cool, and they're different from one another. They're just... There isn't one way to be cool. There's a bunch of different ways to be cool, and these two were different.
Yeah,
they were both very cool.
Two of the really good ways to be
both
cool.
Very sexy ladies. Both intelligent. They had different motives. You know what I mean? Different styles, but still, I'd be down with either one of them even if they showed up today. But back in those days, even more so.
Like I said, they both seem like a lot of fun to hang out with.
Yeah. I think Louise would be the most attractive just physically, but I think she would be the most disappointing because she wouldn't be just fucking you. She'd be fucking other people too. So you'd have to be ready for some shit like that.
I mean, she was pretty open about
Yeah.
the reason that her, like, because she married a few times. And they didn't last long. And she was pretty open about it. I think I have the quote later on in the news, but in the notes. But like to paraphrase it, she was basically like, I just felt like, could they ever trust me behind closed doors? Probably not.
Yeah. Well, male.
I was like, well, she seemed like she's like, hey, I like fucking people, and it's like I don't really like to be tied down. And she was open about it,
Men's culture in her day was very conservative. It was like something out of damn modern day China. You know what I mean? Those dudes were not tolerant. If you got married to some dude, you were going to be a homemaker. You could stay at home and that's it. You're just going to be a footnote. You're going to be a walk-on actor in a dude's and your husband's going to be the main character. You're going to be a side character.
You're like an appendage,
right? And there weren't many dudes that...
Or a bang maid in the common
There weren't many
parlance
people like
today.
me and Jen who could be kind of like polyamorous and go, hey, let's go fuck some people. If you were like that, she probably would dig you. But, you know what I mean? If you were just really like, if you didn't really care, if you were just poly. She was, because that's what she was. I don't think she wanted a relationship. She didn't want an exclusive relationship with anybody. Not for long.
And she seemed pretty well aware of that.
She knew
and
about
like I said,
it, yeah.
she seemed pretty open about it.
She said the best sex that you could ever get was masturbation. She wasn't impressed with dudes at all. And when I've seen the material that dudes from that era made and the way they're portrayed in movies and the values of the time, I'd have to agree with her. Those dudes would have been real fucking boring.
Oh, I'm sure.
And, even like real rich, top-notch dudes, like, I read a whole biography about Howard Hughes. A lot of the information came from his right-hand man, who was the head of his security, who knew everything about him. And even Howard Hughes had a lot of fucking weird sexual hang-ups. And they weren't good with women in this era. They were kind of like something out of China or the Middle East or something. They were kind of like, real narrow spectrum. They had all these expectations for women of how they're supposed to be. But then they'd do some fucked up shit. It's just that women couldn't do fucked up shit.
Well, of course, because it's always
it was more about the man.
It's like y'all can do whatever you want, but we're not allowed to.
Yeah. And then those dudes didn't go down.
No, of course not.
They didn't go down.
They
They didn't lick pussy. Okay, they weren't in anything kind of fantastic or fucking anything adventurous. They were boring dudes. Howard Hughes fucking would go down and he would fucking immortalize that shit. He'd write that shit, write dates down and put that shit on, and he'd make them fucking douche first before he was do it.
That's also pretty weird.
Because he wanted to make sure everything was clean because he was like a germaphobe.
Yeah, that's right.
But Howard Hughes thought going down on a woman was kind of like the equivalent of going walking on a moon. Like that was some fucking
There's some dudes
where
nowadays
no
that
man
still
has gone before.
Like he was the first one that ever thought of it.
Like
he discovered it or some shit.
That's some wild shit, man. It was like climbing Mount Everest.
Wow, crazy.
Yeah. So
who would have thought?
So I could kind of like knowing what I know about these two chicks and what they said, I'd have to agree with them because they were dealing with the men of their time. And these women were way ahead.
Which I can understand if they didn't want to deal with that bullshit, because I wouldn't have wanted to deal with that bullshit either. I probably would have just been a recluse and been a cat lady.
Yeah. These were kind of like women from the 2010s.
Transported
back in time.
With differing degrees of success.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Let's see. Papa77 said, Polly isn't like that. That's swingers you're talking about. So, yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
She was just kind of like I said, she did marry a few times. Louise Brooks, I'm talking about now. But she seemed to know that she wasn't cut out for monogamy.
Yes. Louise would have been a good swinger.
And she was very openly into both men and women.
Yeah.
I think she preferred men sexually, but she was not averse. So she's probably bisexual, but,
Well, she said women were more understanding of her.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Because they were going through the same bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you could, like, commiserate.
But I don't really think she was hormonally lesbian. She was more hormonally straight, but the dudes were fucking not as satisfactory in those days. They were kind of disappointing, I think.
Yeah, you know.
They weren't any fun.
I can see that.
Yeah.
B sent us another super chat.
They're giving us all
Come
this money
on,
we're talking
people,
about.
let's see the flash bulbs. Then Tammy said we don't have have your kind of money, bees. Yeah.
All these flash bulbs.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and start. Who we're going to start with?
We'll start with Mae West, I guess, because that's
Okay.
the order that I had them in.
We go ahead. I think we fucking painted a good background of what was happening during this time, and you guys are going to find out more when Jen.
Oh, and Tammy says Howard Hughes was a nut, big time.
Yeah.
He had some issues.
Boy,
he
was
had some issues. We did a
very-
show about him, didn't we?
Yeah, he's very intelligent, but he wrecked a lot of cars and a lot of airplanes, and he had multiple head injuries that he never had treated, and they wouldn't know how to treat him back then anyway. And he also developed OCD, so he wasn't as nutty as you think it was. When he was young, he was a young, dashing, rich guy running RKO pictures and fucking dating starlets. So I wasn't really talking about Howard Hughes in his old age. I was talking about Howard Hughes in his youth. And that's who they based Richie Rich on. It was actually based on Howard Hughes. Because he was a millionaire at a young age. Yeah. He had inherited his dad's company called Tool Co. And he was getting all kinds of fucking royalties from the oil companies. He was leasing out these special drill bits that they were making. Because they had the patent on them. And then he bought RKO Pictures. So he was also a Hollywood kind of guy. He had enough money where he wanted to date famous women, stars. So the way he was going to do that was just buy a studio and do the shit directly.
As one does.
As one does.
Well, you can't get laid on your own merits.
Yeah. No, he was a good-looking guy.
No, I know,
He's
but
good
it's
looking,
like, well, yeah, but good looking, like I said, that's not always, because, like, he might have had a really repellent personality. I'm not really sure.
No, they said he was nice.
But he definitely had mental issues that
later
got
on
worse and worse. Like,
later on, he started getting head injuries from fucking wrecking planes and shit.
Yeah, that did.
The first one that really fucked him up is he was making a World War I fighter movie. I think it was called Hell's Angels, and he actually wrecked a plane during the filming of that. A real fucking World War I biplane. He took a serious head injury, and that's really where he started to go sideways. But the main thing fucking Howard Hughes did was weird, was from the head injuries, was constantly repeating himself over and over again, and that embarrassed him, so he would go into seclusion, and he'd hide out in his own little movie theater. One time, I think he hid out there for 18 months and didn't leave.
His
He just
fingernails
brought him
grow
food
and his hair and
all his fucking clothes rotted
kept
off.
all his pee and poop in jars.
He was peeing and pooping in the jars and sending it out. Yeah, and he just had
saving it.
He had movies running 24/7 and a telephone in there, and he'd be calling people, calling starlets, and having a conversation. But he wouldn't leave. Yeah, it was weird.
Yeah, and Oracle says, remember, women didn't get the vote until 1920. Yeah, which was long before either of these women were, or long after both these women were born, when they were adults. You know what I mean? Which is kind of crazy to think about. Because Mae West, who was actually born Mary Jane West, but she didn't want to be Mary Jane because she thought that was a boring name.
There's lots of them.
Yeah, because there's a lot of Mary Janes, especially in this time period. I think it was pretty common. She was actually born in 1893, which is crazy to think about. She lived till, she died in 1980, so she lived like a very long life.
Lived into the modern era.
Yeah.
Knew all about television. She saw.
She was on TV.
Yeah.
She was in a movie like in the late 70s. Mm-hmm. She was in 2 movies actually. Myra Breckenridge, I know that one. But yeah, so she was from Brooklyn. Now her dad was actually a prize fighter, who later he was retired, and then he became like a private investigator type guy. And her mom, whose name was Matilda, was a corset model. I never got the impression that she was like a stage mom or anything like that, but she was definitely kind of an entertainer type lady.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? What?
Tammy said that he was peeing in jars and saving it. But I just read that now. He was peeing in milk jugs.
Oh, like that makes it better.
No, because they were bringing food and milk to him into the theater, and he wouldn't leave the theater, so he would just pee in the fucking milk, and I guess shit and stuff. And,
Well,
and then he put it in a pile. He didn't save it. He had it in a pile next to him. It was a big movie theater he was in that he owned.
I don't think he could pay me enough to fucking
Yeah, and people would come in and take
cart
it.
people's waste products
Yeah,
out of their fucking
people would come in and take it, and take it away from him because he never left. Now I don't think so. Saving it, that's not really accurate. Although he would from what I remember, get pissed off and not let them come in for a few days, so it would pile up.
So technically, he was saving it, just not.
Sometimes
that was just like a product of
Sometimes
him not letting.
when he was really going crazy, he didn't want people to see him, so he would just have them leave stuff at the door of the theater, and he'd go there and pick it up. Run around naked in there with a beard growing and shit.
Yeah, Timmy's laughing. Oh, milk jugs. That makes it so much better. Yeah.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying, but you know what I mean. But like I said,
it wasn't insanity as you know it. It was he had bad head injuries and he was hiding. That's what it was.
Yeah, Shaby also points out that what you were explaining earlier is not poly, it's swinging. Poly means you want relationships with the people that you're having sex with.
Yeah.
Whereas swinging is just kind of like...
Yeah.
Although I don't even know if I'd call that swing, because I consider swinging, and I might be wrong about this in the definition, but swinging is kind of like if you are in a relationship with somebody, but you're both...
sleeping with other
open
people.
to sleeping with other people or sleeping all or that.
Usually they're dating other couples.
Yeah, like that kind of thing.
Around here.
Whereas if you're single, which Louise was most of the time, and just kind of sleeping around because she felt like it, I don't even know, is there not even a word for that?
She was just...
That's not disparaging.
She wasn't about infidelity. She wasn't about fidelity. She was just...
And like I said, she seemed pretty open about that. So... I don't know. So I kind of feel like anybody that wanted a relationship with her, she's like, hey, look, I'm gonna cheat on you. So
yeah.
So so I kind of feel like that's kind of on you. I
would consider it just kind of poly, where you just kind of sleep whoever you want.
But that's not. But she's saying that's not the
one,
definition of that. What that word
okay.
is. That's not what the definition of that word
is. Then whatever. I don't give a shit. It's just fucking.
Yeah, but like I said, it's just. I think she just really liked sex.
Yeah. She wanted to fuck
and she was not, and she was not because of shit that happened to her when she was younger. She later claimed that she had actually never loved anyone.
Yeah.
Because some bad shit. She had some abuse when she was a kid and stuff like that, sexual abuse. So she didn't think she was capable of loving anyone. She just enjoyed sex. So she didn't really want relationships with anybody or monogamy or anything like that. She just wasn't wired that way, I suppose.
She just wanted fun.
Yeah.
She just liked fun, yeah.
Yeah, and she, like I said,
physical pleasure.
She didn't really want to be. Like I said, I was telling Tom before the show, I was watching a documentary about her, and this guy who had known her, I can't remember who he was, but he had known her for a long time, and he said she was the only true hedonist that he had ever met in his entire life. Like, she was just all about pleasure, and she didn't really care about long-term attachments or anything like that. Like, she genuinely did not. Like, that was just how she was.
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean?
That's what you were dealing with.
Yeah. And like I said, she seemed pretty open.
She was open with it, yeah.
So, you can't really fault her for that. Like, she tells you up front, hey, I'm not really... Yeah. I'm just in it for the sex. That's it. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like
we're going to have fun, and I'm going to fuck you, and I'm going to fuck with other people, too, whenever I want to. You go, okay?
Yeah.
That's it.
Like I said.
Yeah.
If you get mad about it, that's on you, because she already
entered that shit knowing.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right. So, where was I? All right. So, getting back to Mae West. So, she came from, like, a pretty working class kind of family. A lot of immigrants in the neighborhood. Like I said, it was Brooklyn in the late 19th century. Now, she started out in show business pretty early. She was quoted as saying later, like, when she was an adult, that she just, like, craved the spotlight. She just wanted to be a star, like, pretty much from a very young age. So she started doing, even as young as 5 years old, she started, like, entertaining crowds at, like, church and stuff like that. And when she was 7, she started appearing in, like, little amateur talent shows and that kind of thing. And she would be in all these talent contests, and she always won. Like, she always won all these prizes and stuff. Like I said, even from a really young age. Now, she started out in vaudeville when she was 14. She looked a lot different. If you see pictures of her from her teenage years, she looks a lot different from kind of like the voluptuous, like blonde bombshell that most people recognize her as, because she had dark hair then. And, you know, she was obviously much younger and, like, you know, kind of little. She was always pretty voluptuous, but the thing about Mae West is that she always, I guess because of her persona and because of, like, you know, the outfits she wore and stuff like that, she always seemed like really larger than life. But she was actually quite small. I think she was only 5'1", something like that. She was, like, pretty small, but she always, like, wore real big high heels or, like, platform shoes or something like that to make her look much taller. But yeah, if you see like early pictures of her, like from her vaudeville days, she looks a lot different. You probably wouldn't even realize like that it was her, like if you saw her.
I had to check that roast. It's done.
Oh, okay.
So we're good.
Well, it's gonna be a while.
Yeah, after the show we'll eat it.
So yeah, so she starts in vaudeville at 14, which I'm sure was probably like I think that was like a big factor in what made her such a star later on, because vaudeville, I mean, you have to be like on your toes all the time. It's like singing, dancing, being funny. You know, she probably learned how to deal with fucking hecklers, and she probably learned all of that really, really early.
Vaudeville was the TV or the television of the time.
Yeah.
Mediocre quality, lots of it all the time. Fucking long hours. People coming in and out. Didn't make a whole lot of money.
Yeah, it was like a variety show
Variety
type
shows.
thing. Like I said, singing, dancing.
Yeah.
Kind of, not really, it wasn't like strippers or anything, but they did do like slight burlesque type stuff.
Comedy.
Well, a lot of comedy.
Yeah. A lot of slapstick.
So you had to kind of like
Three
think on your
Stooges type
feet.
shit.
Yeah, like all that kind of stuff. So I think she learned that pretty early. In her younger days, she actually used the stage name Baby Mae. And she kind of seemed like she was trying out. The thing about Mae West is that her persona, as most people know Mae West, like nowadays, was very, very carefully cultivated. And once she established that persona, she never deviated from it ever. So some people have thought that they never really knew her really, like as a real person, because she was so much that persona that maybe that was it. That was like, you know, that was her.
Yeah, well, her normal development probably kind of froze, and she just became that character. I think a lot of them were like that.
Yeah, and she was
they
very
kind of became that person.
She was super careful about like what came out about her and stuff like that. Like she was very much curated like her own identity.
Yeah,
like from a pretty early age. But she did, in her early days, when she was a teenager and still doing vaudeville, she tried on a couple different personas. She would try to, like, impersonate, like, some other comedians that were popular, shit like that. She even did, like, a male impersonator, like a drag king kind of thing for a little while, because she was very into, like, early drag and that kind of stuff. Until she kind of later, like, settled on the persona that everyone's familiar with. She also used an alias sometimes, Jane Mast, like in her writing. And as I said earlier, the walk that she has, that she's kind of became known for, that kind of, I don't even know how I describe it. Like when she like walks into a room, like in a movie or something like that, she's got that kind of rolling sort of walk like that. I've heard two stories. I mean, both of them could be true. Like I said, it could be just because she was real small, and so she was always wearing like super, super high heels. So she always kind of had to walk like that, like to, you know, because of the high heels. But some people have also said that she was influenced a lot, like, by drag queens of the time, particularly Bert Savoy, who's one that's brought up a lot. Because, like I said, she was kind of into that whole, you know, there's a lot of the crossover with that. What they called that in the early 20th century, that was the pansy craze, like because there was so much drag and stuff like that going on. But she was kind of into that, so she took some cues from drag queens for her look and for her persona.
Mae wasn't all that pretty. She was sexy, though. So what she was trying to do is she was trying to kind of hypersexualize herself. So where she's making female behaviors a performance.
Yeah.
And you know, that's why they took it from drag queens, because drag queens they take
like over-exaggerated
femininity.
Yeah,
so that's what she was doing. Although it's not exaggerated by today's standards. You look at it now, and she just looks like she's just putting on a show. You know, like,
coming in with her huge hats, and her long gowns.
Yeah, and people liked it. People liked it. Men responded to it.
I mean, everybody kind of responded to it. Like I said,
Yeah.
she was hugely famous for like quite a long time.
Yeah.
And like I said, she's still remembered now, which is crazy. You know what I mean? Because a lot of fucking actors and stuff from this era, people forgot about them, but not Mae West though. People still, that whole "is that a gun in your pocket? Or are you just happy to see me?" That was her.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I know.
That was her, and people still fucking say that. Like people still make that joke. That was her.
She was taking femininity and making it kind of sexually aggressive.
Yeah.
And
she totally got away with it.
Yeah, because she wasn't the little wallflower, ultra femme shy type innocent chick that they would put on the movies during those days. She inverted that. She was the bad girl.
Yeah, she really...
You guys liked it.
I mean, she kind of caught lightning in a bottle. I always wonder, though, had she been more like the physical beauty standards of the time, which she wasn't. A lot of people said that. Even at the time, like I said. They called her fat. They called her matronly. I saw her called that a few times.
Not by today's standards.
But like I said, by those standards, but I wonder, though, if she had looked more like what was expected of a woman at the time, especially a woman in Hollywood, would she have been able to get away with the shit she got away with? I don't know. I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I think the fact that she was so exaggerated and so forthright and so, I think people were almost kind of, disarmed by that.
I think so.
And I think she got away with a lot more just because of that.
Well, I think people, when they saw her and they saw her on stage or on film persona, they knew that she was alternative. She was an alternative female icon.
Yeah.
Everything about her was other. She's not that little skinny 16,
yeah,
17-year-old.
She's a broad.
She's a broad, right.
From Brooklyn.
She's like a gangster girlfriend. Yeah.
And I say that in the best possible way.
She's not pretty, but damn, she's sexy. Attractive. And you know what? She's fucking smart.
Fuck yeah, she was.
Yeah. And
like I said, she ran roughshod all
Right.
over all those motherfuckers.
Right.
She got more money than anybody.
Right. And she's not really into your pleasure. She's into her pleasure. If she likes you, she's just going to get you.
Yeah.
And if you fucking say anything sideways, she's going to have a fucking great comeback. She was witty.
Yeah.
And
I have listed some of my favorite lines that she said later on.
Yeah. And kind of the, in this era, a lot of the basic dude was simpy, kind of chumpy, and she'd eat you up if you were like that. That's not what she was into. And it's kind of comes across in the roles that she's playing. And if you got sexist with her, she'd disarm you.
Yeah.
That too.
She was not having that.
Right.
Well, she even said,
but she'd disarm you in a way that was funny.
Yeah. And like I said, I think her sense of humor really went a long way, too. Because she didn't seem overtly threatening.
No. Dude would say something that's kind of sexist, and she'd come around and fucking say something to disarm you, but it was funny. The dude go, yeah, I probably shouldn't have said that. Because that does make me look like a fucking...
Humor will deflate a lot of situations like that, and she seemed to understand that better than most.
Yeah, that does make me kind of look like a fucking pussy. So, yeah, maybe I should say that. Yeah, that kind of shit.
And that might have been, I think a lot of that was just her natural personality, but a lot of it I think was cultivated on the vaudeville circuit too, because like I said, you had to kind of think quick on your feet and shit like that. And she was super funny, and like I said, she was really Oracle pointed out, she was dedicated to her writing too. Yeah, that's another thing that's similar between Mae West and Louise Brooks, is that they both were really good writers. Like Louise Brooks didn't really become a writer until later on in her career, but Mae West was very adamant about writing her own lines and writing her own scripts. She wrote several plays that she starred in, so she knew what she wanted, and she just fucking went and got it.
If you came at Mae West kind of saying look man, fucking you're immoral, this isn't the way a woman should act, you're too forthright or whatever, she would have a weird, funny way to tell you that, no, it's just you got little dick energy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She wouldn't say it as overt
It wouldn't
as
be
that,
like that, but that's
it would
what
be,
she
like
means.
I said, she was very witty.
And the dudes of those times understood that,
she was
yeah,
very
that is little dick energy, isn't it? she know how to fuck with
Yeah,
you.
she'd like cut the legs out from under you.
Yeah,
She was
yeah.
very, very good at that.
Yeah.
Very good at that. And like I said, I think that served her really well. So when she was 18 years old, this was 1911, she actually made her debut on Broadway, a show called A La Broadway, which didn't really last very long. I think it only ran for like 8 performances, but a few critics did notice her and like kind of pointed her out. You know, she was just singing and dancing and shit like that. And they called her quote unquote snappy, which I guess was a good thing.
Yeah.
Back in 1911. You know. And she was also in another play called Violetta, that also had Al Jolson in it, another very, very famous person. And she was in another play where she played, quote unquote, a baby vamp, which was not a character, it was like a type. Like Betty Boop.
Yeah, Baby Vamp was a tart.
Like Betty Boop.
Yeah, yeah.
If you want to know it, like,
Sexually
but like,
aggressive young girl.
but like in human form. You know what I mean? That's what a baby vamp was.
Yeah.
And she played a character like that. Now, interestingly, despite her lifelong disdain for marriage, she did marry once in her life in 1911 when she was 17 or 18 years old. But she kept this marriage secret. I don't think they even ever lived together. He was another vaudevillian guy. That's where they met. And his name was Frank Wallace. That was his stage name. And like I said, I don't even know why. I'm not really entirely sure like why they got married, because I don't think they ever lived together. She never talked about it. And nobody even knew that she was married until later, because I don't think they like formally divorced. They just moved away and like didn't think about each other anymore. And then I don't think they formally divorced until like years and years later. Somebody only found out that she was married from some like legal thing that she'd had to fill out where she said she was married, and they're like, what?
Well, yeah.
But like she wasn't real into
divorce was scandalous back then, so it's better just to pretend you're single.
Yeah, just I'm gonna go over here and pretend. But like I said, I'm not. I mean, she was very young at the time, so maybe I don't know. But like I said, that was kind of the only time she ever got married, and she really didn't seem. What was the quote that she said? Marriage is an institution, and I'm not ready for an institution. Something like that. So that was one of the quotes. I don't think I wrote that one down, but that was the one that I kind of remembered because I wrote down a bunch. There's lists all over the internet. It's like 100 best Mae West quotes and stuff like that. She was a funny chick, but yes, she said some funny shit. So in 1918, she was in this review called Sometime, and I think what drew the attention to her in this one was this dance that she did, which she pretty openly admitted that she had taken from African American kind of. She called it the shimmy, and it was, I mean, by the standards of the time, it was apparently pretty scandalous, pretty naughty. So she got like a lot of kind of flack, but also like attention for that. And because of that, like a song that was from it called Everybody Shimmies Now, like they put out sheet music for it, and her picture was like on the cover. So that kind of gave her like a little bit of a higher profile. So at this stage, she's still in New York. Like I said, she's still doing stage, still doing Broadway. And she's going to write her own plays, because that's seemed like what she wanted to do. She wanted to control her own narrative, like I said. And she started out doing that like from a pretty young age. 1926, she wrote, produced, and starred in her first play, which, true to Mae West nature, was just called Sex. That was the name of it. And because it was called that, everybody clutched their collective pearls back then. It was like newspapers wouldn't run ads for it. Oh, it was the worst thing ever. Won't someone think of the children? Blah, blah, blah. Same kind of shit we deal with nowadays, just to a lesser extent. But yeah, so she called her first play that. Now, in this, I mean, she plays a sex worker in it. in this play, which obviously was like I feel like you could get away with a lot more on stage than you could in the movies, especially in this time period. But still, man, if you made a play called Sex and you were playing a prostitute in it, people, like, some eyebrows were going to be raised, some pearls were going to be clutched. Like,
because vaudeville wasn't mass.
Well, this was This is Broadway.
Broadway, that's still not mass media.
Right.
It's not like movies.
Yeah. So it's like, everybody out in bumfuck Arkansas can't see this and get all and have a stroke
theater
over
in a place was cool. In a cool place where the cool kids were.
Where all the cool people were.
Yeah, you're not gonna. But
there were still
Bible
some
thumpers aren't gonna see it.
There were still some lame ass people in New York City though, because she did get in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
But yeah. Now, despite all the kvetching, this play, her first one, that, like I said, she wrote, produced, and starred in, was a massive, massive hit. But of course, like I said, you're gonna get like all the fucking pearl clutchers having a fucking conniption fit about it. And because of that, in 1927, after the play had run for a little while, Mae West was arrested on the charges of corrupting the morals of youth.
Oh shit!
I think some of the other crew members and actors were arrested as well alongside of her. Now, she got 10 days in jail and fined $500, which she probably didn't.
That's a lot of money back then.
But the thing about it, and this is what I love about her, she gets arrested and she was just kind of like, woo, publicity.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, she knew exactly how to fucking play that game. And she's like pretty young still at this point. She hadn't been to Hollywood or nothing like that. She's still like, she's on the stage.
Yeah, well, she's gonna span that.
Oh yeah, big time.
Yeah.
So she actually ended up serving 8 days because they let her out 2 days early for good behavior. I'm like, okay. And the whole time she was there, she's like, oh, me and the warden and his wife had dinner together, and she told the press that she wore her silk panties instead of the burlap ones that they gave all the other press. She just played the shit up to the hilt. And it worked.
Yeah.
Because people were like, man, she's badass. You know what I mean? Like, she went to fucking prison for the shit.
Yeah, so now she got some
Not
mojo.
prison, but
she got some mojo. She's going to entertain you.
Like I said, she seemed very, very savvy. Like, from the get-go. Like, she knew exactly how. She's like, yeah, I'll spend 10 days in jail, even though it was only 8. And I'm just going to squeeze all the fucking publicity I can out of this. And like I said, it totally worked. And then, even though she got arrested, I love this. So she gets arrested for putting on a play called Sex, where she plays a sex worker. So guess what she did next? The next play that she wrote was called The Drag, and it was all about gay people.
Yeah.
Which was even more controversial.
Yeah.
Than talking about sex workers. It was like something nobody talked about, pretty much.
Yeah, but I'm gonna go ahead and jump in here. This is why I'm going to tell you youngsters, you think that you're inventing everything. No. They did that shit back in the 20s.
Of course they did.
The 20s was another sexual revolution that was going on. And Europe was even more open about it. Okay? They just wanted something interesting to talk about, and there were people that were gay, so they're going to talk about that.
Yeah.
And the real kind of uptight people didn't even want it to be spoken of, because the culture of the time was just to hide anything that was uncomfortable or what they would consider to be abnormal. You just had to kind of like quash that. Don't let anybody know about it. That's something that should only be happening in secret. You're not supposed to be proud of that. So,
it's shameful.
So she got on the right thing in those days, and because it was kind of a coming fad too.
Yeah, there was like it
Right.
wasn't mainstream. Like I said, people out in bumfuck Kansas,
they weren't doing. Yeah.
wouldn't know about that.
Right.
But it's just like in big cities, in real cities,
It was that was cutting edge shit.
Yeah, you could be like real edgy, like doing that kind of shit, because people knew about it. You weren't supposed to talk about it, but if you did, people were like, "Man, that's cool."
There were a lot of 20s figures that you know of that had alternate or alternative sexual preferences. Going down to even like Bonnie and Clyde. Clyde Barrow and fucking Bonnie and Clyde was bisexual. They go out and fucking have threesomes and shit with dudes, and he's a fucking motorized bandit.
Well, a lot of actors in
lot
like
of
old
the actors-
golden age Hollywood were
Yeah.
gay, but they didn't.
Yeah.
They really didn't want anybody finding out about that.
Right.
They were covering up all kind of shit. Left and
But
right.
you know, in the underground scenes and in the clubs and shit, that was like real cool.
Yeah.
It was real cool. That has gone in and out of style many fucking times.
Yeah, it's cyclical.
In France, parts of England in the fucking late 1700s. All right, fucking being gay was cool as shit back in those days. But they also, I think, kind of slightly hide a lot of the weirdest shit from the Marquis de Sade, 1700s France.
I'm gonna say that
Fucking-
you've never
he was-
thought of anything that wasn't already thought of.
Yeah,
by
you
the
already thought
Marquis
about
de
that.
Sade.
Read some fucking de Sade. That shit is fucking misogynistic, fucking
He was kind of terrible,
brutal.
but imaginative.
Yeah. Super BDSM. He was fucking into sadomasochism, homosexuality, every fucking thing was in and he was doing all this too. Well, at least some of it.
I think some of it
He got
probably
imprisoned
just-
for some of it. When he was in prison, he's writing more porn and passing
Yeah.
it out through the
Some of
fucking
it, I don't
bars
know
of
if
the
he ever
Bastille.
did it.
Yeah.
It's just he was like
He got freedom.
writing fanfic.
He got freedom during the Revolution, during Bastille Day. But he had a little manservant, and he'd follow him around, and they'd pick up girls and try to drug them, and he'd have sex with the manservant, and they'd all have these orgies and shit. And fucking hit each other with stinging nettle, and fucking tie each other up and whip people. He'd have his manservant whip him while he was jerking it to the fucking Holy Cross and shit. He was fucking weird. Really fucking weird. Anything that was fucking perverse, he was
was
into.
just really into like subverting
and
whatever the fuck
perversion
everyone
and
else was doing.
So you
He
had
got
a
off on. He was an edgelord. Is
edge
what we
fucking
would.
lord.
He was
all
an
right?
edgelord.
So you fucking Gen Z dudes and chicks thinking that you're coming up with something? No,
Like
You
I said,
haven't
you
invented-
haven't thought of anything.
you haven't thought
that
of
he
anything
didn't already
that
think
these
of
bitches wouldn't thought
centuries ago.
about. Yeah, the
Read some of
Desaad
that
was
shit, you'll
talking
see.
about fucking trans.
He's got shit in there that like you probably haven't even thought of.
Yeah, Desaad had transgenderism, fucking forced sex on people, forcing girls to get syphilis and sewing them shut. I mean, he was fucking bizarre. He was fucking bizarre and very cruel.
Yeah, kind of a monster.
But I think it was mostly in his writings. I don't think he did most of that. They said he wasn't much to look at. But he was a marquis.
So I've heard.
Yeah, he was a marquis, and he didn't have any money. He was broke. He was a broke dick.
Hard to say from back then because, like
Yeah.
I said, if you were wealthy enough to have somebody paint you, obviously they're paying you, so they're gonna make you look better than you actually look in real life.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I haven't seen
Because you're not
anything,
gonna pay for that shit. If,
I just read
if he
I-
makes you look like you really look.
Yeah, I had
So.
read that he was nothing to look at. That he was just kind of a little chubby guy.
Yeah, I've seen drawings and stuff of him that kind of suggest that, but like I
Yeah.
said, that's if that's like the idealized version of him, then yeah, he probably
Yeah.
wasn't anything to look at.
Yeah. But his books are still the fucking...
He was no Lord Byron. That's
His
all I'm
fucking
saying.
books are the fucking global standard of fucking sadomasochism, though, to this day. I read some of them.
Heido said 100 Days of Sodom is
and I
unreadable,
couldn't-
pretty
yeah,
much.
Yeah,
Pretty
that
much.
shit, I couldn't come up with that shit.
I remember reading that in like my 20s
Yeah.
in my I'm gonna read every fucked up thing I can
Right.
read kind of way, and I kind of agree with
Yeah, so
you.
as liberal and innovative and edgy and edgelord you think you are? No. Not even fucking
I mean,
close.
although like some of the stuff that he writes about, it's like don't do it because obviously it's
It's crime.
It's non-consensual and
It's crime, yeah.
illegal.
Yeah, he was
Um,
into non-consensuality.
Yeah, he was
yeah,
very
the way he's writing it, he's gonna, oh no, he'd be fucking locked up as a serial rapist,
big time.
and fucking
And Kennedy points out Caligula also.
Yeah.
and that was
and
millennia.
He was a Roman emperor.
Same.
You can go back thousands of years there. You haven't thought of anything.
No,
The fucking
nothing has changed.
Even with your furries and shit, the Romans had that.
They did.
The Romans had furries. Fucking.
That's
they
the
just,
only thing
they
that
just showed it differently. They'd have statues of women having sex with centaurs and fucking satyrs, half goat men having sex with goats
they were
and
all into
bestiality and all.
bestiality.
They,
that was a big thing.
There's just they had all that.
Well, the thing about it is that I think the only thing that changes, the actual acts don't change. It's just how openly can you talk about it without getting imprisoned. You know what I
You
mean?
could always talk about it openly with cool people. with people that understood what.
And back then, if you had money,
If you had
could
money.
do it, and like everybody would be like,
back in the
well,
day,
we don't like it, but he has money and he can have us killed.
back in the day, only rich people could get away with that shit.
Yeah.
Except in the Roman period, then it was rich people hiring poor people to do that shit.
Yeah.
So
I still think poor people were doing it. They were just like afraid they were going to get caught.
Yeah.
Because that's what I mean. Well, that's kind of what rich people do. That's kind of rich people's game. Like throughout the centuries, we can do whatever we want, but y'all
Not you.
can't.
Yeah.
Even though you're doing the same stuff as us.
Yeah, right.
But we have money though. Y'all are inferior, so you're not allowed to. do the
Yeah,
same
and
stuff
religion
that we
didn't
do.
matter. They were doing this during times when religion was pretty strong. Religion was for the poor people to keep them in line.
Yeah,
And the
this-
rich people
the
were
rich people
imposed-
didn't give one single fuck about it.
Yeah, rich people imposed religion on other people, but they themselves they didn't follow any of that shit.
Nah. Like I said, same as it ever was.
Right.
It's been like that for as long as humans have existed as humans.
Yeah.
That's just how humans do.
Yeah. Power dynamics.
Yeah. So I kind of love that after she went to jail for this scandalous play that she wrote an even more scandalous one, which actually so she did do a couple of like early stagings of it. She did one in New Jersey and she did one in Connecticut, and then she said she was going to take, I'm talking about the play The Drag now, this was 1927, and she was going to do it on Broadway, but she never got to, because even in New York, there were some tight-ass motherfuckers, the New York Society for the Suppression of Vice.
Yeah, okay.
Can you imagine, like, you do not want
That's
to
the
hang out
Karens-
with
the Ka-
anybody. Yeah, it's like the Karen Society.
Karen Society.
New York Karen Society is what they should call that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's what it was. And they would not allow her. They're basically like, look, if you put on this play, we're like gonna arrest everybody involved. And they were like threatening everybody, so they never did it. So, but as I said, the fact that she was very open to talking about this kind of stuff, she was a very early supporter of gay rights. She thought, I don't know how her views evolved later, but I think that people that supported gay rights this early, there was kind of a common thing where they thought gay men were women's souls in men's bodies, which, okay. I mean, that's not accurate, I guess, but it's just kind of like, that's better than thinking that they should be stoned to death, so, you know.
Ben called me out
Baby
on Desaad.
steps.
He said Desaad wasn't freed during the storm of the Bastille. He was already out by then.
Oh, yeah, that's
So-
right.
But
We did a show about him, but I forgot, like, all the
yeah,
fucking details.
that was the legend that I heard, that he was in the Bastille when they stormed it. But maybe he wasn't he was out by then. Okay. It was around that time. He was in that bitch,
He was in that bit.
writing porn, handing it up through the fucking bars.
Did you ever see the
Sending
movie
people on the street.
Quills?
Uh,
It's actually quite good. It's about Marquis de Sade's time in the Bastille.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty good, actually. Jeffrey Rush is in it.
yeah. Okay.
The Australian actor.
Yeah, the legend that I'd heard is that he got released during the storming. That sounds better, doesn't it?
Well, that's kind of what
Yeah.
happens with a lot of history.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
well, that's not
what
what
I'd
really
heard.
happened, but it sounds better.
Sounds better.
It's
That's
a
what
better
I'd
story.
heard. Yeah, that's what I'd heard.
That's like the movie of it. If we make a movie of it, that's what we're going to put in there, because that sounds cooler.
I got respect for his Desaad, though. He didn't actually do that shit. He was
Well,
just writing it.
some
He
of it
did
he
some
did.
shit. He got sent to prison because he tried to fucking giving hookers aphrodisiacs that made him sick. Tried to slip him Spanish fly of some sort. They made him sick.
Roofies. It's roofies.
Tried to roofie him. He got convicted.
That's
for,
not cool.
He got convicted for fucking trying to poison people. See, so
That's why he ended up in
yeah,
there. I remember
that's why
that.
he was in there. Attempted poisoning. That's what they got him for.
'Cause they didn't really
He was trying to get him some kind of aphrodisiac.
Like I
some
said,
kind
he
of
was
roofie.
essentially trying to roofie people.
Yeah,
That's what
yeah.
he was doing. Which, like I said, they probably wouldn't care, but it's just kind of like...
He was nobility. He was a marquis. These were hookers. They were all young too. I think he was pretty young when he did that, and I think the girls were 16, 17, around that age, if I remember correctly. And they just went to the police for sick, saying that he gave him something, and they got his ass. And it was during a time when they knew who Desaad was. They were trying to put a fucking stop to his ass.
Yeah, they didn't like
They
him.
didn't like him.
So they were just
Right,
looking for
yeah.
an excuse, pretty
Right.
much. I kind of feel like if he wasn't well known for being kind of shady,
He probably got loose.
they probably wouldn't have
Probably
done
didn't,
anything.
but they
They'd
knew
have kind of like, well, whatever.
They saw him as a scumbag.
He's a rich white man. It's fine.
He was a rich scumbag. He wasn't that rich though.
No.
He was living on a small, kind of like stipend that the king was giving him. Nowadays, poor people are on welfare. Back in the day, rich people are on welfare.
They still are.
Yeah, they still probably are.
The British royal family.
Yeah, the British royal family. Yeah, they were on welfare. They would just get checks from the king.
Also, corporate welfare.
Yeah, corporate welfare. Yeah. So the same thing.
So it's like they really can't bitch at poor people. It's like, hey, I'm gonna go buy some beers with my EBT card.
Yeah.
It's
No,
like,
rich.
bitch, you just got $1 billion in subsidies. Fuck off.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but in France during that time, fucking, you could fight for a title. And he was from a noble family, and got the title of Marquis, and he fought to get a check, and so he was living on welfare, but it wasn't much from what I remember. And we seem to have some Marquis experts in here. You can put it in there, but from what I remember in my readings, it was enough to like afford an apartment and some food, and he could party a little bit and buy some clothes. But he wasn't a rich dude. He was just kind of like, he was living a little easy, but he kind of had to live lean for a nobleman. He's on welfare. See what we got going.
Okay.
Ben is saying that he thinks that
Where was I?
Cagliostro was released that way from the what you call it.
Yeah, I've heard that.
From the
That's
Bastille.
another motherfucker we should probably do a show about one of these days.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right, so let's get back to, because we already did a show.
Yeah.
We already did a show about the Marquis.
Yeah.
You know
Fuck
what I
the
mean?
Marquis. We're gonna talk about
You know what I mean?
we did a show on him.
Yeah, we already did a show about him. Go watch that. But yeah. So she basically just kept writing plays. All of them were super controversial. She wrote one called The Wicked Age. She wrote one called Pleasure Man. And she wrote one called The Constant Sinner. And the fact that they covered such controversial topics, especially for the time, kind of ensured that she kept her name. It's a Streisand effect, you know what I mean? Like so it should be called the Mae West effect, probably. Because it just kept her name in the news, you know what I mean? And probably her crowning achievement as far as her playwriting days goes was her 1928 play, which was called Diamond Lil. They made this in a movie later, but they changed the name. And this was about like a saloon owner / thing, like in the 1890s. And this was a massive hit, like on Broadway. And so much so that like throughout her career as time went on, she would revive it and like take it on tour sometimes, and it was always like a big success. And it was kind of like the role that sort of like defined her as a person, I guess. So, I mean, and the role that the line that she's most famous for, even though most people misquote it, because they always say, "Come up and see me sometime." That's not what she said. She said, "Why don't you come up sometime and see me?" She says. That's from Diamond Lil, or at least like the movie that they made out of it.
Come up and see me sometime. I think came from the fucking Warner Brothers Looney Tunes, because they were always
They were always like
making
parodying
cartoon parodies of her.
But that's not
and
what
a bunch of other ones too.
But that's not what the line was.
Yeah.
The line was, "Why didn't you come up sometime and see me?"
me.
That's what she said. And I have like I have another variation of that line that is my favorite line of hers, but I'm going to tell you that one later. Because I saw that one like in a documentary or somebody commented on it. It's like, oh my god, that is
West could shit talk. She could shit talk.
Oh my god, she was amazing.
She made it hot.
Yeah.
If you were back in the day, a lot of the shit she said would work today. You're like, okay, yeah.
Like I said, a lot of that shit, like I was reading like a bunch of lists of like her best lines and stuff like that. Most of that shit is like still fucking funny.
Yeah.
But the thing about it is that I think a lot of them have become so ingrained in culture that people don't know that it was her that first said them, or that first wrote them. You know what I mean? Like I said, the whole gun in your pocket thing, like that was her. But she got so parodied. Like I said, the Looney Tunes cartoons like did that.
Yeah.
Like they did to Peter Lorre and like
Peter
other
Lorre,
actors and stuff like that at the time too. But and
Bogart.
Frank Sinatra, yeah, Humphrey Bogart. So I think people like us that grew up not seeing Mae West's original movies, just seeing the parodies of it.
Yeah.
Like, so I think that might have... But it's kind of cool to, like, go back and see the original shit, though, like, of what she actually said.
We also grew up watching Our Gang, The Little Rascals.
Yeah.
You could see them on YouTube also, which they had... There was a lot of sexual innuendo in that.
Yeah.
It was not prim and proper during the fucking 30s and the 20s. They were just...
Well,
They
it was
just
fun
fucking-
until the Hays Code came along,
Yeah.
which we'll get into in a bit.
And they just had other way to... They were a little more backhanded. It was a little more under the table. But you could go, oh, they're talking about sex.
Yeah, you had to, like, say some
Yeah,
sideways shit.
right, yeah.
Because you couldn't just say shit overtly like
No.
nowadays. I kind of prefer the more overt, you know, because
I
it's like,
know
I don't
the way,
really
man.
like beating around the bush, but I do admire the
Style.
witticisms of,
Yeah.
like, having to, like, talk around stuff.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times you kind of had to.
It was almost kind of like British humor. Where you
Yeah.
kinda had but they were doing it. It was an American way of getting around the censors, so you could talk about sex.
Yeah. Because everybody wanted to. but it's like-
Euphemisms.
Yeah.
They use a lot of euphemisms.
If they were clever then they're really well done, then I do like that.
Yeah.
Like I said, I kind of prefer like the more overt side because, like I said, I don't really like
Yeah.
beating around the bush, but I do kind of admire that they had to like come up with all these fucking creative ways to like get around the shit. So at this stage, she's super super famous on Broadway, right? She's still in New York. She hasn't even gone out to Hollywood, but in 1932, she was 39 years old.
Yeah.
And at this stage, most Hollywood actresses, they'd have been
Be
thrown away.
washed up. You're an old woman.
It's like, oh my God, you're an old hag at 39.
West became a sex symbol at 40.
Yeah, she didn't even go to Hollywood until she was almost 40 years old. She was
Yeah.
like a huge success on the stage on
Yeah.
Broadway. But yeah, she actually went out, and here's the cool thing. She was so famous on Broadway that when she went out to Hollywood at 39 fucking years old, she signed a contract with Paramount Pictures. It was just like a 2-month contract, like for however many movies or whatever. And it gave her the modern equivalent of over $100,000 a week.
That's a shit ton of money.
A week.
Yeah.
In 1932.
Yeah.
She was making fuck tons of money.
Yeah.
And this is before she even made any movies. That was just like what they offered her. That's how famous
Yeah.
she was.
That's a rich woman.
Yeah. So she took it, obviously. Now, she gets her first movie role, which was just a supporting role at first. And it was in a movie called Night After Night. This actor, George Raft, who was actually quite famous at the time. And she just, like, ran off with the whole entire movie. Like, she was just, you know what I mean? And the thing about it was that
Stole the show.
she read the script, and she didn't like a lot of the lines they gave her. She's like, can I rewrite these? And they let her.
Well, they probably wanted to know what would you do. And they probably like, oh yeah.
They let her.
Yeah, yeah. Well, she was experienced. She was a good writer.
Yeah, like I said,
did a lot
she'd
of
been on the
vaudeville.
stage for years and years and years at this stage. Like, she
Yeah.
knew her shit.
And they weren't dealing with a kid. She was fucking 40.
Yeah. Yeah, she
So,
wasn't
yeah.
like some little ingenue
Yeah, yeah. Ingenue.
that you could just, like,
And
push
Ingenue was a
around.
little hottie. You just hired. They were disposable sex symbols that they put in shows. But she wasn't that. She was
No.
a power chick. She was a chick. She was a broad.
Like I said, she's
Yeah,
like the
yeah.
best definition of broad.
Broad. She was a broad. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, she didn't take shit from nobody. Nobody pushed her around ever.
No.
And that's, like, so awesome. It's like,
Yeah.
it's just, she's like an aspirational figure. Seriously.
She'd be considered a broad today.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
like I said, in the best possible way.
Yeah.
In the best possible way. One of the most famous lines from that movie, obviously, and this was ad-libbed, actually, was there's a scene where she gives her little fur coat or whatever to a coat check lady. She has all these diamonds on and stuff. She, Mae West does, not the coat check lady. That would be weird. But and the coat check lady says to her, "Goodness, what beautiful diamonds." And Mae says, "Goodness had nothing to do with it, dearie."
Yeah. Goodness had nothing to do with
And
it.
she ad-libbed that, and they just thought that was so good that they just left it in there.
You got to be bad to get diamonds like this. That's some gangster shit, man. Yes, indeed.
I love this quote too.
That's girl power right there.
Yeah, George Raft, who was the star of the movie, and who I think had actually recommended her for the movie. His famous quote about it was that when she was in the movie, it's like she had this supporting role. He said she stole everything but the cameras.
Yeah.
because she just came in
Yeah,
there and
yeah.
fucking owned the shit.
Yeah.
And this is her first movie, like I said.
Yeah.
She'd been on Broadway a long time. Now, so what they let her do next for her next project at Paramount was she brought, like, her Diamond Lil character, who, from her play, which was, like I said, hugely, hugely successful. They let her essentially make a movie out of that. She changed the name of the character to Lady Lou. And I think they kind of toned it down a little bit for the movies because, like I said, they were a little... You couldn't be as overt as you could in Broadway plays. And they changed... They were going to call the movie Diamond Lil, but they called it She Done Him Wrong instead. Now, interestingly, Mae West is generally credited with kind of discovering, sort of, Cary Grant. Because Cary Grant was kind of like... He was an actor, but he was like a bit player at this point. Story goes... that Mae West had kind of seen him lounging around the studio because he was kind of a nobody at this point, and she saw him and she said to the she wanted to do the movie. She said to the director, "If he can talk, I'll take him." That's what she said. So she supposedly discovered Cary Grant. Now this movie was a massive, massive hit, and also got an Academy Award nomination for Best Picture. And this movie also saved Paramount from bankruptcy because it was actually teetering kind of on the brink at this point. It made the modern equivalent of almost $50 million, which was a huge amount for the time. Like I said, this is kind of during the Depression, so a lot of people were not going to movies and stuff like that. So the fact that it made that much money was a huge fucking deal. Like I said, it was this movie and also her next one like made so much money that they brought Paramount like out of the red. And they still have a building named after her, like on the Paramount lot, like as in appreciation because she brought them out of bankruptcy. So the next one she did was called I'm No Angel. That also had Cary Grant in it. And she was kind of like, I think she was like a circus performer in it. Has, again, one of her very famous lines, when I'm good, I'm very good, but when I'm bad, I'm better. This movie actually ended up being the most... successful of her entire career. It made fuck tons of money, like I said. So these two movies together, She Done Him Wrong and I'm No Angel, like I said, pretty much single-handedly brought Paramount back from the brink of bankruptcy. So, you know. So by 1935, she was not only the highest paid woman in the United States of any profession, she was the second highest paid person in the United States after William Randolph fucking Hearst.
Damn, and that bitch, man. I've been to Hearst Castle when I was a kid, man. He's a fucking mansion. Fucking man, it was like a Greco-Roman.
Like I said, she just fucking
paradise.
Waltzed into fucking Hollywood and was like, "I got this shit,"
owned it.
and made all the fucking money
As an actress, and that's damn near impossible to do. Because actresses and actors. Which, yeah, I'm gonna, I'm a drama kid. I'm gonna fucking gender an actor and an actress, okay? Like fucking old school English. As any kind of actor or actress to make that kind of money in Hollywood, no, man, that's
what I mean. She was like extraordinary.
Yeah,
the fact that she could just saunter in there.
Yeah.
And one of the things, and
actors are disposable.
This is another
Fucking,
story I heard that she came in for her contract before she'd even made a movie.
Yeah.
And she asked, how much does the head of the studio make? And they told her, and she's like, I want more than that.
Yeah.
And they gave it to her.
They gave it to her. That's fucking...
They gave it to her.
Because in the business, especially back then, actors were disposable.
Mm-hmm.
They were paupers. Dudes that were just from the hood. Ghetto people that were entertaining, that you were going to put in a show and you could make a buck off of.
Yeah.
They weren't fucking
like
producers
a performing monkey.
They were performing monkeys. They were, and yeah, she might be some fucking hot, fucking ingenue, fucking hottie, but that's just a hooker. There was lots of those. That's just nothing to them. So for her to come in and do that, especially in this era, is power.
Why do you think people still fucking remember her nowadays? Why do you think she's still a fucking
This
icon?
is why I kind of dreamt up this show. I said, Jen, we got to do a show about these two. Okay, good. Really, these two girls were growing up as a kid. These are my favorite women. They're both bad girls. I like bad girls.
Yeah.
Jen knows I like bad girls. And these were the fucking archetypal fucking bad girls, and they're very different, each one of them. West she was about power, and it was sexual power, and intellectual power. She was. This girl, this woman here could fucking hold a conversation, keep you entertained, and beat you. Mm-hmm. And beat you in a way that you thought was hot. She wasn't insulting you. She was just she's just arm wrestling with you. Yeah.
She knew how to get around.
Yeah.
And she always did.
And it was very attractive. I thought fucking, and I've known about Mae West since I was a little kid. I would see her movies, alongside fucking, on PBS and shit, alongside fucking The Little Rascals. And fucking, my mom says, "Oh yeah, that's Mae West," and and then I'd see things on her, and fucking from Looney Tunes and shit. And Mae West was like, for me, like one of my first fucking. I'm like 7, going like, yeah, that chick's fucking sexy. Boobs, hips, you know what I mean? She didn't really have a waist, but
she wore corsets a lot, like under the
corsets,
gowns.
Yeah.
She always wore this big, elaborate, like long gown.
She knew how to fucking promote the very beginnings of the fucking thick. She was thick.
She's like a thick icon.
Thick icon, yeah. She was prototype thick and very intelligent, very sexy. Louise Brooks is kind of the opposite. Skinny, sexy.
Waifish.
Young, waifish, But they're
smart
both,
as a fucking whip.
Also smart. You couldn't trust Brooks. You weren't going to be, she was... You could swing fucking Mae. If you fucking earned Mae's respect, she got your back. It's just very different kind of women. I find them both attractive. Those types. And really, my whole life, I went for these kinds. Jen's like a West kind of. She's not as bad as West, but she was married when I met her.
Yeah, not quite.
She's a bad bitch. Okay, she's very hot. Okay, and very intellectual, very intelligent.
And I'm pretty fucking funny too.
She's funny, yeah, and fucking she's got your back. That's why we're still together after fucking 14 years.
Mae West also seemed like just a lovely person.
She was a good person. Yeah,
she was a good person.
She had a good heart. She was an independent woman trying to survive in a fucking time that was very hostile towards women, real hard on women. And she was winning.
Yeah.
She was, she was the alpha female.
I just love it. I love the way she just came in and she just like would not. And it's weird to me that it's like, I don't know if anybody at the time, like when she came in their office and said, "Hey, look, I want this much money," they were like, "Fuck no." Like it seemed like nobody did that.
No, everyone was too charming.
Everyone was just kind of like, okay.
Yeah.
Everyone just did what she wanted.
Yeah,
That's amazing.
She was too authoritative and too charming, and she knew how to butter dudes up.
Yeah, she knew.
She knew
absolutely
how to
get what she wanted.
manipulate a man to make him feel good about himself, giving her money. She would be like, you're a cool dude. We're going to fucking get this shit done, man. I'm going to make money for you. She was like that.
Because all you got to do is stroke a dude's ego.
Yeah. She was not like one of these fucking pain-in-the-ass naggy types and fucking confrontational in that way. She would confront you and defeat you and fucking charm you at the same time and rub your rhubarb at the same time. You're like, okay, you got game, girl. I know what you're doing. Yeah. I love you. Okay, here. I'm going to give what you want. That's just
take all of the money. Take all of it.
Get the money. I got your back, girl. And she was like that. Yeah. So it was a way of being confrontational and being collaborative at the same time. She knew how to win men over.
Yeah.
She
wasn't fighting them, but she was absolutely manipulating them for her own gain.
Absolutely. And
in a way that didn't make them mad.
In a way that they liked.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because she understood politics.
Yeah, she was very, very good at that. Very good at that. But yeah, like I said, very unusual for the time.
Yeah, way ahead of her time.
And apparently, like, audiences responded to it because her whole persona in the movies that she largely wrote, or at least wrote her own lines for, was her kind of outsmarting dumbass dudes.
Yeah.
and people ate it up.
Yeah.
They thought it was the greatest fucking thing ever.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
They loved it.
It's femdom.
Yeah, they loved it.
Yeah, femdom. But it was in a way that turned the guys on.
Yeah. Because, like I said, she wasn't overtly fighting them.
No. She
Or
wasn't
arguing.
Not insulting or anything like that. It wasn't like that. It was.
She just knew how to get away.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just watch the movies. Watch movies. You watch some of the. You can just go and see a video of her greatest little hits and things that she.
Yeah, there's
does.
a lot of people
And
who post on YouTube like her best lines and all that kind of stuff.
And you'll get the vibe of fucking what she was like.
I mean, it's very like it's it's old school Hollywood, so
Yeah.
obviously it's very stagey. It's very
Yeah.
it's not naturalistic.
But by
like
all
nowadays,
accounts, she was like that in real life too.
Well, like I said, she
was
very
writing that shit.
carefully curated her image to a point where people that knew her, like her closest friends, were like, she's just like this all the time, so I don't know if there's any real her under this. This is just the image that she's cultivating, and she never deviates from it.
A lot of actors were like that, and actresses were like that from that era, though, too.
Yeah.
Because they kind of came from nothing, and Hollywood made them something, and they just kept rolling with that.
Yeah, like I said, she just came from kind of a working class background, and
Yeah.
you know what I mean? And she just, like, kind of rose, like I said, second highest paid person in the United States. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, and she wasn't ugly. She was cute. And so when I'm saying that she wasn't as good looking as Louise Brooks, in some ways she was.
Well, here's the thing, and this documentary I was watching, it had a lot of dudes on, like Rex Reed and people like that knew her, and a lot of them gonna say, and I don't mean to be insulting when I say this, kind of bitchy queens. I mean, Rex Reed, kind of a bitchy queen. Okay, he's kind of known for that. He was in Myra Breckenridge with her, obviously, so he did know her for a while. A lot of them were kind of throwing some shade on her. Oh, well, she wasn't really that pretty, or she was kind of, I don't think any of them overtly called her fat, but they were kind of like dancing around that.
She's not fat by today's standard.
Then like later, they were kind of like in later years, they were saying like, I believe the word desperate was thrown around.
She was desperate.
So, and I kind of feel like, I'm like, you queens are just fucking jealous because she fucking, I mean, who is Rex Reed to like fucking shit on anybody? Come on now. So, you know what I mean? Let's be real. But,
she was not fat.
No, but she was considerably, I will say she was considerably bigger than other starlets of the time, which I think is why, because like I said, even at the time, like gossip columnists and stuff like that absolutely called her fat at the time.
At this time, we're talking about what Hollywood and what your average Joe was into. It was kind of like what Chinese and Japanese guys are into. Really fucking skinny. Really super skinny. Unhealthily skinny. The flappers were super skinny. Her build was just a normal medium build.
Yeah.
And when she got older, she got a little bit bigger. But
Let me see if I got pictures. Hold on.
Yeah.
I got some pictures, but I kept forgetting that I had them.
Yeah.
But I don't know which one. Oh, that's her, like when she was young, before she bleached her hair.
Okay.
So that's still like vaudevillian era.
Yeah.
But yeah, see,
that's her. There is nothing fat about that fucking woman.
She's not fat.
No.
She has.
I thought she was very hot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She has a look. She has like a like I said, she's very voluptuous. She has a very round face. But like I have that too.
Do you have some older pictures of her?
That was the oldest one that I had. Well, no, I don't have any of her when she got older.
Right.
But honestly, even when she was in her 80s, she still looked pretty good.
She still looked pretty good.
She still looked pretty good.
Yeah, she's in the modern era.
She took care of herself. Weirdly, as much as the moral majority, the proto-moral majority, like to like shit on her for being degenerate or whatever, she was not, she didn't really smoke or drink or anything like that. She just she was actually very healthy in her later years.
Put that picture of her back up again.
Which one?
Her in the mirror.
Oh, that's Louise Brooks.
That's
Sorry.
Louise, yeah.
I'm clicking on the wrong thing. Okay, that's just her face. That's her
she
face.
was not fat. That's a cute woman.
Okay, that's an early picture of her, like before, because I was interested. Because
that's still very cute by today's standard. But the one with her in the mirror.
Yeah, there we go.
She's hot.
Yeah, I think so too.
And she was actually kind of lightweight by today's standards. I mean, that's not what you'd have today with the girls with the BBLs and the fucking big boobs and and you know, like the thick, super thick Instagram chick. She's not even anywhere near that.
Yeah.
That's just a normal build. But in those days, that was thick.
Yeah.
That was thick during those days. So
Because like I said, I think back then it was kind of like the norm to be like
she's
super thin.
She was normal, and
But she was just regular.
And I thought she had a cute face,
medium
and she
build.
had a very cute, old school Brooklyn accent. Not a modern Brooklyn accent, but an old school Brooklyn accent.
Yeah.
She had that gangster, Italian gangster kind of fucking
Yeah, she was as kind of
girlfriend
like kind of that
thing. Kind of.
you
She
know
wasn't Italian, but she looks like she was sounded and seemed like some chick that would be going out with a dude in the mob.
yeah, she definitely seemed like pretty mobbed up.
Yeah.
I don't think she was like in real life, but she came across as somebody who was Jimmy is it Jimmy Cagney, the guy that was in all the like the mob movies
James
like back in the
Cagney,
James Cagney.
Yeah.
She kind of reminded me, like she kind of talked like him, like out of the side of her mouth, kind of.
Yeah.
Like that's like that
Yeah.
kind of mobbed up sort of. Like
Yeah.
she kind of talked like that.
Yeah, she was
Like,
gangster for the day.
Like she kind of talked like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But like I said, that's where she was from. It wasn't. She was. I mean, yeah, it was exaggerated, but you know, she came from the vaudeville circuit. She came from the stage, and movies were stagey back then too.
Because it was just an extension of theater.
Sure.
So-
So that's kind of like, you know. Sandy says, I think she was before her time. I read she was active promoting black artists as well as supporting cases for people that were down on their luck anonymously. Yeah, she was, like I said, she was a very early supporter of gay rights. She was very into, we'll say later that she dated black men and once bought a whole building because the building wouldn't let her black boyfriend in.
Yeah.
So we'll kind of talk about that later.
She was open to all races. If you were fucking hot and if you were built, then
She was like, all right.
she was into that. She was into muscular builds and big guys.
Yeah, she liked muscle dudes. Even into her very old age.
Yeah.
Which, like I said, fucking own it, girl.
Yeah.
I'm not bothered.
She
by it.
liked hyper masculinity. Go to the restroom.
And younger dudes loved her.
Yeah.
She had a fucking companion that she was like 30 years younger than her, which we'll get into in a bit. That stayed with her whole entire old age, like until she died. You know what I mean? He was completely devoted. So, okay. So because Mae West was so high profile, so famous, and was specifically very famous for doing pretty sexually overt for the time lines, and that was kind of her whole persona, was being like this really overt, like her overt sexuality. Obviously some people are going to have some problems with that. So we've talked on a few shows before about the infamous Hays Code, which was brought in because some ninnies somewhere thought that fucking Hollywood movies were degenerating everyone's morals and blah blah blah. Like I said, it never fucking changes, man. It's just like the target of what they're whining about changes, but not much, honestly. People kind of still whine about the same kind of shit nowadays. It's just in a different package. Now they can whine on Twitter or whatever the fuck they call it now. So people started whining about her, you know, degenerating the morals of America, blah blah blah. So they decided they were going to crack down. Not just because of her, but they thought all the Hollywood movies, they're just getting too suggestive. They're rotting everyone's morals. We need some good, wholesome entertainment. God damn it, won't someone think of the children? Like I said, boring motherfuckers that live in every fucking era, and they're always insufferable, no matter what era it is.
Well, they're going to misinterpret. They're saying, well, you're promoting this.
Well, here's the
And
thing.
they're like, no, that's not what they're doing. They're just saying it isn't a big deal.
In my opinion,
Yeah.
people that whine the loudest about that are way, way, way more depraved and perverted
Tend to be.
than anyone that makes that shit.
Right.
People that are whining about it the loudest, check their fucking hard drive. Because they have
Yeah.
some shit going on.
Yeah.
Almost without fail.
Most people don't care what you do.
Exactly.
Most people don't care.
Normal people
Yeah.
don't care.
Yeah.
The fact that you feel the need to, in this era,
Yeah.
go in the newspapers and say, Hollywood is degenerating the morals of America, and
Yeah.
now go on Twitter or whatever the fuck and like saying that, it's like it's the same fucking thing.
Yeah.
You are taking your own perversions and your own self-hatred and projecting it onto other people. Most people do not care what other people are doing.
Yeah.
If everyone is consenting. If you do care a lot, then there's obviously something wrong with you.
Up. Yeah.
So I think that was probably the case in this situation. So everybody was a little too titillated, I guess, by Mae West and all of her super suggestive dialogue and, you know, her playing a sex worker and whatnot. So they decide, in general, they're going to crack down. So obviously the Hays Code comes around in 1934. They, kind of tighten the guidelines then. And so at this stage, they decide that now she has to have all of her scripts run through extra editing. Now, just to be funny, because it's Mae West, she decides she's going to put some real racy shit in there, and then like some more suggestive lines, thinking they're going to take out the super racy shit and leave the other suggestive shit in there. So she knew what she was doing.
Yeah.
So she did that. She managed to like get away with that for a little while.
Psychology on him.
Yeah, because she's like, look, if I put really bad shit, they'll be like, oh my god. They'll be like, so we can't put that in there. And then they'll just like all the other shit like just get it passed. So it's, I think that did work to an extent. Not entirely though, because after her movies started to be censored more, the box office for them started. It was still good, but it wasn't as good as before.
But
because,
it wasn't exciting.
Yeah, they were cutting her balls off. They were cutting her ovaries off, is what they were doing. It's like they were taking out her funniest shit, because they couldn't handle it. So it's just like, so people didn't want to see that. They didn't want to see a neutered Mae West. They wanted to see her the way she was.
And here's the thing: Mae West was not. She's saying it's super suggestive. It was in those days. You look at it now, all she's talking about is normal life.
I mean, it's pretty tame.
It's just normal life.
They're funny.
Yeah, this funny shit.
But now nobody would bat an eye. And, like I said, there's way worse shit.
And here's the thing. Back in the day that she lived, they lived rougher back then. They were poor. You had a lot of girls that had to stoop to prostitution, okay, to survive. More so back then than it is today. Today it would be like OnlyFans. Some shit like that.
Yeah.
And then she's just addressing that. She was just talking about what was actually happening. And they didn't want you to know what was actually happening. They wanted an idealistic
she wasn't making
version.
shit up or like it wasn't crazy or nothing. She was just talking about regular shit.
Yeah, but she's talking about regular shit at the time. It's that girl got to do what she has to do, you know. And, she's trying to move up, She's got rent to pay.
Like I said.
She's not with her parents anymore. She's living on her own.
Nothing controversial.
Okay. And fucking sometimes these dudes come and they fucking, you know what I mean? And hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. So this shit was like that kind of shit.
Yeah.
That's why she said, fucking, the diamonds? Oh, they had nothing to do with being good. Fucking, you're gonna have to fuck some rich dudes. Okay, you have to do some shit that's fucking not supposed to do to get that.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to have powerful friends. And a girl makes that a certain way.
Yeah.
And that was just, that still applies today. If you're some chick on Instagram, you're fucking taking pictures of yourself on a yacht in Dubai, you got to ask yourself, whose fucking yacht is that? That's not your yacht,
Well, yeah.
It's just the same shit.
But like I said, I think the better thing about nowadays is that people are a lot more open they're a lot more...
You know what it is.
Like, look, you know what that is. It's like, look, she got to make money somehow.
Right.
I mean, some people still do begrudge them. I don't. Like I said, got to pay rent somehow.
And you don't know where these girls are coming from.
Honestly, it's probably better for her to do that than like have to work at fucking a restaurant or something. So, she wants to do
working
that.
Working at Dairy Queen.
Sure. Yeah, you're not going to make much money doing that.
Yeah.
Can't pay rent working at Dairy Queen.
Well, once a girl looks a certain way, you're wasting your life working at Dairy Queen.
And like I said, you can't pay your rent working at Dairy Queen.
Yeah, right, yeah.
So it's like, why even bother?
Right.
So I feel like as censorship started to crack down, it was sadly partially successful because all of her movies that came out after the Hays Code were not as successful because the ones before had been like fucking massive hits and made all kind of money. Yeah. These ones like made money but not as much, and it kind of started like declining. She made one called Belle of the 90s in 1934. The original title of that was It Ain't No Sin, but even that was too much for the censors. No, you have to change the title. Because it has sin in the name. You know what I mean? That might encourage people to sin because they heard the word or something. I don't know. I don't understand these people's mindset. So anyways. So that got changed. Now, Paramount, they were still on board with making the movie. She did actually insist that she wanted Duke Ellington and the orchestra in the movie. And they were like, man, that's going to cost so much money because he was like super famous. But she got her way in the end. And it actually ended up paying off because I don't know if the movie made money, but it's like this single from the movie. Like they released a song from the movie and that made a lot of money. That was like a big hit and everything like that. Now the next movie, she got into a little more hot water. Next movie is called Klondike Annie, and that came out in 1936. And I've seen clips of this, and it was very specifically targeting religion and hypocrisy. So obviously the censors were not gonna fucking have too good a time with this. So they flipped the fuck out. And honestly, William Randolph Hearst, him and her had kind of been sort of friends, off and on. She might have slept with him, I'm not really sure.
Hearst is a fucking newspaper baron.
Yeah, he did invite her to the castle.
Yeah.
To his castle like a couple times for parties and stuff. But after this movie came out, he was so offended that he basically said, no newspapers that I own can advertise this movie.
No shit.
Yeah.
He blackballed her.
Yeah.
Damn.
And I love the way she was just kind of like, man, whatever. Like, she didn't really give a shit about it. You know what I mean?
What was in that movie that pissed him off?
It was kind of, well, like I said, it was kind of targeting religious hypocrisy.
Okay.
Which obviously hypocrites aren't going to like that.
Okay, yeah.
Like you pointing out like what they're actually like.
Right.
It's like, oh, I feel attacked. You know what I mean?
Because that bitch was like that. He was living in a Roman paradise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
What's more ice in that?
Yeah. So he got mad about that and basically said no newspaper. I mean, like I said, I think it still made money, but it wasn't like before. They did kind of like tone it down a bit. One of Mae West's quotes from this experience, like talking about making this movie, was that she said, I was the first liberated woman. No guy was going to get the best of me. That's what I wrote all my scripts about. So yeah, like I said, and she took no shit like her whole entire life. She actually lived by that credo, which like I said, I can really fucking respect that.
Yeah. Yeah, she was hot too.
Yeah.
Very, very hot about it. Guys liked her.
Yeah.
She wasn't, like I said, it's not like today some of the shit you hear these girls say on TikTok where they're fucking downing guys and you're like, well, fuck, I'm gonna fuck you anyway. You know, it's not like that. She was into guys. She knew how to deal with dudes. But she knew how to get respect from guys. You still want to sleep with her after she said this. She's like, okay, yeah, you're still cool. I understand. You know,
you kind of insulted me, but like in a way that was kind of funny.
Well, they would insult you. She would insult you in a certain way to where, if it applied to you, you could swallow it.
Yeah.
If it didn't apply with you, you were now on board. You're like, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Those dudes fucking suck. You know what I mean? Fucking, and then you'd look at her in a different light. She was just trying to be hot in a different way.
Yeah.
That's all. She was,
and it almost like she wasn't trying, because it's like it seemed like it was effortless. That's just like I said. That
she
just
just
seemed
became
like
that.
Her.
Yeah.
I think, and like I said, I think she
Yeah,
came into that persona like in her teenage years.
Yeah.
And she just never deviated from that because it worked.
Yeah.
It worked for her.
She just knew how to win guys over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think she never failed to. Like I said, it seemed like her whole entire life. She just fucking, you know.
Well, just the jokes that she would say, you go, yeah, you could agree with her. You're like, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Like I said, humor, I think, was her best weapon. Honestly, because humor, like, diffuses a lot of situations. So you can say you're being funny, like, you can insult somebody without overtly sounding like you're insulting them. But, like, when they think about it for a second, they're like, oh, yeah, I guess. You know what I mean? That's why comedians are usually, like, so effective at, like, pointing out hypocrisy and things like that. Because it's like, they're still being funny, but then when you think about it, you're like, oh, yeah. Like, they have a point.
She's coming at guys, if you want some virginal good girl, she's not for you. If you want a woman, then she's for you. She's been around the block. But that's a good thing. You know, this because she's at your level. So some people might think, well, that's kind of being like a dude or like, man, like, you're like, okay, maybe that is like a dude. That's fine. Fucking, if you're,
Why are you upset about that?
Why is that bad? Yeah, you're like, okay, all right, this is how we're gonna roll then. So she was attractive, very attractive with the way she did things.
Yeah, Sandy points out, just talking about Hearst.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, he had some nerve, and he was an adulterer very publicly.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's like, so he really had the fucking... So he could really go after her. Like I said, if they didn't have hypocrisy, they would have nothing. Like, all they do is, like, shit on other people for doing the same shit they're doing, like,
Well,
except...
a lot of that shit's fucking defensive.
Of course.
They see something, they go, ooh, I'm guilty of that. We gotta erase that shit. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, so they project.
And just because the motherfucker has money, that doesn't really make him all that special. He's still a random motherfucker. The robber barons...
He could have got money in lots of ways.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean he's smart.
Yeah, it doesn't mean...
He could have just inherited it. He could have just
ruthless.
fallen into the money. He could just be like a cruel motherfucker.
The old school...
You know.
The old school robber barons were ruthless, high-functioning psychopaths. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's how
big
they were.
time.
They weren't... If they didn't have that money, you wouldn't like them.
No.
And when you joined them with that money, you probably wouldn't like them even more. Because you got kind of a mediocre, mid-type motherfucker who has all this power. He could get the cops after you, lawyers, all kinds.
And the more power that he has, the more insufferable he becomes, which makes him even more repellent.
Then they have this kind of grandiosity to them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they know they can do shit, which they can because like they have a lot of money. But like I said, that's nobody wants to like hang out with them though.
Yeah. Most of the
Why would you?
Most of the American robber barons were actually kind of mediocre. They were very mid-type dudes.
Yeah. I saw something earlier that I wanted to like fucking. Yeah, Precious says under the Hays Code, actors weren't allowed to be in bed together. Had to have one foot on the floor. Yeah, that was one of the things, and for a long time, I think that even held up until the 50s, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe even the 60s, early 60s. Was that even married couples had to have two like twin beds. Yeah. That ridiculous. And if they were you couldn't even sit on the bed, like with your spouse or whatever, unless your feet were on the floor. And I think even then it was kind of questionable.
Hays Code was all bullshit.
I mean, that's ridiculous.
You want to see some good pre-Hays Code horror? See fucking The Black Cat with Bela Lugosi and fucking...
She was a lot more fun
Karloff.
before the Hays Code came along.
Yeah, see that shit. I fucking recommend that.
Because you could get away with a lot of stuff.
And one of my listeners fucking who likes old movies had never seen that, and he saw it and he goes back, he hit me up on Facebook and he's like, you're right, man, that is a fucking awesome movie.
The Black Cat is so good.
It's
got Boris Karloff and Bela Lugosi.
It has.
So good.
And it was one of the movies that made them bring in the Hays Codes because it had.
Yeah, it was.
It had human sacrifice.
It wasn't just
in
her,
it,
but yeah, that was
Satanism, necrophilia. Mm-hmm. It had fucking weird. It was.
I mean, it's tame by today's standards, but there's some pretty messed up shit going on in there.
It's tame by today's standards, but if you think about it,
like I said, if you read between the lines, there's some very messed up stuff going on.
You go, wait a minute, hold on. He's got all these dead women in these fucking caskets and shit. The satanic priest. He's having sex with those things.
Yeah, I mean that's implied pretty heavily.
Yeah, he turned the women into fucking undead, dead sex dolls.
Yeah,
that's what it's implied.
It's pretty fucked up.
Yeah.
It's great. It's a great fucking movie.
Great movie. The Black Cat. It has nothing to do with fucking...
The Edgar Allan Poe.
They
They throw a black cat in there at some point, but it doesn't have anything to do with it. It doesn't have anything to do with the Edgar Allan Poe story. They were just trying to get some
to do with the fucking satanic fucking priest.
Side Quest Hero is here.
What's up, Side Quest? How you doing, babe?
Yeah, Side Quest says, I don't know, I think the Hays Code also preserved a certain level of creativity. It should have been reformed, not removed, because now they're about shock value traded for valid and good storytelling is bad. I don't know. Like, I kind of feel like
let shit fall. Let it fall where it may. Let people do what they want to do.
Yeah, like I said, I'm more of an advocate of anything goes. Like I said, as long as you're not doing anything illegal, obviously.
Yeah.
And everyone consented to whatever the fuck
the
they're
audience
doing in the
knows
movie,
what's good and what isn't.
then yeah, just let the chips fall where they may.
Yeah.
I do agree that sometimes limitations
help with creativity
because you have to kind of think outside of the box, like, how are we going to get around this?
Yeah.
So I do agree with that, but I don't know. I think a lot of times that repressive kind of atmosphere just stifles creativity largely, and you get kind of shitty, watered down, very interesting.
Think about the substance. The substance could have never been made under the Hays Code. And that was a fucking great modern movie. And it's kind of forgotten already.
That shit was
I fucking love it. That was a weird-ass horror movie.
That shit was so good.
Yeah.
Well, think about this from a modern perspective. Think about the movies that get shown on PureFlix, which if you don't know is the Christian equivalent of Netflix.
Terrible.
And they make their own movies, and they all suck.
Yeah.
They're awful.
Yeah, I mean, worse than Hallmark.
They're awful.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've seen horror movies made on VHS.
Yeah.
For $10.
Yeah, and
that were better than that.
And it's not because they're Christian. There's some Christian horror movies that were fucking fire. They're fucking really good.
Frailty.
Fucking the one the Aronofsky flick with the fucking Noah. Yeah. You can do a lot.
I would argue that The Exorcist is probably a Catholic horror movie.
Because that's within canon. You can do all kinds of shit that the fucking the entire, the one about the kid that grows up, the Omen. The entire Omen series is kind of within canon.
Well, yeah, because it's positing that Christianity is real, and that the Antichrist is real,
and that there is a devil and everything.
Sure.
So you can do a lot of really good Christian horror movies if you know what you're doing.
If you're not completely,
if you're not, as long as you're not trying to sell a line.
Yeah, I think that's the issue, and I think that's the issue with a lot of the PureFlix movies.
Yeah.
A lot of which I've only seen secondhand, like through people making fun of them.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? If you have an agenda to sell, no matter what your agenda is, that movie's probably going to suck. Yeah. Because your first priority should be making a good story, making good characters. Yeah. If you have an agenda, that's fine. I'm not arguing, like, everybody has an agenda.
Frailty was the one that had the fucking dude that was trying to kill off all the demons, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a fucking great one.
Bill Paxton.
Yeah.
He was in it, and he directed it.
And that is a Christian movie.
It is, big time.
It's a Christian horror movie, and it's excellent.
I love Frailty. It's so
Paxton was the guy who played fucking the guy from fucking Alias 2,
Yeah. It's a bug hunt, man. It's a bug hunt.
Yeah. Game over. Fucking
that guy.
Yeah, he did a really good Christian.
And he was also in Weird Science. Yeah. And says the immortal line, "How about a nice greasy pork sandwich served in a dirty ashtray?"
I don't remember that one. Yeah. But
then he gets turned into like a weird farting monster.
But Paxton did one of the best Christian movies of all time, Frailty. And that's within Christian canon.
It can be done.
Yeah.
It's just that if, like I said,
you gotta know what you're doing.
Have an agenda.
Yeah.
As the makers of, for example, God's Not Dead.
Right.
Their whole thing is like, oh, evolution is bullshit, and college professors are Marxists who are teaching everybody evolution because it's a religion or whatever the fuck they think. So it's like,
that's not the
if
angle
you have that's what that movie's about.
Yeah, but
I've
that's
seen
not
it.
the angle you should do if you want to make a good movie.
That's what I'm saying. If you want to make a good movie, don't do that. No. Don't do that.
Do what Paxton
did. The movie is gonna blow no matter how you fucking make it.
You take the angle that Paxton did. All right, fucking with Frailty, or you do what Aronofsky did with Noah, which you turn that shit like something out of the Lord of the Rings, and it's right.
Well, he's like, look, I'm just gonna take this exact biblical story and I'm gonna show it exactly how it says.
Right out of Genesis.
If you don't like it,
and the Book of Jubilees, we're gonna do
that's
right
on
with that.
you because that's exactly what was in there.
It's pretty much verbatim.
Exactly what was
I'm into I'm into the canon, but I don't read it. I'm a mythicist. I know it didn't really happen, but I like the mythology.
Exactly. What
fucking, I like Greek mythology too, but fucking Noah is straight out of fucking Jubilees and Genesis, and everything that says about the story is in there. I'm not sure how accurate Tubal-Cain was. He must have been. I'm not real familiar with fucking Book of Jubilees. Maybe there's more about him, but it's still, that's what they were talking about. If you see Noah, great movie.
So like I said,
It's like a sci-fi
it
movie.
can be done. But the thing about
Yeah.
Darren Aronofsky is that I believe, his ancestry is Jewish, and I believe he's also an atheist. So I think atheists will make much better Christian movies than Christians will.
Yeah, but he's talking about Old Testament, so that's
Yeah.
within the Jewish territory.
Well, yeah,
that's
I know.
their stories.
I'm just saying, but I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
that Darren Aronofsky himself is, well, because he made a movie called Mother also, which was based on the book of Genesis.
Yeah.
It's it's weird. I loved it, but I can see like how some people did not. But yeah, it's basically like a fable.
Yeah.
Like, but it's based on the book of Genesis. It's got Cain and Abel and stuff like that. It's this whole thing. But so he's very into the biblical stories, but he's doing them like almost, I don't want to say literally from the Bible, but he's taking the shit that's in the text and he's not like really altering it. He's just showing it what it's really like. So, like I said, just like atheists usually know the Bible better than the Christians do, they make better Christian movies than the Christians do. Like I said, subscribe to PureFlix and then get back to me and see what they not only have movies, they also have TV series, and all of them are uniformly terrible. I've never seen a fucking good thing on there. The acting is terrible. Everything is just terrible. And like I said, a movie doesn't have to cost money to be good. It's just that, like I said, they just have a very obvious agenda to push, and everything is in service of that agenda. And like the story and the characters and stuff like that are just like secondary, or they don't even think about it. And that's not going to make a good movie ever. You know what I mean? No matter what your agenda is. So it's just kind of, that's why I think they can't make any good movies. So I don't know. Like I said, I don't love censorship of any kind, really. Like I said, as long as everything that's happening on screen or whatever is legal, as long as everyone consented to whatever is happening, as long as no animals are being killed, as long as no underage people, blah, 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 obviously, whatever. I don't care. Show it. You know, I'm not bothered about it. Like I said, I'm not saying you show it to like fucking 5-year-olds or nothing like that. It's like, yeah, I don't mind the rating system. Like, people should know what they're in for before they see it. I don't have a problem with the rating system. I do have a problem with like cutting shit out, because it's like, you know, oh, adults can't even watch this, even though the people that censor it had to watch it. So it's like, oh, you guys are better than us because it's like you can watch it and not become degenerates, but we're not allowed to. That's like stupid. That's, like I said, that whole video nasties thing. If you guys saw the horror movie called Censor, which came out a few years ago, it's great. I loved that movie. And it was kind of about that whole video nasties thing, and it kind of addressed that whole, because the main character in it was a woman, and her job was to watch video nasties, like horror movies, and like censor them. And they were kind of addressing that whole thing. It's like, well, here's a whole bunch of adults that are sitting around in rooms every single day, and literally that's their job, to watch horror movies with the most depraved quote unquote shit in it and decide what is not allowed to be seen by the general public. I said it's just inherently a classist kind of idea, because you're saying, oh, you're better. You know, I can watch this stuff all day, every day, and it doesn't affect me. But we can't let the hoi polloi watch that, or they'll all be running around cutting people's heads off. You know what I mean? It's that kind of thing, which I don't love. So I'm not a big fan of censorship in general. So the whole Hays Code thing, like I said, limitations do sometimes make better art, because you got to find workarounds. So I get that, but I'm not a big fan of censorship in general.
Ben agrees with us that Frailty was a great movie. Yeah, I like that one. Okay, let's go ahead and get back to the fucking thing.
So yeah,
It looks like your girl Sandy left. She.
Oh yeah, she said goodnight.
She had a good night.
Yeah,
Okay.
because she was new here. She said.
Yeah, she's new. Yeah. Yeah,
So
come back,
Sandy.
Sandy.
She just kind of popped in.
Yeah.
So I feel like after the Hays Code cracked down, Mae West had a harder time with her movie. She was still making movies, but a lot of her best lines would get cut out. You know what I mean? Because that was like her whole persona, was like this sexually suggestive humor that she had. And it got so bad that at one point she did make another movie that was called Every Day's a Holiday. That was 1937, which didn't do super great. And that was her last movie that she made for Paramount. That was like the end of her contract, and like she left after that. But not long after that, they the Independent Theater Owners Association made this list of like box office poison, like, you know, all these actors that are, and there were like some really well-known actors on it still, like to this day on it. But she was one of the ones on it, and it's like, oh, she's in a movie, like your movie's gonna tank or whatever. Despite this, however, she did get offered a role in Gone with the Wind.
Huh.
But she turned it down because it was too small a role. It wasn't the main role.
Right.
It was too small a role. And she's like, can I rewrite it? They said no. She's like, fuck off. I don't want to do that then. Now, at this point, so 1939. She's still, even though she's quote-unquote box office poison at this point, she did get approached by Universal, and they asked her to be in My Little Chickadee with W.C. Fields.
W.C. Fields, yeah.
From 1940. Probably his best-known movie. Yeah. But probably her best-known movie, too, sadly. Because she really did not like W.C. Fields, and I don't really think she wanted to do it.
Why didn't she like him? What'd she say about him?
He was a drunk.
Yeah. Well, that was part of his shtick.
I know, but it's like she
ass.
Didn't really like. I think the role of the movie didn't appeal to her because it was kind of a little bit like she was still able to be like sexually suggestive, but she was almost like, I don't want to say she was like the butt of the joke instead of, you know, taking shit. She wasn't running the shit.
Yeah.
And I think she didn't really like that, which I don't really blame her. But she agreed to be in it, and honestly, it ended up being, like I said, one of her most successful movies, and probably the one people most remember from her nowadays, sadly, even though she was in some better shit. Like, it's a pretty funny movie, but, you know. It did have one of her best lines in it, which is, and I don't know if she wrote this or not, I'm pretty sure she did. When I'm caught between two evils, I generally like to take the one I never tried.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I tell you, I love that girl.
Yeah. Like I said, she's pretty awesome. So at this stage,
I can feel it though.
I know, like I said,
it
people
resonates with me.
Like I said, modern people can like, especially if you're a woman, like nowadays, you can totally relate to that. So you're like, yeah, slay. So you know, now her last movie in this era was called The Heat's On. That was from 1943, and that was Columbia. And she was only in it because she was friends with the director and he asked her, so she's like, okay, whatever. And she didn't get to write her own dialogue, which she didn't love. And probably, not surprisingly, film was not very well received. And at this point, she was just so sick of the censorship and just getting her shit cut up and stuff like that. She said, fuck it, I'm not going to be in movies anymore. I can't take it. So she decided to go back to her kind of more stage career. Plays, nightclubs, that kind of stuff, Broadway stuff. Because she had more control over it. Like I said, she had a good time when they let her write her own scripts or write her own lines. But after the censors came along and she couldn't do that anymore, she just felt like she was being straitjacketed and she didn't like it.
I'm gonna go ahead and fucking tell y'all, as being an ex-drama kid when I was fucking real young, doing musicals and singing live and doing leads, fucking stage and theater is fucking better than recorded stuff. We did recorded stuff on here. I did recorded stuff back in the past. You don't get that instant gratification from the fucking crowd. So yeah, I understand what she's talking about. She's trying to go back to but where she's controlling the crowd and getting instant feedback.
Yeah.
That she's
she probably loved that.
It was just kind of like when we did this show. We used to do this show recorded. When we started doing it live, like we're doing now, it's so much more fun.
It is a lot more fun.
It's so much more
because, like I said, we can interact with everybody in real time. I was terrified to do it at first, but it actually ended up being a lot better, and it's much easier.
It's much easier. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, you know who you see the audience, you see their faces, so now you're having a relationship with them.
Yeah.
It's like that.
Yeah. So after this point,
instant feedback.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She also did. So she did all that stuff, but she also did some TV. In 1937, this is pretty funny. She was on. Do you remember this is old school, but I remember seeing this shit when I was a kid, and I'm sure it was like repeats because I'm not that old. But you remember Edgar Bergen, and he had the ventriloquist dummy.
Okay, yeah.
Charlie McCarthy.
Yeah. I think
Very
I know
famous. He was even on shit when he was an old man, because I remember seeing him on like fucking Sesame Street or shit like that, or variety shows when I was growing up in the 70s. Yeah. So he was still famous even then. So she was on his show in 1937, and she made some pretty I guess pretty risque comments about the fucking dummy. She said that he was all wood and a yard long.
Okay.
And then she also said to the puppet, I remember our last date. I still have the splinters to prove it.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah.
Woo! All right.
All right.
That's pretty saucy for 1937.
Yeah.
And obviously this was a radio show, not TV.
Right.
So, yeah, so obviously Censor's not happy about that. And she also did another sketch on another radio show, which I think was on NBC at that time. And she was playing Eve, and then there was like Don Amici, who I remember him. He was playing Adam, and she said something like "Get me a big one" or something like that. She was like made some kind of dick joke or something like that. I mean, that was kind of her whole thing, was like double entendres, right?
Yeah.
And man, people freaked the fuck out. They were like calling the radio station obscene, immoral, blah blah blah. Like I said, fucking snowflakes. People talk about snowflakes nowadays.
They were sensitive.
They were very sensitive back then. Back in the good old days, and everyone's supposedly so tough. They're calling. It's like, oh my god, someone said "big one" on the radio.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
She likes big dicks. Oh my god.
And there was the sponsor of the show was a coffee company, Chase and Sanborn. And so like everyone, we're gonna boycott and all this other kind of stuff. Like I said, it's the fucking Karen Brigade. And basically they said prostituting their services for impurity to invade the air is what they complained about.
Prostituting the services to impurify the air.
For basically making a sexual entendre about a big one.
Yeah. That'd be very frustrating, I would think, Maggie.
I can see why she got pissed off. I'd have been pissed off also. I'm pissed off on her behalf. And this was like almost a century ago.
Yeah.
You know?
A real woman's going to prefer a big one.
Holy crap.
Now, there's diminishing returns. You don't want to be too big, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, we've talked about that before.
Yeah.
It's like big is good, but it's like too big is like...
Yeah.
It's like I said, it's diminishing
Yeah.
return. But her whole shtick was just like sexually suggestive jokes. You can't let her do that. Like I said, you're cutting out that's her whole fucking act.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If you can't let her do what she's gonna do, if you can't let her be who she's gonna be, then it's like, you know, what the fuck is she got left?
I imagine most people fucking loved it.
They did.
It was probably
That's what I mean. Her movies made all the money.
Yeah, it was just a couple.
They were like Marvel movies before they were Marvel
Yeah,
movies.
they
They
made
made
a couple
all the money.
people fucking bitching, and then they were like, "Oh, we gotta shut this shit down."
I don't understand like why back in the old days, like if they didn't get some old biddies like calling up and like whining about immorality this and sin that, it's like why don't they just be like, yeah, sure, we'll look into that and just hang up, and they just don't do anything about it.
Because y'all ain't bringing in the money. The people who like it bring it.
I'm never gonna listen and go, okay, don't.
Go ahead, get the fuck out. It's just like with the show. We've had fucking people come in and comment and shit. Fucking, we don't really block them. They can watch the show, but we silence them so nobody sees them. We got probably about a dozen of them out there that probably still message in the show.
That would be so funny.
And nobody knows that nobody can see it.
They're just talking into the void.
There's always somebody.
Why isn't anybody giving me attention?
There's always
yeah, that's what I mean. It's just like, and I've always felt like these type of people, particularly.
Yeah.
They want attention. Obviously, don't give them any.
Yeah.
Love that more than anything.
The complaints are always attention seeking.
Yeah.
Always.
And it's always like to show I'm so much moral than I'm so better, so much better than everybody else, and blah blah blah. It's like don't truck with that shit. Just ignore them.
Yeah.
Because they want attention more than anything. They want power. They want you to capitulate. to their little narrow little views.
We still
Just
want their views,
don't-
though. We still want their views on our channel. It's just that we have a new button called Hide from Channel. You hit that, and now you're only talking
You
to
can
yourself.
still hate watch it if you want to.
Yeah, hate watching.
I just don't want to listen to your whining.
We still profit from hate watching.
You know.
Yeah. You're
That's hilarious to me. I love,
Yeah.
especially, like, this is kind of like the mentality of, like, book burners and stuff like that.
Yeah.
We're going to buy so many copies of this Beatles record or whatever, then we're going to burn it. I'm like, they
But
still
you bought
get
it.
the money.
They got the money.
Dumbass. You lose. Stupid. So, you know what I mean? And you just made them more famous because you're bitching about it.
Yeah.
So, good job. Good job. I don't understand the mindset of these people at all.
Hate always comes from below.
Well, hate
Somebody-
always comes from self-hatred.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's always from below.
Yeah.
It's somebody.
If they didn't hate themselves,
Yeah.
I would pity them if I cared that much, but I don't.
It's usually the person that has nothing going on, and they're
Of course. And they're just trying to, like, hate
They're
on
trying to
people
get-
that actually have something going on.
Yeah.
And they're just kind of like,
Yeah.
well, but they're so slutty, or they did this and that and
Yeah.
the other thing. They slept their way to the top, whatever the fuck they say. Ridiculous. And I'm just like, tell me you're a loser without telling me
Yeah.
you're a loser, like, overtly. Because you just did. So, yeah, so all these people called about that, which I thought was pretty funny. So the FCC, because they were getting, I guess, inundated with phone calls from these idiots, they called the broadcast vulgar and indecent, which, okay.
Vulgar. I love they pull that shit out. Vulgar.
Which, like I said,
If a motherfucker comes,
can we
comes
bring
out and
somebody
goes,
in a
"This
time
is
machine
vulgar,"
to see shit
fuck outta
nowadays?
here. Yeah, fuck out of here.
Y'all would die. They would die
Yeah, vulgar.
at the shit that's on nowadays.
I've heard people fucking come up with some shit like that recently, called some shit vulgar. And I'm like, get the fuck out of here.
Like I said, are you just here from an alternate dimension, or did you come here in a time machine, or
Yeah.
what century are you from? We don't do that anymore, okay? I mean, some people do, sadly. They shouldn't, though, is what I'm getting at. So, so obviously because Mae West was so wealthy and so well known, and, you know, she had kind of seeped into the cultural zeitgeist even at that time, and her whole persona was based on sexual aggressiveness, like, you know, sexual suggestion, and so she made an easy target, you know what I mean? So a lot of them were kind of like used her as kind of like a, like, you know, just kind of an example of like everything that was wrong with Hollywood, you know what I mean?
Zach brought something up. He says, what was big by the 1930 standards?
Yeah,
Fucking
no telling.
6 inches was probably big by the 1930
No
standards.
telling.
Probably 6, 7 inches probably. 8 would have been huge.
Yeah.
That'd have been huge, yeah.
So not only did NBC, because of that show, ban Mae West from the radio show, but they also, nobody could even mention her name. She became like anathema. Crazy. So she actually stayed off the radio for like many years after that, more than a decade.
She did? She stayed off the radio for 10 years
Yeah,
after that?
because they kind of blacklisted her low-key.
Okay,
she
so
did
it wasn't
kind
by
of
her choice.
she did kind of come back on in the in 1950. I think she was on a show with Perry Como, but she, this whole time, like, you know, she was doing that, but she was doing her own shit. She had like fucking stage shows,
And she had money.
yeah, she performed on Broadway in London and stuff like that. So she didn't, and like I said, she had big fuck up money. So she also, I think one of her most notable performances after her movie career ended was she wrote and starred in a play in 1944 on Broadway called Catherine Was Great, and it was like a parody of Catherine the Great, like a satire, and it was again pretty overtly sexual, like most of her stuff was. And in this show, she had like an entourage of a bunch of big muscular dudes that she described as her Imperial Guard. And this was massively successful. Ran for 191 performances. That was kind of like a hallmark of her later career, was that she would do all this stuff with like all these big, much younger muscle dudes in the background. Well, her reasoning for that, well, I mean, aside from the obvious, was that, hey, the dudes pay to see me, but it's like, the women that come there, like, they need something to look at too. So, she's just looking out for the ladies, is what she was doing. So, in 1949, when she's probably in her 50s at this stage, she brought back her play Diamond Lil, which, like I said, had originally staged in 1928 and was hugely successful. Like I said, she did like several successful runs of that, like over the decades. And she brought that back, like, to great acclaim. And then in the 1950s, when she was about 60-ish years old, she did a Las Vegas stage show at the Sahara Hotel, which had then just opened. And she did like a singing review type thing, and again had a whole bunch of bodybuilders. And like I said, that was kind of the reasoning that she gave. It's like, hey, we're giving the ladies something to look at, which, I'm sure they appreciated that. That was her quote. Men come to see me, but I also gave the women something to see, wall to wall men. So, that was nice of her. The fact that she just like I said, she's at this stage, I don't think anybody would consider, well, I don't know. I don't think anybody would consider anybody in their 60s like elderly at that stage, but in that era, she would probably be seen as elderly. But she still like looked really good, because I saw like some clips of it, of some of the performances, and she had like these much younger like dudes in their 20s and stuff like that, like this whole fucking entourage of like muscle dudes behind her. So I thought that was like super cool. She's like the original cougar.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna wait until Tom comes back, because I wrote down some of my favorite lines of hers, and I wanted to see how he would react to them. Precious said she was 56 and 49. Okay, so she's a little bit. Yeah, I thought she was in her 50s. But like I said, even when she was in Myra Breckenridge, and that was only a couple years before she died, she still, she looked like an older lady, but she still looked really good. She kept herself together, you know what I mean? Like I said, despite her reputation, she did, she had like a clean diet. She didn't drink, she didn't smoke. She exercised every day, shit like that. She wasn't a big partier. She kind of stayed in her apartment. She was kind of a little bit of a recluse. She had a really nice apartment, and she just kind of stayed in that most of the time. Didn't go out much. So, But yeah.
Okay, I'm back.
Wall-to-wall man. All right. So here are some. I wrote down these. Like I said, there's a lot of lists on the internet, but I wrote down some of these just because I thought they were funny. But it's either like some of my favorite Mae West quotes. Those who were easily shocked should be shocked more often.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, I agree.
Get them out of it. Yeah.
I've no time for broads who want to rule the world alone without men who do up the zipper on the back of your dress.
Yeah.
Love that.
Yeah.
In my case, it would be who would tie up my corset, because I can't do that by myself. This is from one of her movies. His mother should have thrown him away and kept the stork.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Personally, I like two types of men, domestic and foreign.
Yeah. Yeah.
One more drink and I'll be under the host. That's a pretty famous. I don't know if a lot of people know that was her that said it. 10 men waiting for me at the door. Send one of them home. I'm tired.
Yeah.
I love that. I've been in more laps than a napkin.
Yeah, well, that's cool. Yeah.
And my very, very favorite. This is my favorite. My left leg is Christmas and my right leg is New Year's. Why don't you come up and see me between the holidays?
Okay, yeah. Now,
I fucking love that. I love that.
now she was talking about later on when she was doing the acts with the Muscle Men and doing like television appearances and shit like that. During that time, or maybe it might have been after that time. I think it was that during that time. She had a guy who was living with her, taking care of her, a gay guy.
Yeah.
And
He was completely devoted. I'm going to talk about him a little
he
bit
fucking loved her.
Oh, yeah.
And a lot of what we know about West's internal mechanisms come from this guy.
Yeah, because they were like inseparable for many years.
They were like good,
before she died.
best friends. And he said that she was getting kind of uncomfortable with the Mae West shtick with her and these younger guys because she didn't think it was believable. Because in reality, she wasn't getting much action at that age.
Well, I mean, she was realistic. She wasn't delusional.
And she was like, you know, are people really buying this that I'm showing up, fucking sexing up these fucking young muscle dudes, you know?
Which people were still buying tickets.
Yeah, they were still buying tickets. It was just an act.
They wanted to see it.
And she was afraid that people were kind of like lampooning her.
Or like laughing at her,
Yeah. Although,
which I get that. I get it.
But I saw some of those old videos of her doing her act with these muscle guys. They were all laughing.
Yeah.
They were all laughing, but they weren't laughing at her. They were she was saying sexy shit. It was funny.
Yeah.
You know?
Like I said, she was real funny.
Yeah. She wasn't as hot as she was when she was in her 40s.
Well, none of us are.
Yeah. But she was still cute. She was still a cute old lady. Yeah. She had sex appeal. You know. It probably wouldn't be the first choice of those muscle guys. But yeah, they'd probably hit. I mean, just to say it was Mae West because she was a legendary figure.
Yeah, she's a fucking legend.
Yeah.
Still is, really.
Yeah.
Like I said, she's like an icon.
So it was just she had the feminine power that a younger guy. She was like Jen said, she was like the original cougar. Mm-hmm. They were like, yeah, she's older, but I like her, and we'll fuck her anyway. You know, like I'm a fucker. Yeah. She was like that. Yeah. And fucking funny. And she had money. She had power.
Yeah.
I mean, fucking girls have been fucking older, rich guys since the dawn of man. You know,
everyone's kind of okay with that. But like when an older lady does it, everyone kind of gets their panties in a bunch about it. I know why people. It's a double standard.
Part of it I think is that people have been hardwired into hypergamy, where women marry and date over and up. You know what I mean? Fuck a guy who's older and more money and more success. If a woman were to date a younger guy who doesn't have the amount of money that she has, then that's kind of predatory or something.
Yeah.
But dudes have been doing that forever.
That's what I mean. It's like, it's weird. It's like people don't think it's predatory when a dude does it, but when a woman does it, suddenly it is.
It's just
that doesn't make any sense.
And let's not fucking. I don't characterize it as any of that shit. I characterize it as fucking as just power dynamic and the fact that a younger guy might be enticed by a sexy older woman who's got a lot of money that she could help him, and it'd be the same thing as a younger woman doing that with an older guy. He could help her. Yeah, it's just kind of a normal dynamic. That's why you have nowadays guys are kind of complaining about it. They have all these college educated women that are on the average, they're in Gen Z and millennials that are making more money, than their male counterparts, because more women are going to college and more of them are getting these corporate jobs. But they seem to be looking for guys richer than them. But those rich guys they got 3 girls. They don't have, why would they, what would they want a woman with money for? Who's, the same age as them. These dudes have fucking got a wife and 2 girlfriends, and they're fucking...
They want somebody they can boss around, goddammit.
No, what it is a guy he just has money. So he's gonna fucking go for cute and fucking sexy. So a lot of these wealthy women now have to fucking do what dudes have been doing forever and fucking going after guys because they're good in bed. Yeah. If you got a bunch of money and you're a fucking woman,
which probably you should just do that.
Get a fucking hot dude who's good in bed.
Because even dudes that have a lot of money probably not good in bed. Because they never had to be.
Yeah, they don't have to fucking...
Because they didn't have to be.
They don't have to be good. Get you a fucking hottie, and he's good in bed, and he can cook for you.
See? That's what I
He can cook. He cook. I make ice cream, goddammit. Even though I'm a little bit older than her. But yeah, that's, and fucking... I hear all these... guys, fucking in that red pill community, and I'm not, you guys, if you're a regular listener, that I consider myself to be fucking right wing, but I'm not really conservative. Conservative? What the fuck you talking about? I'm more radical than anything else. But I'm fucking masculine, and men have power. All right, physical power. You can fight. You can fuck too. And fucking, if you come across a woman, she's a little bit older than you, but you know she's hot and she's got a shit ton of money. You need to fuck the shit out of her. Fuck the shit out of her. You're worth something. You know what I mean? If she's gonna take care of you, you take care of her. Women have been doing it forever. You know, I'm a fucking soldier, a fucking mercenary. You know what I mean? If she's got a shit ton of money and she's treating me good and she's hot or hot enough, and you're gonna fucking fuck the hell out of her and fucking give her a good time, be a good companion, fucking love that chick, and then make her some ice cream and cook for her. And if she's taking care of you, you gotta take care of her.
I was gonna say the only difference is with it's like we make essentially the same amount of money.
Yeah, make about the same amount.
You're retired and I still work, but we make about the same amount of money.
Yeah.
I mean, I make different amounts depending on however much work I get, whatever month.
I'm working out in a yard and mowing shit and fucking cooking and fucking. But I like to cook.
Taking
I'm an
care of the
ex-cook,
house.
you know.
Yeah.
Too.
So it's just kind of like, so we don't have the same power dynamic because one of us isn't super wealthy, or we both make about the same amount of money.
It's just that I get my money for free now. I'm retired.
Yeah, so he's retired, but I still work though, so he kind of took over most of the house kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Other than
she's got to work all day.
Yeah.
She worked hard.
I mean, like I said.
And I'll come in here and fucking throw down on her and fucking
You did today, didn't you?
Yeah. You know, you work her out. You know.
Well,
give that woman some recreational time. Then we're gonna go out and fucking.
Well, I needed a break.
Go to the club and fucking we're going to the club Saturday.
Well, Saturday we're gonna go see A Starry Night.
That's right. Fucking man, and fucking Mouse is gonna be there. Sherry's gonna be there.
Yeah, Sherry.
I'm gonna fucking send her a message and say we're gonna see you, Sherry.
Yeah.
Cause we only see her a couple times a year.
She lives in Tampa.
She lives in Tampa, yeah.
She always DJs at the Starry Night.
Yeah. And then
they always ask for her.
And we're gonna see fucking A Starry Night. I'll be hanging out with them boys.
Yeah, it's them and two more bands. It's Dead Cool and Lust.
Right.
And then Sherry.
And at that
DJ Mouse.
At that particular bar, they don't serve hard liquor, so we'll be fucking drinking.
I think they do now. Actually,
they do now. If not, I'll just drink Black Velvets.
And we got to go early, so I have to start getting ready earlier because doors open at 7.
Okay, yeah, we'll go. We'll be there.
So we got to go earlier. But yeah, we'll see it. If we're not worn out, we might get an iBar after.
Right.
iBar, Barbarella, like afterward. But we'll see what time.
Right.
It is.
So
there's 3 bands. I'm not really sure.
So do you youngsters listen to all that red pill shit? Like, there's truth in that, but but you also know that a lot of those dudes are young, and what they're talking about is very limited.
They don't know jack shit.
You got to be an entertainer too. You got to be on your fucking game. Okay. And if
you're not bringing anything to the partnership,
right?
Why would anybody want to?
You got to look in the mirror and look at yourself. You got to look in the mirror and look at yourself and go, would I fuck me?
Would I fuck me so hard.
It's like some shit out of fucking Silence of the Lamb. And fucking chances are you're going to say no. So what would you do? You get in that gym, you fucking do what you do.
How realistic are these people, though? Let's be real.
What's that?
These people that do that red pill kind of content. No, I feel like they're really not that insightful.
Depends on their age. No, some of them are good. Other ones are just kind of mediocre.
We'll see.
Yeah. No, well, a lot of them are married now.
Okay, so they actually did manage to trap.
Yeah, they married. Yeah, they married. They look good, and a lot of them are here. Some of them are in Eastern Europe, and they moved into other countries. And then some of them are here. You know, it just depends on who it is you're talking about. Each one's different. But no, if that dude's not married, I wouldn't really listen to him.
Or at least has had like a lot of long-term relationships.
Or divorced, a couple divorces. Yeah, then maybe that's something.
And I'm talking like a lot of long-term relationships. I'm not talking about like a bunch of hookups or something like that. I'm talking about like you've actually had to like live with the person for a few years at least, Like, you had to navigate all this kind of stuff. If you haven't done that, like, I feel like you don't really know.
Well, the red pill guys are not the same thing as the hookup artists.
No, I know.
That's not what they're doing.
I know. I know more about the manosphere than you think.
The hookup artists actually kind of went
Sadly.
extinct. They kind of went extinct.
They did. You don't hear about them.
You don't hear about
much. Or PUAs, as they used to call them. Pickup artists.
Yeah, a lot of the guys are actually kind of like stepping away, and they're not dating at all. Which, don't do that, man. No, don't do that. Fucking, you're gonna be an incel. And
I think some of them like that just so they can complain.
Well,
more.
some guys are bottom of the barrel. They don't have a choice. But no, if you're a good dude that has something to offer, don't be an incel. Just learn how to deal with women and
be better.
Yeah.
Don't just like whine about women.
Now, improve yourself, improve your game, get money, fucking go to the gym, fucking
like causing all your problems.
Become interesting and fucking don't worry about women. They'll come to you. If you're a good if you're a good dude, they come to you. That's just how it is.
Yeah. Like I said, I feel like a lot of dudes have not heeded that lesson.
And fuck those dating apps. Go to the clubs. Go to the clubs. Learn how to fucking dance. Learn how to fucking
Or not
dress.
just clubs. It's like whatever you're interested in, go and do that. Like in person. It's easier.
My way was clubs.
Yeah. But yeah, me too. Like that's what I grew up in. So it's like that's where I met people. But you know.
All right. So now we're gonna go on to Louise, right?
Well, hold on. I got some stuff
more or less
with Mae still.
Yeah.
So as I said, Mae West. She continued on this stuff. She made a lot of money because she was fucking, like I said, financially savvy and invested in a lot of real estate. So after her film career was over and after all that stuff, she still had like a whole bunch of money, you know what I mean? Because she bought buildings.
She was a landlord. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Like I said, she was married early, when she was 18, which dissolved like pretty, a few years later, but she never remarried after that. And she didn't really seem to have any interest in it. Like I said, and I think I said this earlier, one of her most famous quotes was, marriage is an institution and I'm not ready for an institution. She said that. And she also, but she dated a lot and she was pretty open about it. One of her probably best known dalliances, if you want to call it that, was with a boxer named Gorilla Jones, who was a black man. So it was kind of controversial at the time. And the apartment building that she lived in, which was called the Ravenswood, would not let him into the building because he was black, which, that's segregation. That was still going on at that time. So she bought the whole building.
And let him in.
So,
Yeah.
That's how the story goes anyway. And she was also real big about giving black actors, like, big parts in her movies and stuff like that. So, like I said, she seemed like a pretty big, like, ally at this time period. But yeah, let me see. Oh, how much time was that? Okay. So after she was gone from the movies for more than 20 years, more than 25 years actually, she showed up in 1970s Myra Breckinridge, which was a pretty famous flop. You know what I mean? I saw it, but it was like a long time ago. I don't really remember much about it. It was based on the Gore Vidal novel, obviously. Had Raquel Welch in it, had Rex Reed in it, who I mentioned earlier. Farrah Fawcett was in it. Tom Selleck was in it. So it was like kind of an all-star cast. But, it wasn't super well received at the time. And even though Mae West got like top billing pretty much, because she was, pretty like more famous than most of the other people in the movie at the time, a lot of her shit was edited out, but she still looked fucking great in it, Now she also later on, 1978, she was in her last movie, which was called Sextet. That came out in 1978, and that was actually based on a script that she wrote back in 1959. She was in declining health at this point, and her hearing was not, or her eyesight was not great. So they had to feed her lines through her. They had like a speaker, like in her wig, where they would like tell her that because she couldn't read the script anymore. But she was like super invested. Like she was really into this because, like I said, she wrote it, so she was really excited about it. But it ended up not being all of that big of commercial success, obviously. But it had George Raft, who had, given her a chance in her first movie she was in way back in the day. Tony Curtis was in it. Timothy Dalton was in it. And Ringo Starr was in it. Lots of people. Dom DeLuise was in it. Lots of people. And a bunch of people that she had known back in Vegas. So, sadly, it wasn't a big success, though. But that was, like, her last movie. Now, as you mentioned earlier, she was actually linked with... Now, see, some sources say romantically linked, but I'm not really sure. Because I think her companion of the last several years of her life, I think he was gay. But, I'm not entirely sure, so I'm not going to say. But his name was Chester Rubinski. And he was a bodybuilder. He was Mr. California. And he had been in her Vegas stage show. He changed his name to Paul Novak later on, which is probably the name that most people know him under. He was 30 years younger than her by the time she was in her 60s or 70s. And he stayed with her the last few decades of her life. And he is quoted as saying, "I believe I was put on this earth to take care of Mae West." He stayed with her the whole fucking time. I was like, oh, that's awesome.
You might want to call the motherfucker a fag hag or something.
That's what they would call them back in the day.
But
come on,
he was a gay dude who fucking really admired her and fucking.
By all accounts,
they were
he
best
fucking
friends.
adored her.
Yeah, they were like best friends.
Yeah. And he was just with her constantly, and he just took care of her. Which, like I said...
And a lot of what we know about her actually comes from him. Yeah, a lot of what we know about her comes from him. He said a lot about her. He was a huge supporter, but he was, like, truthful about what her life was like, especially in her final years.
Yeah. I saw, like, some snippets of, like, interviews with him and stuff like that. But
He's a good dude.
Yeah, he just seemed like a really good dude, and he fucking adored her.
Yeah,
and
he
just,
took
took care of her in her last several decades.
Yeah.
Which, like I said, it'd be nice if everybody had that, but she had that at least.
It was like her gay husband.
Yeah. Well, like I said.
Yeah.
Like I said, people disparage them as like quote unquote fag hags, but it's just kind of like, I don't know. That's really
She
shitty.
knew where they were coming from. They liked each other.
Yeah. They were actually genuinely best friends.
Yeah.
So how she actually died, it was August of 1980. She actually fell getting out of bed. And after she fell, she couldn't talk anymore. And she got taken to the hospital. And she was in Los Angeles. Like I said, she lived in a really nice apartment, actually, in Los Angeles. She was kind of a recluse there for many years. She liked it in there, though. She wasn't really a party girl, like I said. She was kind of like staying at home. So they took her to the hospital, and they found out that she had a stroke. So she actually ended up dying a few months after that, in November of 1980, and she was 87 years old. So she lived a pretty long time. And like I said, I've seen photos and like video of her from not long before she died, and she still looked pretty fucking good. I mean, you can tell she was an old lady and stuff like that, but it's like, she looked like she took care of herself, and she still had that. She still had that look. She still had that persona. You know what I mean? Like I said, it was very, very carefully curated. But, I mean, you can't really dispute how fucking influential she was. I mean, like, people still quote her fucking lines nowadays, even if they don't know that it was her. I mean, that's some cultural indelibility right there. Like, people quoting your fucking dialogue and they don't even know it's you. Like, it's just seeped so much into the cultural zeitgeist, I feel, at this point. But yeah, like I said, she's still like an icon to this day, which is crazy because she was born like in the 19th century, for Christ's sake. And
Elliot's saying good. He's in Korea, and he's saying fucking. This is the first time he's able to catch a show. Thanks for being with us, Elliot.
Thank you for being
I lived in
with us.
Korea too. Fucking. So tell me where you're from, where you living at. You
also got a welcome to Flashbulbs, so we have a YouTube member
yeah.
also.
Yeah. He's probably in Seoul, up around Hooker Hill somewhere, Itaewon.
Did they still call it Hooker Hill?
Nah, they probably still do in the Army. It was up in Itaewon.
I mean, that seems a little old school.
Yeah. They're still there, though.
Well, yeah, I know they're still there.
Yeah.
I just didn't know if they still called it that.
No, I still watched a video on YouTube of a guy going through a walkthrough, and I go, I remember that fucking street.
It doesn't look it. It was still recognizable.
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah.
That's funny.
I don't remember the names of the clubs though, but the old clubs aren't there. It's just that they've been replaced by new ones. Like the Lone Star isn't there.
Oh, okay.
Heavy Metal Club isn't there.
Lone Star.
They changed them up some, but I remember that street, and I was like, yeah, I was in that brothel. Fucking yeah. I got
it's
pictures.
Like, I have fond
I got
memories
pictures
of
of the
brothel.
old shit too from all my buddies fucking sending me pictures of the fucking Parasite Club down fucking Sanjari and shit. Yeah.
This is before we got married. Don't get alarmed.
Yeah.
This was a long time ago. Before you even met me, actually.
Yeah, it was 1990.
Yeah, many years before. I just graduated high school in 1990.
Yeah, she was probably in seventh grade.
No, I wasn't. I graduated from high school in 1990.
Oh, did you? Okay.
I turned 18 in 1990.
Yeah, I graduated in 87.
Yeah, you're not that much older than me.
A couple years, yeah.
Yeah, you're just a couple years ahead of me. All right, so you ready to talk about Louise Brooks now? Okay, so let's talk about Louise Brooks.
Yeah, we're finally getting to Louise.
I know. Sorry it took so long.
Now she's an ingenue.
Yeah,
kinda.
Her story,
gothic version,
not quite as inspiring as Mae West.
No, this is a darker story here.
But
the way it ended.
Still,
she was still badass.
I admire that she just like stuck to her. Like she was just herself, and she didn't really care about the consequences.
Louise Brooks is a good example of what would happen if a cool chick got transported back.
That's kind of what I
was how would you end up? And this is
probably just like this.
Yeah.
Probably just like this.
Yeah.
She was, like I said, ahead of her time in a lot of ways.
If she was running around today, she wouldn't be famous. She'd be like a lot of other girls, but everybody would like her. She'd have been popular.
One thing about the old days, it was like a lot easier to stand out.
A lot easier.
Now it's like.
Now it's hard to stand out.
Well, now because we have the internet, like you can see, oh my God, there's like super hot people everywhere.
Yeah.
So it's like way harder to like stand out.
People wear fucking cool shit everywhere around the world now. Fucking but she was cool. She looked good. She had fucking off the wall behavior, and she was kind of forward thinking. She didn't like convention. She was kind of pleasure seeking, and she wanted to live for now. And then she wanted to do it in a stylistic way. I really respected Louise Brooks. She was going back to when, 86, when it was about the time when I first fucking knew who Louise Brooks was. I was like, man, she's fucking hot, man. She's got this shit.
She is got this shit.
And I was hearing about her, and it was like,
what do we got?
And then what happened to her? It was like heartbreaking, and I was like, look at her.
Look at that.
Fuck, man, that chick is so fucking hot.
Look at that. I can't wear my hair like that.
Yeah.
My head would look like a giant bowling ball.
She was so pissed at that haircut because she got typecast into that haircut. Yeah.
Ooh, saucy.
Yeah. She actually has better nudes than that out there.
Well,
I
couldn't show most of them.
Yeah.
Because I looked through and I was like, ooh, that's nice. Ooh, but I can't show that.
Yeah, and she was 20s and 30s, silent film.
Yeah, she was in a lot of silent films.
Yeah. Show her again, show her face. Just let that shit run for a while. Okay, now go ahead and talk about her. You don't need to see me. Listen.
No, it's all right.
I just want to see Louise. And fucking
Zach says she's such a damn style icon. Yeah, and she was hugely influential. That haircut specifically. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, look at that fucking face.
Gorgeous. Yeah, that was probably about what 22.
Yeah, she was pretty. She's 23? Pretty young there. Yeah, I don't know what year that was, but yeah pretty young.
And if you can watch her movies, they got a lot of stuff for her on YouTube.
Well, I know one of her movies, a crime drama. Well, I don't want to say later, but like one of the last Hollywood movies that she did. Mm-hmm. What was it called? The something in the Canary or something like that. That's on YouTube for sure because I saw it come up when I searched for her. But there's also interviews with her when she was older. There's all kind of stuff. Like I said, she's an icon. But the thing about her, I feel like Mae West was like super famous from the get-go. Like, she did all the Broadway stuff. She arrived in Hollywood already being famous, and she was just like, bitch, give me all the money. And they were like, yes, ma'am. And they gave her all the money. And then she was just, like, famous until she died. Louise Brooks, it was kind of like she was the it girl for a while. She went to Europe and she was like hugely famous over there. And then people kind of forgot about her for a couple of decades.
She got vanished.
And then she got rediscovered.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a slightly different situation.
She got rediscovered. People were like looking back on her, like how cool she was.
Like, man, she was like a cool ass
by
chick.
that
Whatever
time-
happened to her?
Yeah.
Kind of thing, because she had disappeared by that point.
Yeah, and by the time they rediscovered her, she had fucking declined. All right. Not physically, but just kind of socially. She was a hooker.
For a while, yeah.
Yeah.
She just kind of felt...
And she talks about that, too. Fucking.
Well, again, she was... Much like Mae West, she was fucking smart as a whip.
Yeah.
And she ended up being a writer later on, and she was very candid about all of the shit that went on in Hollywood in the time she was there. And a book that she wrote that came out, I think, in 1982, I want to say. I'll get down there with my notes in a minute. Is still read, like, in film studies and stuff like that nowadays. Like, she wrote, like, it's like 8 long essays. And she was, like, talking about her experience. And it's just she was just very open about her experiences. Yeah. And, you know.
She said, there was a quote that she said, yeah, after Hollywood, I was kind of relegated to a life of waiting around in hotel rooms for random dudes that I didn't know to show up, and fucking college boys. Yeah, that's what she did. She fucked college boys after, but that was just
like I said,
sad the way she ended. But she did kind of shake it off. She did
what she had to do.
Yeah, she was just. And it was because she got blackballed from Hollywood, and she says, "There's no way I'm going to go back to washing dishes or waiting tables."
I don't blame her.
Yeah, she's thinking to do that. Fucking.
Like I said, I don't really blame her.
Yeah, she became an escort eventually.
Yeah. So her first name was Mary also, like Mae West was. She was Mary Louise Brooks, so Louise was her middle name. So she went by that. Now she's a little bit younger than Mae West. She was born in 1906. Now she actually came from Cherryville, Kansas, little bitty town in the Midwest, obviously. Now her dad was a lawyer. And much like Mae West's mom, her mom was also kind of an artistic, she was a pianist, among other things. And so she grew up in a house that was very much focused on books and music and intellectual, creative kind of pursuits, which probably helped out a lot. Now, she actually started out wanting to be a dancer. She started dancing at age 4. The funny thing... Like I said, she has some great fucking quotes, too. Because, like I said, she was pretty candid about her experiences in Hollywood and whatnot. And she has said that her the town that she was from, Cherryville, Kansas, she said it was the typical Midwestern community where the inhabitants prayed in the parlor and practiced incest in the barn.
Yeah.
That's what she said. Which, you know. Now, when she was 9 years old, she was sexually assaulted by a neighbor, and she later pointed back to that as something that kind of fucked her up for the rest of her life.
Yeah, he was an old man.
Yeah, and she said it made her distrust authority. It made her just want to do everything on her own, like made her really independent. And it also made her, in her view, incapable of love.
She couldn't form a connection with dudes.
Yeah, because of that. Which, like I said, that's completely understandable. I mean, 9 years old is really young.
Yeah.
Her quote was, for me, nice, soft, easy men were never enough. There had to be an element of domination.
Yeah.
So she was trying, and this is common with victims of sexual abuse. Sometimes when they get older, they try to maintain, they try to get power over the situation again by becoming super promiscuous or becoming super, or going after men that are like super dominant of them. Like, it's pretty common. And I think that's what happened to her.
I've kind of heard about this, how it goes with what psychologists says. They say that passive men seem weak to them, so they need a man who will take charge and protect them. And if he's dominant, they'll submit more to that guy.
Right.
In a way, he's kind of like a substitute for the dude who abused her.
Yeah. But she can control the narrative.
She likes this
time.
One. Yeah, and she likes this one.
Which I totally understand how that happens.
He's a threat to other men who might come and take advantage of her. So
yeah, this is very common.
She's trying to she's basically substituting the pervy dude who abused her for a fucking attack dog.
Yeah.
That's what yeah, and fucking.
But she seemed pretty aware of that. Yeah. At least like later.
Right.
When she was reflecting on her
life,
she seemed aware that that's why she was doing that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So she seemed pretty insightful in that regard. And another thing that was kind of fucked up was that when she was a kid, she told her mom about the abuse.
Didn't believe her.
And her mom basically said, "Oh, it must have been your fault."
Yeah, that's
you
right.
led him on.
Her. Yeah, blamed her.
Which,
so
I'm sure that didn't help.
That's right. I forgot about that part. Yeah. So what that does to her is that she can't run to women for protection.
Yeah,
she's got to run to a dominant man. And she's in Hollywood. There weren't a lot of those really. But yeah, I always felt bad for Louise. But the thing is, she was sexy as shit.
Oh yeah,
and she was She was strong. She was high-powered young woman. She was powerful even when she got older. It's just another way that sometimes an interesting woman can be made. Because we're all a construct. We're made by the crucible that we were forged in.
Yeah.
And this one here. Yeah.
She had a much shittier upbringing.
Yeah, I always had a kind of soft spot for her, though. Kind of weird attraction. I was like,
same.
Yeah. I can understand it. I understand that.
Like I said,
makes me kind of want to be protective of her, but
yeah, I kind of feel the same way.
Yeah.
I kind of feel the same way.
Yeah.
Precious said Strasberg says she didn't act, she just was. Yeah, and that was something that I think the Americans were not ready for that. I think that's probably why the Europeans took to her a lot quicker than the Americans did, because she had a very, by our standards, like a very naturalistic acting style for the time,
especially for silent movie.
I mean, for that time, like I said, it was silent. It was still a carryover from theater, so everything was very exaggerated and with this big makeup and all his big movements and everything like that. She didn't do that.
You see her in film.
And so I saw like reviews of her movies and stuff like from the time, and they're like, she doesn't act, she doesn't do anything.
Yeah, you see her in film
because she's not
in general
over.
She seems like a real person.
Yeah,
she seems normal, like a real person going through this stuff,
which was very unusual for the time because it was still very theatrical.
Yeah, silent film tend to be real fucking theatrical and over the top.
Yeah,
but you look at her and you go medium. Like, oh, that's a cool chick, man. Fucking, I can hang out with her.
Yeah, it was a new medium.
Right, yeah.
And they were still doing the stage thing. They still thought they had to play to the back row.
Right.
You know what I mean? Which you don't have to do, like, obviously in a film. But they didn't know that yet because it hadn't really kind of settled in.
Yeah, cinema hadn't been perfected.
Yeah. It was still, like I said, it was still a new medium they were playing with. So it's like, it's funny to me, but like I said, even at the time, they were criticizing her. It's like, she doesn't do anything. You know what I mean?
Almost kind of like an original reality star or an original fucking...
Yeah, because she's, like I said, she's very naturalistic.
Yeah.
In contrast to, like, a lot of actors at the time. Big time.
And she was genetically gifted, though, too. She had a beautiful face.
I mean,
and the way she moved,
beautiful.
She just...
Beautiful everything. Beautiful face, beautiful body.
And the way she wanted to dress.
And she was super smart.
Yeah.
And she just, like, seemed like... She just looked like a cool chick.
Way she dressed, fucking way she cut her hair, way she acted. And fucking Hollywood starlets were jealous of her. And they talked so much shit about her. And that was part of what got her blackballed.
That was one of the things, yeah.
I mean, girls fucked her up.
Like I said, it was... Well, it was a number of things, all of which were stupid. But we'll get into that in a bit. So, she didn't originally set out to be an actress. Because I feel like Mae West... You know, when she was young, she started out to be an entertainer. That's all she ever wanted to be, which she said later on. She started when she was 5. Louise Brooks wanted to be a dancer. That's what she wanted to do. So when she was 15 years old, she got a spot at the Denishon School of Dancing, which was a very prestigious dancing school at the time, where the young Martha Graham also went, who Martha Graham, very, very famous dancer. The thing about it, though, was that she was really, really good, which a lot of people realized. But even at 15, she was pretty free-spirited and not real down with the mores of the day, I guess.
Put her face back up there again.
And
just let it sit up there.
Wait,
there you
one?
go. Yeah, just that. I'm good. Go ahead and let it go. Talk about her.
Oh, you want me to cover you up with it?
Just cover me up. Fucking,
okay.
Yeah. That's good. Let everybody see what she looked like. That chick was so cute, man. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, look at that face. Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I don't like hiding you, though.
Just let everybody see.
I had other pictures as well.
Yeah.
I had that picture, that picture. That picture. Yeah, I like that one. But like I said, I couldn't show a lot of the nudes. She did a lot of nudes. Because like I said, she wasn't shy about that. So yeah, she actually got kicked out of the troupe in 1924. And the story goes that one of the head dancer or whatever kicked her out because I'm dismissing you, and he said this in front of everybody. I'm dismissing you from the company because you want life handed to you on a silver salver. Like he thought she was entitled, I guess.
Yeah.
So she was only 17 at this stage, but he kicked her out. Luckily for her, she had some friends on the inside. She had a friend that was the sister of like some kind of famous actors or whatever at the time. And so she got a job as a chorus girl in like a revue called George White's Scandals. And then she got into the Ziegfeld Follies in 1925, which was like a semi-nude dancing thing, like on 42nd Street. Now, so the thing about it was that, so she starts dancing with the Follies, and she gets noticed pretty much immediately by this dude named Walter Wanger. I'm not even going to comment on that name. Who was a producer at Paramount at the time. And he saw her and was just immediately infatuated because she like apparently really stood out at the time.
You're talking about how hot she is. Yeah, you gotta say that was 100 years ago.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
So don't think you invented anything. That shit.
And like I said, look
back.
up Louise Brooks. Look up Louise Brooks nude because I can't show a lot of them on here or I'll get demonetized.
Shit.
But she did a lot of like nude pictures and she was perfect.
Yeah, she wasn't voluptuous, not like what.
No,
what I
she
liked,
was like.
But she had a great like Varga girl flapper look, which was svelte, skinny, small-breasted but nice legs, fucking great face and arms and everything. Just
she was like the whole
really good skinny girl look.
Yeah,
yeah.
Which I'm into that. I always really
Some
liked.
women can rock it.
I really liked that 20s flapper.
Right.
Look. I like other looks too, but it's just like I really like that look.
But
only a certain kind of body style can pull that off, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I can never pull
genetics.
That off. I could pull Mae West off.
Yeah,
for real.
Voluptuous, big titties, big ass. You pull that shit off. But
I could not pull Louise Brooks.
No.
No fucking way.
No, fucking Louise.
I can't even do my hair like that.
She was just genetically skinny.
Yeah.
But me and you could rock with that. We would take her ass to the club. Fucking throw that shit around. We'd have all kinds of fun. Jen be making out with her in the club and shit. And fucking taking pictures and shit.
Like I said, I kind of wish I could go back in time.
Yeah. Go back in time.
I wish I could go back in time and bring some people back, especially people that came to bad ends.
Yeah, and then you can say, come on here and go, look, man.
It's like, come to like a better, more enlightened time.
To a different era, and fucking you'll
fit in better.
Yeah, you'll fit in a lot better.
And it's like you might have like a better life. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's like,
but them being in those hard times, fucking kind of gives them more power. You know what I mean? Fucking, yeah, they suffered, but it kind of strengthened their image in a way. They were more legendary.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like
they
I
went
said,
through more shit.
And the thing about it was that because of the way that Hollywood worked and because of the way that Broadway worked and stuff like that, it was, I don't necessarily want to say it was easier because that's kind of denigrating their talent or whatever, but it's just kind of like there wasn't as much competition is what I'm going to say. Like nowadays, you know, we have the internet. It's like you can see everybody everywhere at all times.
The Hollywood scene was local.
So it's just kind of like, there's hot people like everywhere, like in tiny fucking little towns. As long as they have an internet connection, they can put their shit up, and it's like, wow, that's like the hottest chick ever.
You could have some little
like,
chick out in Kansas in the middle of nowhere with a fucking great body, and she'll fucking hook up with some sultan in Dubai. Now, through Instagram.
Yeah.
Wasn't like that back
then.
then.
So like back then, like I said, it was kind of, in a way, it was easier to rise to the top because there wasn't as much competition. You didn't see anybody that looked like Louise Brooks in this era. She was kind of like one of a kind, so she really stood out.
She just went to the Hollywood area. It was local, and fucking you get picked up through the little scenes. And she started off as a dancer.
Like I said, she was a Ziegfeld girl. She was in the Ziegfeld Follies, and you know, somebody noticed her because she stood out, and you know, so there's that. So Walter Wanger, who was a producer at Paramount, like just thought she was the hottest thing ever. So he actually gave her a 5-year contract to Paramount in 1925. And around this time period, she also met Charlie Chaplin at a cocktail party. And he had just made The Gold Rush, like one of his big movies, just come out in 1925, which she didn't really know at the time because she was kind of young, you know. And so he was in town to promote that. And so they met at this cocktail party, and they ended up having a little bit of an affair. He was married at the time.
Yeah, Zach says she didn't really look like a woman of her time.
She really didn't.
She looks like a woman from
now. I said, she's very... Yeah. She's very modern looking.
Yeah, women
like I
from
said,
that
you
time
could
kind of had round faces,
You could... wear some shit that she wore back then,
and go
you
to the
could
club
rock that look, and nobody would bat an eye.
No, they would think it was normal.
Yeah, they'd be like,
"Oh, that's a great outfit."
Yeah, hot.
Yeah,
like nobody would think you were in a costume or nothing.
Right.
Like everybody would just. So, like I said, she's very modern that way. So her and Charlie Chaplin had a little bit of a fling over a couple months in 1925. Like I said, he was married at the time, but you know, I guess that didn't matter to anybody. She spoke of him very fondly, although I have heard, I don't know if this is true or not, but that after they stopped seeing each other, he sent her a check. I don't know how much the amount was, but she apparently cashed it, but she didn't, like, thank him or anything like that. I was like, okay. Maybe that was a thing that dudes did back then, but that seems like a little denigrating. I'm going to say, maybe they didn't think of it like that. I think we were talking about this earlier, like maybe on one of our sidetrack shows. But it's just like, maybe that was a thing back then. It's like, hey, I had fun with you these 2 months or however long their affair went on. And it's like, here's some money. But I'm like, oh, are you saying I'm a hooker? Like nowadays, people would take that really wrong. Like they'd be like, oh, so you think I'm just a hooker. But I guess back then it was okay. I don't know. He sent her a check, though, reportedly. Now... she did get married. She married a couple of times. Not like Mae West, who just married one time and didn't tell anybody about it. And then was like, yeah, fuck that. Louise Brooks married a couple times, but like I said, it never worked out. Never lasted too long. So in the summer of 1926, like a year after her thing with Charlie Chaplin, she married a dude named Eddie Sutherland, who at the time was the director of a movie that she had made with W.C. Fields. But they were only married for like a year or less, and she kind of fell for somebody else. Like I said, she knew very much that she was not trustworthy, and that she was just kind of like, I don't know. So she kind of had like sex ADHD. It's like she kind of be like, hey, let's get married. Oh, look at that dude over there. Like she was like that kind of, but she was honest about it. Like she knew she was like that.
She had a male style of sex drive.
But like I said,
young male style sex drive. Where if you saw something was hot, you wanted it.
But she was into women too.
Yeah.
So she was kind of pansexual in that way.
Yeah. Well, that's still a guy type deal. She was kind of an opportunist.
That's a good way of putting it.
She was the Chiana of the fucking...
She was, because we've been watching Farscape.
Farscape, yeah.
Which, if you don't know, was like a sci-fi series.
You gotta see Farscape.
Man, it's so good. I can't believe I didn't watch it back in the day. It's so good.
It's on
I'm so mad that I didn't watch it all these years.
Yeah, and it's
really fucking good. It's on Amazon.
It's on Amazon.
Well, the first 3 seasons are free, and then if you have Amazon Prime, and then the 4th one you have to pay for.
Yeah, but it's worth it. By then you're...
But yeah, we had, because like I said, I was like, I gotta see what happens. It's like...
Shiana was the hot alien slut.
And like I said,
Yeah,
I kind of like that
but
they
she's
didn't,
cool.
they didn't
really
shame
cool.
her for that.
No.
She's just a slut.
She's a slut.
That's her thing.
That was her secret
And it
power.
was like, okay.
That was her special power.
She just sluts around, and it's like, yep, well, that's her being her.
It could solve problems. It could cause problems. It just depends on
like, just like in real life.
You're right. Yeah.
Just like in real life. But yeah, so yeah, she's like the Chiana of like the old Hollywood system, where she was just like sleep with anybody. But yeah, so she gets married, this dude named Eddie Sutherland, and then she falls in love with this other guy named George Preston Marshall, who owned a bunch of laundries and actually would later go on to own the Washington Redskins, the football team. She just met him like by complete circumstance at a party or something, and immediately Pam like fell for him like that. So it's just like, so that's why the marriage didn't last, because she met this other dude and she was just like, ooh, I want that guy. And that guy, well, the thing about Marshall was that he did actually help her a lot, like, through the years. So it wasn't just, like, a one-off fling. Like, he actually did give her money and, like, help her in her career and stuff. So, the thing about it, here's what's kind of sad. So Eddie Sutherland, the guy she married, when she said, hey, I met this other guy, less than a year later, and I think I'd rather let's get divorced, he attempted suicide. So, you know, he took a bunch of sleeping pills. He didn't die, but he tried to kill himself because she divorced him. So, you know, that's kind of sad. But, yeah. So, so her and Marshall were kind of, you know, on again, off again. Although she would later say that he kind of, beat her up. Like, that he was abusive. So, I don't know. But they were together, like I said, on and off for a while. You know what I mean? Like 6-7 years, something like that. And reportedly, he did propose to her, but when he found out that she'd been like fucking these other dudes, which because that's kind of how she does, like while they were seeing each other, he was like, well, she's never gonna be monogamous, so he married somebody else instead. You know what I mean? Because he knew that's
the way she was.
What the way she was, and he wasn't going to change it. So at least he realized that. So her first movie, which was a silent film, was called The Street of Forgotten Men from 1925. Was a pretty small role, actually uncredited. But the way that she looked with the hair, which is hilarious because there was a book about her that was written like much later on, and it was called something like The Girl in the Black Helmet or something like that because of her.
She hated that haircut later on. She called it a helmet.
Yeah.
But that made her famous.
Yeah. Although I've seen pictures of her when she was young, and she had a variation of that hair because it was in style, kind of.
It was what we would call today a bob.
Yeah, it's a bob.
Yeah.
I
thought it was cute.
I did too. It looked really good on her.
She got very famous for that haircut. And
I think she felt stymied by it after a while because
she was typecast.
Yeah, because it's like a look, and now I always have to look like that. You know what I mean? I get it. It's like anybody that's in the same kind of movies after a time and has a real specific look to it.
And it can happen with men too. Look at Jason Statham.
Yeah, and it's like
Jason
you always
Statham,
have to be in like these small amount of roles because it's like, you know what I mean. You can't be like a regular dude in a movie like looking
Jason
like
Statham as Jason Statham in a Jason Statham movie,
right?
Starring Jason Statham.
You can't be Jason Statham and just be like a regular, like dad or something like that, like in a romantic. I mean, you could, but people would be like, "That's weird. I can't really watch that." You know. I mean, there is such a thing as typecast, and it's not always Hollywood doing it. It's because audiences expect
that's what they want.
A certain, you look like a certain thing. If you're just going to be like a regular dad in a Hallmark Christmas movie, you can't look like Jason Statham because that's not realistic. Right?
You know, I love Jason Statham. He did a good job. He did a great job. But he's always playing that same character.
Well, he's good at it.
Yeah, he's good at it. He kind of replaced Arnold Schwarzenegger.
But I can see how, for an actor, that would be very frustrating.
Yeah.
So I understand like when they're just like, man, I didn't want to be tech, or they just go crazy and like just look completely different or change their look completely. I get it. Like it's not crazy. It's not crazy.
There's a new Bautista flick coming out when he's in a post-apocalyptic world based in a fucking comic book. It looks good as shit. He's lost a lot of weight. Remember we were talking about it earlier. Some of y'all saying that he lost all that weight. He looked good in this movie.
Yeah.
So he kind of did what Arnold did when Arnold got lighter. And doing like True Lies and shit, you know. I mean, fucking, it's like that. But I want to see that new fucking Bautista movie. I forgot what it was called, but I saw the.
Yeah, I remember you telling me about it. But I don't remember
it looked really good.
Yeah.
He's playing a guy in a post-apocalyptic world being hired to save the world's precious fucking art. He's got to save the Mona Lisa, and it's in the hands of a bunch of warlords. It looks really good.
Steal that?
What's that?
Didn't some bitch steal that?
Nobody stole the Mona Lisa. No.
Well, it's been stolen a couple of times.
It has? I didn't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
I love art theft stories for some reason. That's why I keep every now and then, like in the polls, I'll put the Isabella Gardner like museum heist in there. Like I love heist shit too, but it's like nobody ever votes for it.
The people that fucking steal fucking shit like works of art
because the Isabella
also
Gardner
way into art. They're not gonna hurt it. They're gonna hold it for ransom.
No, they know they're stealing it for a purpose.
Yeah.
Like to ransom it or for someone that asked for those specific things.
A lot of Van Goghs were fucking
because the Isabella Gardner heist, they knew exactly what they were looking for.
Yeah,
exactly. Like they stole very specific. And like they planned it for a really long time.
Fags.
Which kind of fascinated me.
Art fags.
But see, I love that. Well, I love that because it's like crime.
It's crime, but it's high class.
But it's high class crime, and you're not hurting anybody.
Right, yeah.
Although I think they did beat up a couple of guards. But still.
Fucking funny.
That's why I also love that Antwerp diamond heist. I've been wanting to do a show about that too. Because I read a book about that, and I was like, that was fucking fascinating. How long
Zachary says the fucking Louise Brooks is kind of like a twin to Gila Milosevic.
Jovovich.
Yeah.
He's too drunk to read.
I can't read, man. The girl she's
from The Fifth Element.
From The Fifth Element, yeah. Very similar.
And the fucking.
But I gotta say,
vampire video game movie.
Yeah, I gotta say Louise was a lot cooler.
Well, yeah.
I mean, they're both. She's cute and everything, but she wasn't as subversive as fucking Louise Brooks.
It's hard to be subversive nowadays.
You can't be subversive nowadays. The only way you can be subversive nowadays is to be a murderer, because everybody's done everything. She was just ahead of her time.
And even then, you have to kind of go way out of your way to like do something crazy before anybody will even comment on it. Which is, I don't know if that's a bad thing or a good thing, but
it's been maxed out.
That's what I mean. It's like everything's been done. You can't do anything that anybody hasn't done before.
Yeah. So
it's just like put your own spin on it.
Nothing's original.
That's all you can do.
It's just a reboot of something else, even whether you know it or not. Yeah.
Pretty much. Precious says Louise Brooks is to Tom as Linda Carter is to me.
I don't know, maybe. Who said that?
Precious.
Okay. I don't know if Precious is male or female. I don't know if there's a dude or a chick. I don't know. So I don't know. I can't.
I don't know. Both of these ladies, I'm gonna say Mae West or Louise Brooks.
Well, they're both hot.
I would hit.
Yeah, they're both hot. Yeah, they're just very different styles. Very different styles.
Yeah, but that's okay.
Yeah.
I like lots of different.
Different styles of femininity.
I like lots of different things.
Power women.
Yeah. I think that's what appeals to me most about them. Yeah. Is that they were completely just don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Kind of women, because I don't really like the demure super femme. I'm not really into that.
Well, I like it in certain contexts. We're talking about celebrities and we're talking about actresses, so you're gonna have to fucking be wild. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I would tolerate more from a celebrity or an actress than I would for some random chick. You know what I mean?
Probably most people would.
Just the way it is. It's just the way it is. Nowadays, it would be like an online personality, like us. You know what I mean? Because we're kind of like the TV stars of the modern age in a way.
I don't consider myself an online personality.
Younger people do, though.
I guess.
Is the funniest thing.
That's pretty
to
good,
us, it's just we're just ourselves. But
I'm just on here like talking bullshit.
Yeah, to a person
in my office.
Okay. To put it in a modern context, Mae West Mae West and fucking
Louise Brooks.
Brooks were content creators.
Yeah.
They were creating stuff. So that already gives them a little more clout and license, more credibility, and higher status. So their foibles and their personalities can kind of be a part of that sensation you have of knowing them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
What's that called? A parasocial relationship.
Yeah, so they're more of a
where you
thing.
feel like you have a relationship with someone
Right.
that you don't actually know.
Right. So it's not the same as somebody who doesn't do anything for a living. It's not the same. There was a lot of people like those two girls that didn't do anything for a living.
Yeah, you didn't know
they're long and gone. They're long gone, and they weren't sex
don't
symbols.
know
You know.
Yeah.
So it's just. So you got to look at it that way. Not everybody's judged the same way. What you do for a living matters.
Well, if you're in the public eye, obviously,
public
more
eye,
people are
that
going to comment on your
Right,
shit
right,
than
right,
if
right.
nobody knows who the fuck you are if you're just some nobody.
Yeah.
Sure.
Now there was a lot of nobodies that were probably fucking hot as shit and real cool. That doesn't.
But like I said, you didn't know them.
But you
so
didn't
it's
know.
like, you didn't have the
Right.
opportunity.
So you
to
can't
know them.
comment. Right.
Like probably their friends thought they were cool as shit.
Yeah,
but it's
right,
like nobody
yeah,
else
yeah.
knew them because
Right.
they weren't famous. They just worked as an accountant or some shit.
We're talking about the famous people.
Right.
Right.
Or worked at a coffee shop or whatever.
Right.
Like we see hot people all the time. But
Yeah.
It's just kind of like,
We know hot people in the club are hot as shit.
Yeah. They're not famous or nothing.
They're not famous though. Right.
I mean, there's hot people everywhere.
Right.
There's ugly people everywhere too, but there's hot people everywhere also.
Right. Yeah.
It's just easier to see them now because
Yeah.
we have the internet, so you.
But we're talking about hot people from the 1920s.
Yeah, when it wasn't ubiquitous.
When that wasn't everywhere. Right. Right. Well, that was a hard.
Which, like you said, well, yeah, and like back then, yeah, there were probably hot people everywhere too, but you didn't see them.
Right.
Because not everybody had like a fucking.
And their
phone.
execution of hot may have not been quite as glamorous. So you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So yeah. So she's in her first movie in 1925. Very small role. But because she stood out so much in that movie, she got a couple of other kind of more high-profile roles, still supporting roles. But she was in a movie called called The Girl in Every Port from 1928. And then she was in one called Beggars of Life, also from 1928. And this movie, Beggars of Life, is considered to be her best American movie. This is crazy. In this movie, this is 1920. This is before the Hays Code, you guys. In this movie, she plays a girl who lives in the country, and her dad tries to rape her, and she kills him. It's her foster dad, actually. Tries to rape her, and she kills him. And then a dude who's like this dude kind of stumbles upon the scene and figures out what's going on. And then says, "Oh, you should dress up like a boy and come and be a hobo." So then she like goes and like becomes a hobo. But then she ends up like with all the, riding the rails and all that like the hobos did back in the day. And then they find out she's a girl and, it's a bunch of dudes that are hobos and it's a young girl and shit doesn't go too bad. So, you know what I mean? This is pre-Hays Code. So she was in that, like I said, and that was kind of considered her best American film at the time. And again, as we said, she was very ahead of her time in the sense of not... And I've seen interviews with her, like, later when she was older, and she seemed pretty insightful about her acting chops. So she was trying not to... Because, like we said earlier, like, in the 1920s, especially in silent film, everything was very exaggerated because it was still a carryover from stage. So facial expressions and reactions and stuff were very, very overwrought, But she didn't do that, and that was, like, really unusual for the time. So I think she kind of heralded the more modern era of, like, naturalistic, where people acting like regular-ass people. Like, It wasn't kind of, like, a different milieu, if you want to say that. Like, it's like, I think before people were more willing to give it, like, oh, it's like a stage play, so everyone was, like, reactions were like super exaggerated, but it's like now if you put that in a movie, people would be like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They wanted people to like act like normal people, but that was weird for people back then.
She was more like a reality star.
Yeah.
She's trying to do what was real compared to what everybody else was doing. You could read her.
Yeah.
You understand what kind of person she was.
Yeah, she came across as, like I said, very organic, very naturalistic, unlike a lot of the actors at the time, which that was the style at the time, very stagey. Now, at this point, because of her look and because of her kind of more naturalistic acting, she started to get real popular in Europe because they showed the movies over there. Particularly, A Girl in Every Port, which is a Howard Hawks movie from 1928. And that kind of started a big trend over there of, like, women cutting their hair like her and all this other kind of stuff. Now, so because of her, like I said, she was very, very intelligent. And she was kind of a no bullshit kind of person. And that obviously didn't fly too well with studio executives and whatnot, who just kind of wanted all their female stars, especially, to kind of shut up and do what they were told. And she didn't really want to do that. And she wouldn't. So she kind of got tagged as difficult. And people didn't like... She would come on the set and do the movie, and she was professional, everything like that. But she had a tendency to have kind of flings or one-night stands or whatever with other actors, crew members, stuff like that. And rumors started going around about it, and people got all butthurt about it. And so people started, kind of talking shit about her.
She was just trying to work her magic. She wanted to fuck famous people. I mean, and have fun.
Well, and crew members too. She didn't even care if they were famous.
Yeah.
She just, you know what I mean?
They were hot, then she said. But another thing that she would do is she would go to Germany and go to the lesbian clubs, which that would like upset a lot of the directors. They're like, wait a minute, hold on, why is she going? She go to the lesbian clubs. She wanted to see what that was all about. Kiss on some girls or whatever that she was doing. And they were trying to fucking keep her under lock and key and like protect her virginity or something. She wasn't a virgin.
And she was just like, I'm a grown-ass adult. Are you not?
She just wanted to see what was out there.
Yeah. So, not too long after Beggars of Life was done, she started filming another movie, which I mentioned earlier, which is on YouTube in its entirety if you want to watch it. Some of the other ones might be too, but it's like I just saw this one come up in particular, and it's like a murder mystery called The Canary Murder Case. That's from 1929. And at this point, she was kind of famous enough that she was kind of hobnobbing with kind of like the wealthy and elite, including the previously mentioned William Randolph Hearst, who made so much trouble for Mae West, as we were talking about earlier. And here's the thing. William Randolph Hearst, like I said, he had the fucking stones to go after Mae West for immorality and stuff like that. Even though he was married and he had a very, very high-profile affair with a mistress, Marion Davies, which everybody knew about. So it's just kind of like, I don't know where these people get off, like, criticizing other people. But you know what I mean? When they're doing shit. And everybody knows about it. But Louise Brooks actually got invited to their castle, or whatever. Now... Here's the thing. So, Louise Brooks was actually friends with Marion Davies. That was Hearst's mistress. Marion Davies had a lesbian niece named Peppy Lederer. And Louise was very close friends with her. And also, they hooked up at some point during a party. Maybe more than once. I don't really know. But it got around. You know what I mean? And here's the shitty thing. William Randolph Hearst was kind of a shitty person, I'm gonna say. Because when he found out that the Peppy Lederer was a lesbian, they had him and Marion Davies was her aunt, had her committed to a mental institution.
Yeah.
As one does.
You crazy fucking turf muncher. Fucking what the fuck? You gotta go. And here's the thing.
That's how they did back in the day.
Back in the day when all that shit was going on. I did research on it and fucking listen to testimony of the time. Alternate sexuality was in cool clubs. And this is like during Prohibition era too, because they were like speakeasies a lot of times, was like a really cool thing. And lesbianism was a new kind of a fad, because they didn't really have women's liberation as you know it today. A lot of things were very different. But one way to get out from underneath the fucking some cheesy ass dudes and corny ass dudes that they had back then was for girls to go out with other girls who dress like men.
Mm-hmm.
And they would do this in clubs that were kind of a little bit more mixed, but there were guys in there. They had lesbian clubs, it was nothing but girls, but they tended to be guys in there too that were allowed in. That's my understanding of it based on what I read. And it was kind of more like a rebellion thing.
Yeah.
Against what was going on. And it was more of a fad. It wasn't what today what you would call a sexual orientation. It was more like something you did.
I mean, I'm sure
like
it was for
riding on a rock.
some people.
I think it was a mixture. I think some people...
Because some people were like, thank God there's like some place I can go like to act like a normal person.
Right. I think
But some people were just kind of like...
It was a fad too.
I don't want to say slumming, but they were just kind of like dilettantes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And Louise was... her sexuality was kind of like open and adventurous.
It was very fluid.
So she was
just kind of like up for whatever.
Yeah, she's like, let's go fuck some chicks. You know what I mean? And fucking...
Yeah, she did not see a problem.
Yeah, let's see what that's all about. And, you know, okay, fine. She's experimenting. And a lot of girls were back then, and that was a way of getting out. Look, the dudes of this era, I wouldn't go out with them. Fucking no.
I would not either.
With the cultural values that they had and
Nope.
And just
no
the way...
fun.
Yeah, I wouldn't find that attractive. There may have been some guys that might have been acceptable, but I think in general most dudes weren't.
They were probably mostly pretty
Stick in the mud fucking type dudes, you know what I mean?
I mean, it's all upbringing. It was all like cultural. That was what the whole society was like at the time.
Yeah.
But doesn't sound like any fun, really.
So, you know, women were running from all that bullshit.
Yeah.
Making out with each other.
Yeah. But here's the sad...
How you gonna blame them, you know?
I don't blame them.
I can't blame them.
Here's the sad thing, though. They put Peppy Lederer in an institution.
Yeah.
And then a couple days later, she jumped out a window.
Yeah,
and unalived herself.
She checked out. She's like, fuck this shit.
Like I said, can't really say I blame her.
I can't really blame her for that either.
That's pretty fucked up.
Yeah.
So the fact that happened, that was another thing that made Louise Brooks be like, the fuck, man? Like, this Hollywood scene is like bullshit. Like, I don't really want anything to do with this.
Yeah.
So at this point, she's still at Paramount, but she wanted a raise. They wouldn't give it to her. And because of all the shit going on, she's like, man, I don't want to fucking be here anymore. She didn't like it. So George Preston Marshall, who was her on again, off again lover at the time, he's like, look, I'm going to Europe. There's a director over there in Austria, J.W. Pabst. G.W. Pabst, rather. He's very famous, and he wants to make movies with you. You know, it'll be really awesome. So come with me, and we'll do that. So that's what she did. Like, the last day that she was filming Canary Murder Case, like the last movie she did over here. And then she was like, that same day, she was like, okay, bye. And she just got on a fucking ship and went over to Europe in 1928. Here's the thing. Now, like I said, she wasn't officially blackballed, but she was like low-key blackballed. One of the things that made her kind of persona non grata, I guess. Not only the fact that she wouldn't cooperate with shit that people wanted, you know, she was quote-unquote difficult. She did have, like, liaisons with people on the crew and stuff like that, and people didn't like that because they were like, oh, immorality, blah, blah, blah. But one thing, they asked her to come back to Paramount because they were going to do the Canary Murder Case, the movie she made in 1929. They were recutting it as a sound film because obviously sound had just come in. They're like, come in and, like, dub over your voice. And she was like, fuck you, I'm not doing that. And everybody else did it, but she wouldn't, because she was just kind of like, yeah, I don't want to fucking deal with you motherfuckers anymore, pretty much. So the Hollywood studio, like the executive, kind of flagged, well, your voice isn't suitable for movies anyway, they said, and got another woman to dub her voice over. So if you see that movie nowadays, the sound version, that is not Louise Brooks's voice. That is another actress. In the time she was in Hollywood, she was in 17 silent films. But because, like I said, she was generally uncooperative, she didn't really like that whole system. She ended up kind of getting a little bit like low-key blackballed. However, when she went to Germany, that's probably what cemented her stardom, I feel like. If she hadn't gone to Europe, I don't know if she would be remembered, at least as much as she's remembered nowadays, as the icon that she is.
Her German movies were actually kind of better than the American movies because of the scripts.
Yeah.
And one that she's really did well in Germany was one about... She did one about a girl growing up in an orphanage. And that one, she's artistically supposed to be fucking fantastic. And it's supposed to be pretty controversial in terms of fucking like realistic about what it shows.
Most of the movies she was in.
It's about the abuse that happened in fucking orphanages.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that.
Why don't you put her picture up? Put her picture up and we'll arrest her.
What again? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I got a pee too, but
Well, when I come back.
Well, I'll just talk while you're on.
Yep.
So she goes to Germany, and she gets cast as the lead in a movie called Pandora's Box, which came out in 1929, and this was based on a pretty famous novel at the time. And she's cast as the lead, whose name is Lulu, and plays this very carefree, very liberated woman, who's, I guess her appeal like leads to her downfall kind of thing. This movie is notable for being one of the first films to show a very frank portrayal of a lesbian character. So obviously it was very, very much ahead of its time because, like I said, it was 1929. And again, because of her naturalistic acting, which the Europeans seemed all down with, but the Americans thought was weird. But this is why the Europeans like fucking loved her, and the Americans maybe not so much, like until later on. Here's an interesting quote. I'll wait until Tom comes back. But she talked about, because she wrote a lot about her experiences making movies. Louise Brooks did later on. And she was talking about the contrast between the way that she was treated or the way she was perceived in Hollywood against the way she was perceived and treated in Germany. She says, in Hollywood, I was a pretty flibbertigibbet whose charm for the executive department decreased with every increase in my fan mail. In Berlin, I stepped to the station platform to meet Mr. Pabst, who was the director, and became an actress. And his attitude was the pattern for all. Nobody offered me humorous or instructive comments on my acting. In other words, nobody mansplained to her. Everywhere, I was treated with a kind of decency and respect unknown to me in Hollywood. It was just as if Mr. Pabst had sat in on my whole life and career and knew exactly where I needed assurance and protection. So she really got into the European way of making films. And that's probably why like her German films are what made her a legend. The thing about it is, I've seen some like film critics speculate it's like if she had never gone to Europe, maybe nobody would remember her, because she was in a lot of American silent movies, but it's like she usually wasn't like the main star or anything like that. But it was really the German films where they kind of
cemented her legend.
Yeah,
yeah,
big time.
She could act.
Yeah.
Yeah. She wasn't just a pretty face with a cool haircut. She could act.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing about it is that she drew a lot of her own, she drew on a lot of her own experience to play that character. Lulu, like in that movie.
She would have been so much better in talkies.
Well, she was in some. But
I don't think she was in a bunch of American talkies because the rumor was that she couldn't make it in talkies, so they blackballed her. But that's not where it really happened.
That's not really what happened.
But that was...
She was blackballed before talkies even became
right.
a big thing.
Right. That was just the Hollywood legend.
Yeah.
Is that she got blackballed. That she couldn't.
What's the story? Was
do
that
talkies.
She had a weird voice. Like, what's wrong with my voice?
Yeah. No.
Like Man with Two Brains.
No, she'd have been great in talkies.
Yeah, but like I said, if you see her in, like I said, the Case of the Canary or whatever I just said, that's actually not. If you see the sound version, that's not her voice. Because there's a silent version and there's a sound version, but that's not her voice. They dubbed her over because she refused to redub her voice for the sound version. So as soon as Pandora's Box was done filming, she actually hooked up with the director, Pabst. Well, there's Pokey.
Yeah, Pokey's gonna be a guest.
What's up, little chump?
Sit down.
And they kind of hooked up, and then he put her in his next movie, which was called Diary of a Lost Girl, which also came out in 1929. That was based on a novel. And in this movie, she said that she basically drew on her experiences of being molested as a 9-year-old. And then her mom blaming her for getting molested as a 9-year-old, which is pretty fucked up.
For seducing them old men.
Yeah, so when you're 9, you know what I mean. So, again, this was seen as like an artistic triumph. Like, they fucking loved her. And at this point, like, Pabst is like, you belong to Europe. You don't need to go back to Hollywood. That sucks. It's like, you belong here. Why don't you stay here? But he did tell her too that if she didn't stay, because she was so kind of one way, she wasn't really one way or the other about her career. Like I said, she never really cared about making money. She didn't really care about, I don't know, she wasn't real ambitious.
She was more about the art.
And so it's just kind of
she needed a manager, a real manager, to fucking help her through her career and keep her working. And once the shit went down in Hollywood, she really should have become a European star.
Yeah, because they loved her over
there. Yeah, and she was smart enough to where she could execute dialogue in German, but she didn't have the backing. She needed a real manager, because the studio she was working for just. If you fucking go back and listen to what she said and the way things used to work in old Hollywood. They were there to consume her and use her up and throw her away when they were done with her.
Yeah.
Kind of like a porn industry.
Yeah.
That's how they did. She actually, her and some other girl that were in working for that same studio. It was MGM, I believe. Do you remember?
Well, I thought it was Paramount, but
might have been Paramount. Okay, probably Paramount. They said these other girls that came that worked here, what happened to them? And like on the average they were around for like a couple years, and they made them buy their own clothes, and they put them up in these fucking mansions that they made them rent, and they had fucking staff,
cars and all
and cars and
then
drivers.
They said, oh, by the way, you still owe us for all that stuff that we bought for you.
Yeah, this is all coming out of your fucking pay.
So we're not going to pay you for like a long time.
So what ended up happening is they never really made any money for making these movies.
Yeah.
But they lived lavishly for a couple years, and then every one of the ones that came before them was gone within like 2 years.
Then they just got tossed aside.
They tossed them out, and then they had debt in some cases.
Yeah.
So they knew that was coming. They knew they were being fucked over. She should have gotten a good manager and a lawyer.
It seemed like, I mean, to be honest, I didn't know her.
Yeah.
But she seemed like she didn't really care that much.
Yeah, it was like they were just like
I said, she wasn't super ambitious.
Yeah.
Everybody probably wants enough money to like live and stuff, but she didn't really seem all that concerned about, oh, I want to be a star, I want to be a millionaire, or anything like that. She didn't really give a shit.
She had a year's warning, that they were going to chew her up and spit her out like the other ones, and she didn't take any action. She should have got a lawyer, and she should have got a fucking a manager, and they should have got her out of that studio as soon as possible and gotten her down to Europe, where she could make money. Okay, under a better situation. See, the old Hollywood would give you money, but they took it all back from you.
Yeah.
Because they would put you up in these fucking mansions that they owned. You know what I mean? They put you up in a mansion that you owned, and then they'd make you fucking buy your own fucking wardrobe that you were going to use as costumes in the upcoming movies. So Paramount, MGM, and all they knew how to fucking use the girl up. And then they would do fucked up shit, like they would say, "Look, we got this movie we want to make with you, but the producer, he's just not sure he's going to make it. You're going to have to go over to his house and spend a couple weeks with him and seal this deal to get this guy to fucking front the movie." Well, that's pimping. Let's be honest, man. Fucking, that's pimping. So that goes back to what I said earlier on the show, is that in the American culture, fucking actresses were hookers. That's how they were seen. They would make them go out and sleep with these dudes to get the money to make the picture. And they were like, "Well, I don't want to do that." And I go, "Well, then the movie isn't going to happen. And you're fired." You didn't have a choice. You know? So she needed a lawyer. And
yeah,
she
but like
needed
I said,
a real manager.
It seemed to me that she didn't really want to
Right.
spend the effort. I mean, she just didn't really give a crap.
She didn't know. She didn't know.
I think she knew. I just think she didn't give enough.
She
of a
didn't know
shit.
what could happen once you're out of Hollywood. She didn't want to do what she had to do after that.
Here's the crazy thing.
She should have been acting the rest of her life, and she could have been in talkings, and she would have done great in Europe, and she could have come back to the United States. She just needed good representation.
When she was still in Germany, and when Paps was trying to convince her to stay there, he basically told her, "You're going to end up in poverty, just like Lulu, your character in the movie."
Yeah.
And he said, "All of your rich American friends are going to abandon you."
Yeah.
As soon as your career starts going.
Well, that's what happened.
And that's exactly what happened. So he called it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So she wasn't having it for whatever reason. She was, lauded in Europe, but she kind of got bored with it. So she went back to New York in late 1929. And then a couple years later, she went back to Hollywood in 1931. Now, she was in a couple of other movies. She was in one called God's Gift to Women, and It Pays to Advertise, both of which came out in 1931. But she didn't really get any, they weren't huge roles, and it's like nobody really noticed them or anything like that. And because she was still kind of quote-unquote unofficially blacklisted, she didn't get a lot of job offers.
Yeah, I think you're missing something. Back in the 20s, when she first started getting blacklisted and had to go to Europe, what happened is that she had been dating Charlie Chaplin. Are you going to get into that?
I already talked about that a long time ago. She slept with him for like 2 months.
2 months, and he paid her.
Yeah, I said that.
You're right. Well, that got out, and the other girls turned on her over that. Okay? And one of the bigger stars, who was an older chick, probably like 30, started spreading these rumors around that Louise had fucking syphilis. And that was the beginning of the end. She didn't have syphilis, though.
She had a reputation, though.
They were basically
for
saying
sleeping around.
This bitch is a hoe, and she's got
Which she kind of did, but
she didn't have syphilis. Okay.
No, not that I know.
And fucking that was one of the things that got her fucking blackballed, was all this fucking negative shit, and it came from one of the fucking older female stars, and I forgot her name.
Who was a hater?
I forgot the name of the chick, but she was kind of a big wig at the time. So Louise got fucked over by a chick. Ruined her reputation. And
women are sometimes the worst misogynists.
Yeah, and that chick was a fucking hater. And she was evidently that, from what I remember, this is just going by memory, that chick was fucking hated her over the whole fucking Charlie Chaplin thing. Because when she was fucking with Charlie Chaplin, Chaplin was married.
Yeah. I said that.
Right. And
Yeah,
his
it was like in
wife was
1925
friends with that girl.
Yeah.
All right. So that had a lot to do with it. And she let her pussy get out ahead of her. It happens sometimes. She didn't know that was going to happen. The bitch needed a lawyer.
Like I said, I don't think she was really thinking about anything.
She wasn't really.
Other
She
than...
didn't think about the politics involved.
Yeah.
She was fucking with another woman's man, and Charlie Chaplin. He was in the short man mafia like me. I'm going to defend Charlie. But Charlie was good to her. Charlie liked her, but it was just a hookup. And he fucked around on his wife with her, and that was really kind of what ended up getting her blackballed.
Well, one of the things.
Well, what's that?
One of the things.
One of the things, yeah. But I think that was the main thing that caused that chick to make up stories that she had syphilis. Mm. She didn't have it, though.
Not that I know.
But that would be like saying you had AIDS.
Back in those days.
Back in those days. Because that was incurable.
Like I said, she did get a reputation for sleeping around and shit like that. Which she did do, but I don't think it was egregious. Or like any more than what other people were doing.
Probably about the same. It's just the thing is that fucking Louise was prettier and more of a threat.
That's, yeah. So I think people were kind of just hating
the
her.
other girls were threatened like a motherfucker.
Yeah.
Okay. She was hot. And she could act. So some of the older girls had to get rid of her.
Yeah, I mean, the minute everybody said... Well, now, I'm not going to say that's true across the board. Because sometimes, when everybody says you're a piece of shit, sometimes you're just a piece of shit. And everybody's just calling it like it is. But in this situation...
I don't think she was a piece of shit.
Yeah, sometimes, if she's not doing anything that other people aren't doing... And people are just going out of their way to say, just like, oh my god, this girl sucks, she's such a slut, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, there's obviously some...
She was just a very pretty, cool slut. And the other girls fucking had to get rid of her. That's what I think.
Well, it worked. I mean, sadly.
Yeah.
So she's kind of unofficially blacklisted, like I said, when she comes back. She was in a couple movies, but not like massive roles or anything like that. She did get... Now, Columbia Pictures did offer her $500 in those days money a week. But they wanted her to do this Western, and they wanted her to do a screen test for it, and she wouldn't do it. So they said, okay, never mind. So they withdrew the offer. Okay. Because like I said, she just wouldn't play ball. That was another thing too. Around this time, she did make one more movie, which was like a kind of a two-reel comedy short film, which was called Wendy Riley Goes Hollywood from 1931. And this was directed by the very famous Fatty Arbuckle, who at this time pretty disgraced. He actually directed this movie under a pseudonym because at that time, I think we talked about him. Didn't we talk about Fatty Arbuckle?
We've talked about him before.
On one of our Hollywood... like... They said that he murdered a woman
by sticking a bottle up in her.
That's not what happened, though.
Yeah, but that was the rumor.
Yeah, so he was, again, persona non grata for like a long time. But she did a movie for him, but he directed it under a pseudonym. But it didn't really get anywhere. So in 1932, she ended up declaring bankruptcy. So she started dancing in nightclubs to make money. And here's the crazy thing. So she's probably pretty broke, I would imagine, at this stage. 1933, she marries a millionaire, a dude from Chicago named Deering Davis. But she only stayed with him for like less than a year.
Yeah.
And then she just left. They were only married for like 5 months.
Yeah, this bitch is...
And then she took off, and then she just left a note. Bye.
Yeah.
Like a Dear John letter.
You're dealing with she's cute as shit. She doesn't really give a shit.
Like I said, she didn't give a shit about the money. Clearly. This dude could have taken... Even if he sucked, he could have taken care of her forever, but she wasn't interested in that.
What she said about him was that I married that dude, and I realized I was just marrying a fan.
Mm.
So she didn't respect it. He was a simp.
Yeah.
There wasn't any sexuality to it. She said he was just marrying a fan. He said she just thought he was boring.
Yeah, it seemed like
she was not
most dudes kind of bored her.
Yeah. So look, man, you got to give her this. she was not a gold digger.
No.
She was not a gold digger.
She could have just taken that dude for all he was worth, and she didn't do that. She just left.
She had to like you to be with you. And she liked the dude, but then when she's like, this is just a fan. There's nothing to this guy. He's not hot. You know? So.
She just seemed like she was...
That's cool.
She was pursuing
something. She shouldn't have married him, but, you know.
No, but it's just kind of like, she seemed like she was pursuing something...
Yeah.
That maybe she thought she could achieve, but maybe she couldn't. You know? Like I said, she never seemed interested in money.
No.
Even when she was super poor.
She was into sex appeal.
Yeah.
You had to be hot. You couldn't buy her.
She wanted the experience.
Yeah. You couldn't buy her.
And if you didn't have that, then she'd get bored and wander off, like, pretty quickly.
That was one of the things where, you know, we did Mae West story. That was one of the things, this is like one of the key things that, to me, her status went way up. To me. Yeah, she was a hoe. She was gorgeous, though. And to keep her, you had to be hot. She didn't give a shit about your fucking money.
No.
So there's a certain amount of fucking authenticity to that. She was authentic.
Yeah.
You know, which I respect that.
Like I said, that's all she cared about. Was, like, sexual experience.
Yeah. And
or connection of some kind that she wasn't finding.
It was emotion.
She didn't give a shit if you were a millionaire.
Right.
Who could have pulled her out of poverty.
Right. And we're talking about an era in American history.
5 months, she's like, nah, I'm out.
And we're talking about an era in American history where most of these dudes would have been duds. Socially, they'd have just been duds. You know what I mean? It's like marrying a Chinese millionaire. In general, those dudes are going to be boring. You know, they're going to have a lot of money, but they're going to work all the time, and they're not sexy. You know, and fucking.
Like I said,
money cannot buy sexual attraction. It just can't.
Money's nice. It's better than being broke.
Yeah.
But this is a person you have to put up with
for the rest of your life,
every day, for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
Like, and I can't really blame people for being like, you know what, I can't take it.
Yeah, because
I don't give a shit how much money he's got.
Put Louise up there so you can see. Louise would have been like, put her up there. Louise would have been like, this bitch has got money. She'd be like, yeah, there's just like, this bitch has got money, but he ain't shit. He's not even good looking and he's not even hot. Fucking so I'm gonna go out and get laid by a real man. I don't care about his money. So I respect that a lot more than a gold digger. Just where like, yeah, you got money, yeah. And then she's gonna
she was never like that.
A gold digger's gonna fuck a hot dude behind your back anyway.
True.
You know. Gonna take your money and spend it on another man while you're not watching. But she didn't even want to put the dude through that. She's like, we're gonna break up.
Yeah, she's like, bye.
Bye.
She just left a note.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
5 months after they got married.
There you go.
She left a note. She left.
Louise. That's fucking funny.
Yeah. That's pretty on brand. Mm-hmm. She later claimed, and I'm assuming, like I said, because of her early experiences and stuff like that, she later claimed that she had never loved anyone in her lifetime. And this is a quote. As a matter of fact, I've never been in love. And if I had loved a man, could I have been faithful to him? Could he have trusted me beyond a closed door? I doubt it. Like I said, she was very, very honest about that. Yeah. She also never had any children and really never seemed interested in doing that. Now, interestingly, one of the dudes that she did hook up with was a dude named William Paley, who was the founder of CBS. And he actually ended up basically keeping her from starving for the rest of her, because he paid her a stipend, like, for the rest of her life. You know what I mean? Because he was super into her. Like, not a huge amount of money, but a little bit.
He was a fan, or what was he?
No, they'd hooked up at some point. Okay. They'd had a little relationship, but he was really into, so they were friends. But he, he basically subsidized, like I said, not a lot of money, but yeah. Now, she did actually attempt a comeback in 1936. So she had a bit part in a Western called Empty Saddles. That was for Columbia. And then they asked her, this like, okay, well, if you do that, like, we'll give you a screen test for this other musical that we're doing called When You're in Love. You have to be a ballerina, like, you have to be in the background, like, in the dance troupe, and we won't credit you.
What the fuck? That's
like,
that's
she had to start
part.
over, like, from the bottom.
From the bottom.
Is basically what they were saying to him.
And how old is she at this time? Probably late 20s, early 30s?
Yeah, she's probably she was like, I think she was in her 30s at this point.
Man.
So they're basically making her start all over just to be assholes. But I mean, she's like, okay, so she did that, and then they gave her a bit part in a movie called King of Gamblers. And that part came about, and I'm not really sure what she had to do to get this part, but the director of it was kind of known for giving parts to quote-unquote destitute and sufficiently grateful actresses. Take of that what you will. But, so, I don't know. Like I said, she didn't seem averse to, like, sleeping with somebody to get a role, but, there was that. The thing about it, though, was that she agreed to do it. She shot the scenes for the movie, and then they cut all of them out. So they're not even in there anymore. That's nice. So after that, she made a couple more movies. She was actually in a Western in 1938 called Overland Stage Raiders, and she was actually the romantic lead opposite John Wayne, who I didn't realize he was a romantic lead in any movies. He doesn't seem all that romantic or sexy to me, but okay. It was a different time, I guess. But the thing about it was that when she was in that movie, like, she had grown her hair out, and it's like, people became accustomed to her with that, like, really short bob, that very, iconic, like, look that she had. So it's like she didn't really look the same. And really, like, she didn't get any attention, like, for that movie. Like, nobody really mentioned it, like, the movie or her performance, like, either thing. So by the time 1940 rolled around, obviously her career prospects were pretty slim, and at that stage she was living in this little bitty, like, $50 a month apartment in West Hollywood. And she was working for a magazine, like, as a copywriter. Like, she wasn't even in movies anymore. Like, you missed it, but she was actually in a movie with John Wayne.
Oh, I didn't know about that.
Romantic lead, 1938. So there was that. But yeah, so she worked as a writer for a little while for a magazine, and then she was unemployed again. And she was like, during this time period, as probably many women of this age and era realized, and this is a direct quote, she said, "The only people who wanted to see me were men who wanted to sleep with me."
Yeah.
So, essentially, she ended up becoming an escort at this time period.
So, what year are we talking about now?
This is a little after, the last movie she did was 1938, so this is about 1940.
Okay.
1940.
So she's late 30s around this time, probably.
Yeah, she mid to late 30s.
Okay.
I think she was. Yeah, so basically, and she was like, and I thought all the time about Pabst, the director, saying how she would end up like this and be like, guess the bitch was right.
Yeah.
That's exactly how I ended up. But for a little while, she's like, okay, well, I'm going to go back home to Kansas. So she did for a little bit. Like, she packed all her stuff and went back to Wichita, where she was from. But she said when she got there, this is also a quote, that turned out to be another kind of hell.
Yeah,
she
going
says,
back in time.
I found that the citizens could not decide whether they despised me for having once been a success away from home, or for now being a failure in their midst.
Right.
So
yeah, why you come back?
Yeah, she didn't love it.
Right.
Like going back to Kansas. So at this point, she moved back to New York City. And she did a few things there. She did, like, some radio acting, like, on soap operas and stuff like that. She worked as a gossip columnist for a little while. She even worked as a sales girl at Saks, Fifth Avenue, like the department store in Manhattan. And starting in 1948, she started a career as, like, a high-end escort, as I said. She had a few kind of wealthy dudes that she would see regularly as clients.
So by this time, late 30s, early 40s.
This is 1948.
So, yeah.
Late 40s, early 50s.
Her age?
No. No.
Her age would have been late 30s, early 40s.
She was born in 1906.
So what year did she start this?
1948. So,
About
30s and 40s. She's
30s and 40s, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So she was working for an escort agency in New York. And pretty much thinking about offing herself, which she was pretty clear about in her memoirs.
Getting depressed, huh?
I can imagine that would be a pretty denigrating.
Big move down, huh?
Sure.
What'd she say about the job?
Not a lot. She drank a lot.
Yeah.
To self-medicate. Basically, she was just like drinking to forget. So she got like kind of like an alcoholic around this time period. And she was also getting depressed because all of her, she'd once like hobnobbed with the big rich and elite, and they'd all forgotten about her.
What I remember her saying is that she sat around in hotels waiting for random dudes to show up. And she was just mostly fucking college boys.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that was just during this period or...
I mean, probably. I mean, she was still fairly young at this time.
Late 30s, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, she wasn't like an old woman or anything like that. So,
and I don't think they knew who she was either.
Maybe not.
I don't think she told them who she was. I think she was doing it under another name.
I don't know if she did that, but... I don't know. I didn't read that she did it.
Because I was under the impression, based upon the interview that I saw, is that the client, she was not advertising herself as Louise Brooks, the movie star. That she was just random hooker. The dudes that
she
showed
might
up.
not have been playing it up.
Yeah, I don't think that they knew who she was.
Maybe not. Because at this point, I mean, it's kind of later.
Yeah.
She was kind of a silent era.
And I think that had kind of blown over. She was a has-been, so she was just who she was.
Yeah.
I don't think she was trying to sell cooch on the back of being a movie star.
She was just doing it out of desperation.
Yeah, that's how I understood it.
But
sad when you think about it.
It is.
Yeah.
But like I said, I mean, she kind of was just kind of like, well, you got to do what you got to do. Like I said, I don't begrudge her that.
Right.
She's got to make money somehow.
Well, she said she couldn't go back to washing dishes and waiting tables.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she was going to write a autobiography around this time. And apparently she wrote most of it or all of it. I'm not entirely sure. But then decided, no, fuck it. And then threw it in the fucking fireplace and burned the whole thing. She wrote books later on, but you know what I mean. She didn't write an autobiography. Now, in the 1950s, as I said, it seemed like she got kind of rediscovered. Basically, there were a couple of French film historians who rediscovered her films because, like I said, she'd kind of been forgotten about at this point, and she was just like living in obscurity, pretty much. And the dudes that refound her were just kind of like, oh my god, she's like better than Garbo. We really need to get her back into the fucking spotlight. So they organized a film festival of her movies in Paris in 1957. And that kind of kicked off a sort of worldwide revival of her fame, you know what I mean? Which is kind of crazy. And around this time period, too, this guy who was the curator of the George Eastman House in Rochester, New York, he actually found out that she was living in New York City and she was kind of reclusive. And he talked her into moving to Rochester in 1956 and said, why don't you write about movies? It's like, you know what I mean? Just, we'll hang out and we'll do all this stuff. So this ended up being like the start of her revival because after this, she actually became a very, very respected film critic and film historian, like writing a lot about film and about her experiences in it and stuff like that. And she kind of got well known for that, which is kind of cool. She had like a second career. So she started publishing articles like in a lot of big film magazines and stuff like that. And in 1982, she published a book called Lulu in Hollywood. and it had like these autobiographical essays in it where she talked about her experiences, and she was very, like I said, forthright and very candid about it. And many, including like Roger Ebert and stuff like that, have said this is like one of the quintessential, like if you want to know anything about Hollywood or the film industry and stuff like that, this is still one of the most quintessential books you can read. It's still in print to this day, and I believe they still teach it in film classes and things like that. And she just writes about like all the different people that she knew back then and all this other kind of stuff. And after she died, they actually found like a bunch of stuff that she had not published, like thousands and thousands of pages, like talking about like different people that she knew and like film criticism and like just all kind of stuff. And it's like she was just like this really, she had like a very broad intellect, and I kind of feel like they didn't really tap that maybe as much as they could have, you know what I mean? I don't know. She basically just was kind of like, again, it's sadly way ahead of her time. Mae West was too, but Mae West was able to bend the reality to her whim. And I kind of feel like Louise Brooks never managed that. Like, she was just a woman out of time, and I don't think she cared enough about her situation to change it. She did, like I said, she wasn't, Mae West was very ambitious. I feel like Louise Brooks not ambitious.
I think part of it had to do with the age that they were at the time that they got famous.
Maybe.
Mae West was almost 40 at the time that she got famous. So she had more of the wherewithal to fucking manage her career. I mean, she started investing in real estate.
Yeah, like early.
And I'm sure she had...
She had her shit together.
Yeah, and
she knew what she was doing.
She probably had lawyers and representatives and shit that she was paying. Louise was young, you know, during the time that she got famous, and she really wasn't planning for the future. She was hedonistic.
Yeah, she seemed just like a very much take things day to day kind of person.
Very hot, very stylistic, fucking way ahead of her time. They were both good women. They were just different versions of
different personalities.
Different kind of personalities. I just wish that Louise had proper management and legal representation, so they couldn't have taken advantage of her. So the contracts would have been more favorable. They probably would have taken her a lot more seriously if she'd had representation.
Yeah. Because
she didn't. She was at the mercy of these fucking studios. Yeah. And I don't think that inflated her value. Where, like, she was young, maybe she wasn't bringing much to the table. She wasn't old enough to write yet the way, fucking Mae West could write.
Well, because, like I said, she started out writing plays for Broadway, so she was already established. So by the time she got there, she was older.
I just think Hollywood got their claws into I think Hollywood got their claws into Louise when she was a little bit too young.
And she had a lot more trauma in her childhood than Mae West had.
Both great women, though. Love them both. Fucking great sex symbols. Great American fucking actresses of the silver screen. I always had a soft spot for Louise just because fucking what life had dealt her. I mean, she got fucked up. They fucked her over.
Although I will say, just real quick, she actually she died in 1985. Yeah. She was 78 years old of a heart attack. But I've seen some later interviews with her when she was an older woman. And she is just as... She seems like a hell of a lot of fun. She's just like super vibrant. Yeah. And like she just seems like she has a great personality. You know what I mean? She's very theatrical and she's very like over the top like you would expect from somebody from that era. But man, she seemed like she'd be a fucking blast to hang out with. Yeah. She really, even when she was an old lady.
Kind of ahead of her time.
Yeah, big time. And like I said, she was very forthright. She's very open, which like I said, I kind of like that. She talked very openly about relationships she had, about lesbianism, about all the stuff that was going on at the time. And man, I feel like they weren't ready.
Yeah.
No one was ready. And I'm not saying there weren't other women at the time like this, because there were a lot of them. It's just that she's the one that kind of got famous and got remembered. But, you know.
Well, it's one of the things that I remember her saying in an interview that I was listening to. She was saying, like, she said, relationships fucking, they were shit. Fucking, she says, the sex isn't all that good. This is the best sex you could ever have is masturbation. And she was like way into that. And I was just like, yeah, I know what you're saying, babe, but you poor thing. Fucking, there wasn't, I don't think.
Well, she didn't encounter anybody that could, like, really, like, knock her socks off.
Yeah.
Which was probably the norm at the time.
At that time. And because the men of that era weren't all that.
So it's like, well, I got my hand. I don't think they didn't have any, like they didn't have any cool, like, rabbit vibrators, nothing like that then. But
if she was a young woman today, or a woman in her 30s today, she'd had no problem.
No.
Yeah.
And like I said, it's just like the way she was back then. No one would even comment on it nowadays.
Yeah.
I feel.
Well, I think in general, even in our generation, it's just the way that women develop. Women tend to be a little more, they develop a little more quickly than dudes do. And they develop in a way that guys don't develop into sexually. So I can kind of understand that the dudes in her time were probably very undeveloped compared to her. She was way ahead of those guys. And the dudes that probably were pretty well developed, she probably wouldn't want anything to do with them. You know what I mean? They probably would have been,
one thing that struck me about reading about her and stuff like that was that she seemed to get bored with dudes real quick.
Yeah.
Real quick.
Well, we're thinking about very fucking milquetoast white dudes of the 30s and 40s. There probably wasn't much there.
Whereas, like I said, she was probably very wide bandwidth, and they were just very narrow bandwidth.
Those dudes were
she couldn't hang, and she just couldn't deal with it.
Those dudes were very traditional about, getting married and having kids when you're in your 20s and fucking,
then having some mistresses.
And they weren't really into sex in terms of, like, men and women getting each other off. It was more about, I'm just gonna get off on you, and that's a wrap. You know what I mean? Fucking women don't like sex. They probably a lot of guys. Oh, you like sex?
That was weirdly. That is a very common. Honestly, I think even in this time period, I'm sure it wasn't universal, but I do kind of feel like even in this time period, women were kind of, if they say they did like sex, other than then there's something wrong with you or you're ashamed.
Yeah. So
Mae West was kind of an exception.
Yeah.
So I think she's kind of the exception that proves the rule.
Yeah, I think guys during the time that she's talking about, one, they had Madonna horror complexes.
Big time.
Two, they
still do kind of, but like it's less pronounced.
Yeah. They had fucking serious Madonna horror complexes back in those days, and I think they also. I think they were kind of Victorian, where they couldn't imagine that women liked sex. That was a guy thing. Women like sex? Well, goddamn.
Oh my god, bro.
You must be mentally ill. You must be a whore.
We're gonna put you in an institution.
Yeah, we're gonna put you in an institution.
Get you a nice lobotomy, and then that shit does a lot better.
Doesn't compete. Women aren't supposed to.
They did that.
Women aren't supposed to like sex at all.
They did that. You're just supposed to, like, lie back and think of England.
Yeah. Some shit like that. So I think a lot of guys were like that. That's some weird shit.
This is why I would never go back in time. That sounds like the lamest shit ever.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
A lot of the world's still like that. There's a lot of fucking third world countries where the dudes are still like that.
Yeah, Precious says, women smoking, oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was like a big fucking deal.
Yeah.
Like, especially like in the 20s and stuff like that, like the quote-unquote roaring 20s. We did the show about Prohibition like a week or two ago, and it's just kind of like, women going out and smoking cigars, and so everyone's like, oh my god. So scandalous. They're wearing like these dresses that like show their ankles and stuff. Yeah. Holy crap.
Well, there are gender differences between men and women, but back in those days they thought the gender differences were so big that they were like different species.
Which is not the case. Like I said, everything else in nature, it's on a fucking spectrum.
Yeah. religion was involved in moralism and
Which
morality.
ruins everything.
And
honestly.
fucking moral ideology was involved. Yeah. And for them, sex was a bad thing. It was naughty. And women were good, so they weren't supposed to enjoy that. Men were naughty. They were bad. So
it's like we
okay
can do it to you to make babies. But you don't get to like it.
Right, yeah. If you're liking it, then something's wrong because what I'm doing is bad. So that's the thinking. Which
they're like just like under the covers humping.
Yeah. Cover yourself up when I'm fucking you. That's some weird shit, you know. Remember, hold on, you had sex with a woman? What the hell's this?
Oh my god.
You know?
They can't even imagine.
She licked your pussy? What the fuck kind of shit is that? Fucking so the dudes of that time, I mean, no, if I was a woman, I wouldn't fuck them dudes. What are you talking about?
Neither would I.
No.
Like I said, this is
I would laugh at that. So I think that's what they were dealing with.
I would never, ever go back to if somebody invented a time machine, there's no fucking way.
Yeah. So
I would go back to any point in the past. Ever. No way.
All right. Now look. just to fucking straighten y'all out. You dudes out who are listening. If there's any dudes still listening, probably just chicks listening now. But anyway. Look in the mirror and ask yourself, would you fuck you? Chances are you're going to say no. Well, you got work to do.
Unless they're delusional. Which a lot of dudes are.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, what are you talking about? I'm
back
hot.
in those days, back in the days that these girls lived in the early 1900s, it was very rare to find a fucking good dude who was fun and fucking understood women. And if he was fun and understood women, that bitch was probably married instantly. So
well,
he wasn't.
Somebody snatched him up.
Snatches it, so he wouldn't be in circulation.
Even nowadays,
you're right.
If you've been single a long time,
it's a red flag.
It's sus.
Yeah.
Because people are like, "Well, what's the matter with you then?"
Yeah.
And that's not entirely like a. I mean, that's a pretty good indicator.
Yeah.
Like I'm not like you've been married a couple of times. That's not weird. Like a lot of people have been. Or if you've had like X amount of girlfriends or boyfriends, that's not weird. But if you've never been married and you've never had a long-term relationship and you're 40, 50 years old, that is sus as fuck.
Yeah.
There's obviously something the matter with you.
So the Western dudes of the time that which these girls lived in were kind of more, there'd be a stronger analogy to say like modern day India and Pakistan, old China. You know, it would be, you know, because I've been listening to the fucking manosphere of the modern Chinese man's manosphere, and they're going like, we shouldn't be having these bride prices. Why are we paying all this money for? This is not transactional. We're supposed to be partners. We'll be loving on one another. What are you talking about? And it's because the Chinese man is starting to wake up. You know, that marriage isn't prostitution. You shouldn't pay for your wife.
Dudes will figure it out someday.
Yeah. Well,
it takes them a while. They're kind of slow on the uptake.
The thing in China that's happening right now in their dating thing is that the women are so materialistic. They want these dudes to fucking pay to marry them, but the women really aren't bringing that much to the table, really. You know, so they're not. They're having a marriage crisis. Nobody's getting married. That's because they want $30,000 to get married. That's what the woman's demanding. Are you fucking crazy? We live in America. We can't afford that. You're supposed to.
Some people pay that for a wedding, and I think those people are insane.
Are you crazy? But they want $30,000 just to get married, and then that's with a Chinese income. So that'd be like saying $100,000. You know what I mean? And it's just.
Oh, the chicks would be like, "Are you saying I'm not worth $30,000?"
Yeah, that's what they were gonna do. Oh, I'm not worth that. That's what they're doing. And then the money doesn't go to the wedding. It goes into her pocket.
That's a little weird.
That's where, that's some weird shit. So they're like, and fucking the Chinese guys will say, "Why would I pay that kind of money? That's ridiculous." They got hookers where I only pay them like $100.
I could buy
thousands of hookers.
3,000 hookers. For
that. What are you talking about? So their system's breaking down. The Chinese government's stepping in and actually going, the bride prices are too high. Y'all need to fucking stop this shit. And really what it is then it's the Chinese women on TikTok, or their version of TikTok, virtue signaling and bragging to the other women of how much the dude paid her. So they're not doing it for the marriage. They're doing it to impress the other girls. Just like A lot of women will wear makeup and dress. They're not so much. It's the status for the other women. So they're used to shit. So that's one of the reasons. That's what you hear me talk. I'm watching the dating situation in the entire world, and fucking China's been very interesting lately because the dudes are revolting. They're revolting against the system.
Revolting in more ways than one.
Well, no, they're going like. But you hear the dudes talking. It sounds like a Western guy.
Yeah, they're all probably listening to the same shit, so they're all in the same wine.
No, it's totally reasonable.
No,
they're saying we get married, we're a partnership. We should be getting married for love.
Well, I mean, that's good.
And then we make the money together. I shouldn't already have to be rich to marry you.
Yeah,
we should make the money together as a team. Because they're making the same amount.
I mean, yeah, like I said, you don't want to marry a bum that you got to support. It's just going to sleep on your couch and eat all your food and shit like that. Nobody wants that.
I'm supporting the Chinese.
Gender.
I'm supporting the Chinese man.
I understand.
I feel your pain.
Here's the interesting thing. What you said about women, like wearing the clothes and the makeup and stuff like that for other women.
Yeah.
And here's what a lot of dudes don't understand. Even in the West.
Yeah.
Women look good. Or they dress up, they make up and all that other stuff. Not really so much for men.
Yeah.
They don't. Well, it's not so much for women as that you don't want other women picking on you.
Yeah.
It's like a preemptive move.
Yeah.
Like it's like, well, I want to look good enough that other women don't hate on me.
Yeah.
For looking like crap.
Right.
It's not really for men though. But see, here's the thing, because I kind of feel like a lot of dudes think it's like, well, she had all that makeup on and she was wearing that like for attention from men. Not really. That's not why most women do that.
It's more status between women.
It's more kind of like because you don't want other women to pick on you.
Yeah.
is why most women do that. I don't, like I said, I don't hang out with women that do that because I think that's bitchy and catty, and I don't really like that. But that's why most women do it. They don't do it for dudes.
Yeah.
They do it for
women
so other women don't pick on them.
Women love Jan, so
for what reason I don't.
Yeah,
you know why? You know why?
Yeah.
I don't know why, but I'm just gonna say my suspicion.
Yeah.
Is probably the same reason that dudes love me, which dudes also love me. Is I think that it's because I don't have any artifice about me. I'm just kind of like me.
Well, that's part of it, but another part of it is that you create your own product, your writing, the way you carry yourself, the way you dress.
Things.
You got a fucking hot husband. There's all kinds of shit.
That helps too.
We dance. We can know how to dance, and we're sociable. So
we're sociable. I'm not an asshole. I'm not snotty.
Yeah. People comment on our photos all the time. Couples goals. Oh yeah, like
I'm not an asshole. I'm not snotty. I'm nice to everybody.
Yeah.
If they're nice to me.
Yeah.
And I'm not. I don't put on any airs. I don't put on any facade. I don't pretend to be. I'm a 120-year-old vampire. I don't do that stupid shit. I don't do any of that. I'm just like the way I am on this show is exactly the way I am in real life all the time.
There's so many women when we go to the club. So many women that fucking trying to make it out with Jen. They just fucking love Jen. I fucking think this shit's fucking hot. I'd be like looking over and she's fucking making out with some chick. Fucking I'm like, go ahead and get it, girl. And then the other chick,
I don't even try.
Then that chick's boyfriend fucking pulls her off of her, and like okay, well that's.
Why are you ruining
it? Jen's a babe.
I'm not trying to get anybody in trouble or nothing like that.
Jen's a babe magnet.
I'm not trying. More than dudes probably.
Yeah. The dudes are scared to fuck with you. The dudes are scared.
Probably
to fuck
rightfully
with you.
so.
Yeah, they know who I am. They're not going to violate.
No, yeah.
No.
They know it's like
they've seen it.
That's some shit we're not going to.
You're going to get fucked up. Yeah.
Well,
I cleared the damn club out.
It wouldn't happen if it was somebody I knew and they weren't being a dickhole about it. But it's just kind of like if some rando comes in.
Yeah, randos have done shit to Jen, and I just fucked him up. And the whole crowd, the whole fucking club starts clearing out.
And everyone heard about it.
Even security is like, well, we don't know if we want to get involved in this.
Everybody heard about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
no, I'll fuck you up bad.
But ladies,
yeah,
not so much.
No.
Man, I will get fucking our friend. I'm not gonna say what her name is.
Yeah. We got so many chicks that want to jump in a Tom
know
and
her
Jerry
already.
sandwich.
She's our
It's not
age.
even funny, but she
comes out every
yeah
week.
Yeah, it's fucking hilarious.
She's single. She's got kids and stuff, but they're grown.
Yeah,
and she comes out every week. She's super hot. She's a really good dancer and stuff like that. And man, like a couple weeks back, or maybe like a month ago.
Yeah.
I'm just standing there, bopping around to music or whatever, like drinking, and she just came up and just like fucking laid it on my tongue and everything.
Yeah.
And I was just kind of like, all right.
Well, which one? Which one are you talking about? Talking about the nurse?
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't even initiate that.
She's a head nurse.
That was all her.
She's a head nurse at Orlando General Hospital.
And she's done it
cute
consistently.
Too. She's very
like
cute.
every week.
Yeah.
Like before she leaves, she's like, I'm gonna go, and then I'm just like, all right.
I sent her a message. She's not gonna hurt you. You know, you're not gonna get in trouble for making out with her. Because I think she thought she was gonna get in trouble. I think. But I know. I saw that shit. Fucking.
Like I said,
loves on me too.
I didn't do anything.
Yeah. She loves on me too.
I was just standing there.
Yeah.
And she just came up and did that.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right.
As soon as a woman is divorced and her kids are grown and gone, oh man.
Y'all gotta bust out.
They bust out. Yeah.
You're free now.
Yeah.
I mean, dudes kind of like, they kind of keep you down, man. They suppress you. A lot of dudes do.
She's probably like 5'2" and weighs about 90 pounds.
Yeah, she's little bitty.
Little bitty, yeah.
Super, super cute.
Yeah.
Really good dancer. Like I said, our age.
Yeah, she's
in
our
her,
age.
she's in her 50s.
Yeah.
50s, right? Early 50s. Late 40s.
Late 40s, early 50s. Yeah.
So
You wouldn't know by looking
We were
at her.
talking about menopause.
Yeah.
Me and her.
Yeah, you wouldn't know by looking at her. She looks like she's in her 30s. They both
Some
look
shit like old bitches
Yeah.
talk about.
Yeah.
But,
She's cute. We've showed her before.
But like I said, you would never know that she was that
Yeah.
age.
So
But
you want to go ahead and shut it down? Because I got food waiting for us downstairs.
Oh my god. Is it really almost midnight?
Yeah,
Holy midnight? Crap.
No shit. Is it midnight?
Yeah.
Fuck, it is.
Precious says you guys grab me up.
Yeah.
Like I said, we don't mean to. we're just kind of doing what we do.
We're gonna get some meat.
Oh my god.
I'll
I'm so hungry. I've
gonna start
literally
plating it.
eaten like one sandwich.
I'm gonna start plating it up. Yeah, we didn't eat much.
I ate like one sandwich
we're
and a handful of potato chips. And that was like
Yeah.
more than 12 hours ago.
Yeah.
So I'm like super hungry. And I've drank so much on an empty stomach, which is always a mistake. But, this was a super, super fun show. I'm so excited I finally got to do this. Tammy said we should do a show about Betty Davis, which I agree. I wrote it down. We probably will. We should do like another cool like Hollywood Ladies show, Volume 2, with maybe Betty Davis and maybe somebody like Clara Bow or somebody like that. Somebody like that. So I'm glad you guys can like hung out with us this evening. Like I said, this was a super fun show to do. I was like super jacked about it. This was a topic I've been wanting to do for a long time. So I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. Have a good rest of your evening. Sorry, I'm really drunk. Have a good rest of your evening, you guys. Have a good day tomorrow. And be sure to come back on Friday night for a sidetrack show, which, as most of you guys know, is our show with no topic at all. We just talk about whatever. We just drink and talk about bullshit, like we do on the regular show, but more so. So hopefully you guys can join us for that. Thank you very much for hanging out with us. Thank you for your super chats. We will see you guys again on Friday night. Good night.